After all the laps, the triumphs, the setbacks, it's all come down to this weekend as the Wera Tools British Kart Championships dances for one last time in 2024 here at Three Sisters on the final double-header weekend of the season. 6 British champions will be crowned across the 2 days of racing here in Wigan, with a number of title pictures still very much open for discussion. Alfie Davidson will look to close out the Iami Water Swift Restricted Championship, knowing a continuation of his strong form could see him crowned champion on Saturday. Shennington Round 6 winner Daniel Ferguson is his closest challenger, hoping to perform once again. X30 Junior also looks to be set for a Fusion Motorsport driver. Can Harrison Mackie add the British title to his Iami Euro Series win earlier in the summer? Or can Riley Cranham overturn the large points deficit over the course of the meeting? Ralphie Branscombe started the year with O-Plate victory in Honda Cadet. After the summer break, can he hold his nerve to add his name to the illustrious list of Honda British champions? Gus Lawrence knows a third X30 senior title is within his reach as standings leader going into the final weekend. But with Freddie Lloyd snapping at his heels, will it be the young pretender's time to dethrone the king? The closest battle within the Iami classes can be found in Iami Water Swift. Jarlath Sayer is yet to win a round this season, but his consistent scoring means he's only a handful of points behind Will Green. Can Green find form on Saturday to clinch it a day early, or will he need to rely on his Sunday form to hold off those behind? And the tightest battle of them all, KZ2 goes into this weekend with only 2 points standing between Josh Price and Charlie Turner at the head of the standings. They'll both need to bring their A-game to one of the fastest, most arduous circuits in the country. All the action, every lap of every race can be followed across the Motorsport UK and Alpha Live platform of channels. It's time to go racing here in Lancashire for Event 9 of the Wera Tools British Kart Championships.
It is indeed. Welcome to Wigan, a blustery, slightly cold Three Sisters circuit for the start of racing for the finale of this year's Wera Tools British Kart Championships. My name is Andrew Mather. Alongside me in the commentary box once again is Henry Beaudette. Henry, it's been a long season for the drivers, but there's still a lot to be decided here this weekend.
Yes, it hardly feels as though it was the other morning that we were tracking up to PF International for the start of the 2024 season, but of all the twists and turns, the Iami, the Honda and the KZ2 drivers have some very famous twists and turns in karting terms anyway to negotiate before we decide who is champion. This is one of the grand old ladies of British karting, Three Sisters. I think it's the first time that we've been here since the inaugural season of the modern era of the British Kart Championships back in 2019. 2 different layouts to cope with as well.
Absolutely. Most of the drivers will be running on the format that you just saw there, but the KZ2s will be running a different format that we'll walk you through later on in the racing. Very mixed weather conditions here in Lancashire. I'll take the blame for this one. The Yorkshireman has stepped across the border and got the standard welcome from the Lancashire weather, so there is potentially going to be a little bit of light rain later on in the day to spice things up. There was a little shower before timed qualifying as well, so plenty challenges for the drivers. Let's head out to the third member of our broadcast team here this weekend. Nicole Sutherland, over to you.
Thank you, Andrew. Like the boy said then, we're here at Wigan for the final 2 rounds of the 2024 British Kart Championships. What a season it's been so far. Even though I've raced in this championship previously, I've never actually been to Wigan before, never raced here. So I've been, taking a walk around the paddock, talking to some spectators, talking to the drivers about what it's like. I've heard that it's a driver's circuit. You're going to see the best of the best taking those wins home this weekend. Of course, we're in luck this weekend as well, since we've not only got our X30s out, we've got our KZs and Hondas also. The 2024 British Kart Championships has been powered by a team of incredible sponsors, one of which, Wera Tools, are in the paddock this weekend, debuting their Radical SR3 car, which one of the drivers who is racing in this grid this weekend could win a seat for in the 2026 Radical Cup. If you're in the paddock this weekend, make sure you head down to the Wera Tools stand to talk to the team about what the drive means and what it's all about. Of course, as well, since day dot of this championship, the dawn of the new era in 2019, Demon Tweaks have help to power the championship. Let's hear about Demon Tweaks and what they've been doing.
Here at Demon Tweaks, you probably know us for our massive kartwear range. We've got everything from suits, boots, gloves and helmets from all of the biggest brands in the game. We're so much more than that. So if you're looking for kart parts, then we've got you there. Come and have a look. We've got everything from Rotax parts, sprockets and chains, discs and pads, data loggers and dashers, fuel tanks, steering wheels, speed breakers, and loads more. Oh, and if you're looking to hone your skills away from the track, then we've got everything that you're going to need to build the ultimate sim rig. So whether it's karting, sim, or motorsport in general, it's safe to say we've got everything that you're going to need.
Big thanks to all of the sponsors and partners for this year's Wera Tools British Kart Championships. We've just gone past noon. It's the afternoon now here at Three Sisters. Getting ready, Henry, for the first set of races of the day. 2 heats for everybody out there across the classes in that final. We'll kick off with Honda Cadet, of course.
Yeah, we have a very busy day for you, ladies and gentlemen. 18 races in total to bring you today, and exactly the same to bring you tomorrow. I mean, fantastic from Demon Tweaks. I love the way they're getting more and more involved with the personalised adverts. However, of all the wonderful prizes that have been offered by the various sponsors of the British Championship, I think the best ever prize could be Demon Tweaks' version of Supermarket Sweep. The prize for one lucky parent, one lucky set of parents,
one kart trolley
is 10 minutes around Demon Tweaks. Just grab your budget for the year. But no, it's fantastic. You know, that we've got such prestigious brands on board the championship with us. A big hello to everybody on the live chat, as usual. Saturday morning, Saturday afternoon, Saturday evening, wherever you're watching from in the world. I can see a whole host of fellow commentators on the live chat. So obviously, they're, you know, they haven't got enough work to do, so they're watching us and listening to us, watching and learning. Hope you got your notebooks out, boys and girls. No, so hello to Tom Butterworth, John Ratcliffe. Hello to Daniel Gomez and Stopple. Where is Harry Chapman? Well, the answer is
Iami Water Swift Restricted
later.
And has qualified pretty well as Harry Chapman, but that's all for later. Marshall's at the ready out on circuit. Hard-working team here at Three Sisters.
Yes. Now, of course, in the UK, the weather this week has not been
suboptimal.
It's been suboptimal. How hard have the team here worked to keep this circuit, you know, above water? Because we have seen several events, you know, cancelled, postponed, you know, there's been flooding, and I do hope everyone watching has not been affected by the flooding across the UK. But yes, the team here at Three Sisters have had to work very hard to keep us above ground.
Absolutely. The track ready for the races out there. A quick rundown of the order of events. As I say, 8 minutes plus 1 lap for all of the heats today, 12 minutes plus 1 lap for the final. So let's get into it. Race 1, Honda Cadet Heat 1 is out next. Let's get things going for Event 9 of the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. Honda Cadet GX200 out first, their first of 2 heats. On the grid, on pole position is Margos Kovekis. Ralphie Branscombe, the championship leader, alongside on the front row of the grid. On third position, Ed Spain and Kevin Ivanov. Row 3 will be Riley Blakemore and Archie Cannon. Completing the 4th row of the grid, Shea Hilton and Ryan White.
Archie Loveridge, Esme Rosie, J.M. Prakash and Harry Grant are the rest of your top 12, with Luke Jardine completing a 13-strong field. The 4-stroke Honda engine karts going around this. This is the Valley circuit that the direct drive classes will be using. You can see Conrod Straight, where the start-finish line is. You go into turn 1, which is the nice little S's section. You go back up over the crest and then down over the, well, that's not the full Cowards Summit, but this is Joey Dunlop Corner, and then onto the straight in front of the dummy grid into Paddock Bend, and a part of the circuit that I haven't seen drivers use before in all my previous visits here, although bear in mind I haven't been here for a good decade or so. This is the S's that lead you out onto Rogerson Straight, and then you're into Luna Bend, one of the most well-known names in all of British karting. It's a very fast and flowing lap here. These 4-stroke Hondas, Andrew, will provide us with non-stop slipstreaming, I am sure.
And I'll tell you what, I'm going to make an early prediction. We're going to see some really, really close finishes to the line here
this
weekend.
Yes.
Run out of Luna Bend towards where the checkered flag will be out at the end of all of our races, just about there in front of the timekeeping awning. So, Ralphie Branscombe leads the championship, 616 points already secured. The lead is a handsome one over Archie Loveridge on 591, Ed Spain on 585, Kavekis and White on 584 apiece. With it being a double header, though, there is a lot still to be played for. 8 minutes plus 1 lap is our agenda for this one. Lights coming on, 1 light, 2 lights, 3 lights, 4 lights. Event 9 of the Wera Tools British Kart Championships is go. Good start for Kavekis, who immediately gets up into the lead. Branscombe slots across into P2. Kevin Ivanov has a good start there in the blue helmet, is immediately up to 3rd. All 13 drivers away and running down the hill. Henry, a clean start.
And I'm wondering why the bodywork seems to be vibrating more on the Hondas that you're usual to see. Obviously, that's a setup thing. This is such a fast and flowing circuit. Kavekis was very quick away from the start line on that number 15 Project 1 privateer entered. All going to be about momentum. You know, you cannot afford to, get the back end sideways, anything like that. You need to maintain momentum. And of course, this is they call Honda Cadet a starter class, which is a little bit unkind, I think. It teaches you some very valuable skills. And of course, it taught Kenzo Craigie some very valuable skills, because he started out in this class. And I say Kenzo Craigie, the current FIA Junior World Karting Champion, who will be out later on in Junior X30. But as you can see, I think this is what we're going to see pretty much all day. A nice big train of karts all slipstreaming and drafting with each other.
And at the moment, Kavekis is dealing with the resultant pressure very nicely indeed. Looking calm at the wheel. Quick check over the shoulder to see Ralphie Branscombe is there in 2nd place. Who's had a good start? Ryan White's gained 2 positions from where the reigning champion began, and is now going for the move on the number 72 of Ed Spain. We'll get a little bit of help, I think, from the S plate of Archie Cannon. Archie, who won that S plate a few weeks ago up at Crail. And they both go through. Ed Spain drops 2 positions, but still no reason for Ed Spain to panic. 6 minutes remaining in this race. And as I say, it's probably one of the most difficult circuits, Henry, if you're the race leader, to break away from. Such is the high average speed round here.
Yes, but, as much as it's difficult to break away, if you have a sort of a buddy that you can work with, and then the drivers behind the two of you lose a bit of ground, if you are working together, it is harder for anyone behind to sort of catch up. So the drivers, you can see as they come out of Luna Bend in 3rd and 4th, that's Ivanov and Blakemore. Behind them, the gap to Ryan White, the 1 plate, and Archie Cannon. We've got a new leader. It's Ralphie Branscombe. All side by side. Now, that moment there between the 68 of Blakemore and the 50 of Ivanov, just look how much that has cost them. That one tiny little moment has cost them so much momentum. It's going to be tricky for them to get back into a position to challenge the top 2.
Yeah, it's absolutely. That's it's going to mean this next lap is key for them. There's some good pace there. In the middle of that pack. Riley Blakemore, new fastest lap of the race, 49.48. Ed Spain has just gone purple through sector number 2. Branscombe, who started the year with the win at Wilton Mill to take the O plate, as Archie Cannon looks down the inside of Kevin Ivanov. This is for 4th place. Marguerite Kavekis, the driver who stepped through and up the Motorsport UK karting pathway. This is his first year in owner karting. Best result of third so far this season, which was last time out at Wilton Mill. Good move there from Archie Cannon, coming down through and towards Joey Dunlop corner through that tricky little chicane where the karts go very, very light indeed. That's got Cannon up another position. 4 minutes remaining in this one. Remember, the results from this first heat combined with the results from the second heat will form the grid for the final later on this afternoon. And there will be championship points awarded for that intermediate classification, setting the grid for the big race here for round 7. So these drivers know on the last weekend of a season, every single lap of every single race is critical. Nice move there again, Henry. Third place has changed. Archie Cannon through past Riley Blakemore.
Yes, but as you can see, as Cannon has made good progress, the gap between the rest of the pack and the top two has remained at about 20 to 25 kart lengths ever since we saw Blakemore and Ivanov go side by side through the first corner about 2 laps ago. So the drivers have to be very, very mindful indeed. This is a thinking driver's racetrack, especially in this class where, you know, you have to time your moves right. One mistimed move here has a larger detrimental effect than it does at other circuits simply because of the nature, the high speed, fast corners here at Three Sister. And I mean, this is the Valley circuit. This is one of the more technical layouts. The club circuit, I've been here, I mean, the club circuit is just like, you know, Daytona International Speedway. It's insanely close.
New fastest lap of the race has just gone in from Archie Loveridge, 49.40. It's still early, of course, to be talking about a championship being sealed and decided, but this is a pretty good race for Ralph Branscombe, not just because he's in the lead of it, but his closest rival in those championship standings at the moment is down in 7th place. It would mean Loveridge need to do a little bit of work in the second heat to keep that parity going towards the final. This is one of the classes where things could be decided today, depending on how results go. We'll keep you up to date with that across the course of the day. Ed Spain, now your fastest driver out on circuit, there in 5th place. The blue and white Ambition Motorsport machine. And that lap time was a 49.28, but the thing is, everybody ahead of him are setting personal best. The pace is pretty quick out there.
Yeah, you saw Riley Blakemore just get his line ever so wrong coming out of the Joey Dunlop corner. Obviously, the key is to carry as much speed as possible through that sort of right, left, right sort of switchback section, and he just sort of ran a little bit wide coming on to the sort of Paddock straight, and that has allowed Ed Spain to draw right up to make it a 3-kart battle for 3rd position. But Branscombe and Kavekis, yeah, they know what they're doing. They're just working together. They don't want to, you know, get side by side just yet, even though they know that time will come. We've got 1 minute to go, and the gap is 1.2 seconds between the top two and the S plate of Archie Cannon in 3rd.
This will be a good start to the weekend for Archie.
Oh, dear.
Oh, there's been a problem there for Shea Hilton in the number 88. Will drop out of the top 10 as a result. His stablemate Harry Grant, they've got their warnings side by side here this weekend.
That'll upset Maria Carroll on the live chat. Sorry, Maria, but Shea is now down in 13th position. But just a brief rotation, you know, learning for later on. But here we go. Here's the battle for what is 6th, 7th, and 8th, and Ryan White, that number 1 plate kart, only down in 8th position, is going to try and salvage something from this race as the clock strikes 0 now, and the lead has changed again, Andrew.
Has indeed. I wondered why the chasing group had closed in. I think it's going to be Kavekis has gone for the move. It's slightly disrupted the progress of the top two. Time, as you say, Henry, is up, so last lap board is going to be out in a moment's time. And I tell you what, Cannon and Blakemore and Spain are not out of this yet.
No.
There is not a big battle buffer at all. In fact, I don't think there is a battle buffer. They're going to be getting a little bit of slipstream off the back of the O-plate of Branscombe. Branscombe's got to think about this carefully. 2nd place and ahead of his title rivals is a decent start to the weekend. Can he find a move to take the race win away from Margolis Kavekis down into Joey Dunlop corner? Nicely positioned there by the driver, the number 15, who's going to step to the inside now into Paddock. Such a quick corner for the drivers, not much opportunity for them to get through. This is going to be one of those classic Three Sisters finishes, Henry. We've got Luna Bend to go, and it's still not decided.
The person that leads in to the final corner is not always the person that takes the checkered flag first. Here we go then. Race one of the day. It's going to be a drag race in Honda Cadet. It's Kavekis by half a kart length from Branscombe. 0.04 of a second. And with Cannon, Blakemore and Spain, a blanket finish, 0.4 separating 5 karts. A portent of things to come, Andrew Mather.
Very good from Margolis Kavekis there. Takes the win from pole position and looking to get a best score of the season so far. He'll do that if he goes and wins the next heat. There's your provisional results. Kavekis from Branscombe by 0.04 of a second. What a finish for those two. But that's a good score. That's a really good start for the championship leader in the O plate. Archie Cannon third ahead of Riley Blakemore. Ed Spain recovered to 5th. Archie Loveridge P6 drops points to Branscombe with that one. Ryan White P7 ahead of Kevin Ivanov. Esme Rosie and Harry Grant's completing the top 10. J.M. Prakash, we mentioned this on Track Talk.
Yes.
Huge step forward for J.M. Prakash in terms of speed this weekend. That's one of his best results of the season so far, and his pace is now less than a second off that of the front runners. Very good indeed. Luke Jardine was 12th. Shea Hilton with that spin finished P13. Good start there for the Hondas. Next time we will see them will be the first race after the lunch break at 2:05.
Yeah, good job there from our Hondas, and you can see the somewhat compact surroundings of the scrutineering area. It's cosy in there. The Hondas are always full of chat. Let's see if we can pick up.
Good drive there from Archie Cannon, I thought, as well. I think the winning of the S-plate is really giving me a lot of confidence going into this round, Henry.
Yeah, we don't have to put the bleep button necessarily with the Hondas. They're just, they enjoy talking about what they've just done, and they have a good camaraderie amongst the drivers out on circuit. Yes, but let's have a look. Championship-wise, that is... helps
Branscombe.
Helps Branscombe, certainly. But, of course, as Nicole alluded to earlier, this championship would be nothing without its partners and sponsors. We heard from Demon Tweaks earlier. Let's hear from another member of our sponsorship family coming right up.
Let's go for the IAME categories here this weekend, starting with Water Swift Restricted. Alfie Davidson and Mason Hibbert on the front row of the grid. Chester Fawkes and James Roots will go from row number 2. Harry Chapman, good qualifying on row 3 alongside Oscar Kenny. Daniel Ferguson and Ethan Robertson go from row 4.
A small 10-kart field rounded out by Ilias Sami and Henry Algar. But the youngest members of the Iami karting group classes along with the Honda cadets we've just seen. These are the youngest drivers in the paddock this weekend. Oh, and there is a very rare mistake from Harry Chapman, having a little spin on the rolling lap. And of course, it would be remiss of us not to mention that, of course, you've got Oscar Kenny in this race driving for the Oliver Rowland Motorsport team. This is the ORM team swan song this year. Oliver Rowland, I think, was relocated out to the Middle East, concentrating on his own driving career. But of course, a championship winning team here. They've done a lot for karting. They've brought a lot of drivers in and given them a huge boost to the start of their career. And certainly the paddock will be a poorer place without them next year. But, the team that everybody has tried to beat over the last 20 years in cadet racing, Fusion Motorsports, they annex the front row once again.
Alfie Davidson knows that just race finishers will do the job in terms of securing the championship here today, 1 day early. Starts on pole position. Can he do things in style once again? We're green and racing. 8 minutes plus 1 lap have got underway. Good start for the whole field. Good start for Chester Forks. Fighting through into third place there. A little bit congested as they run down the hill, but a perfect textbook start again from Alfie Davidson. He's got his teammate Mason Hibbert in support.
So Alfie Davidson, as you said, only has to really keep the kart pointing the right way, stay out of trouble, and, just see the checkered flag to confirm himself as champion. A dominant performance so far. The rest of the field, though, have got much closer as the season has progressed. But as a Davidson, the extra year's worth of experience, including going out and racing in the Las Vegas Super Nationals at the end of 2023, that has paid dividends in 2024 an awful lot. The third member of the lead trio at the moment, Chester Forks. Now, is that a new graphics kit, Andrew Mather?
I think it's a bit of an updated graphics
kit.
It looks
look
very,
yes.
very nicely put together by the family privateer team.
Yes.
Forks had a really good run of results, particularly in the finals so far this year. Sometimes has had a bit of a problem at the start of races, so it's good to see that he's, across the course of the season, got those issues under control. He's having a little think about going down the inside of Mason Hibbert there for second place.
Now, and he does like an interview, doesn't he?
He does.
Chester Forks. He relishes the opportunity to get upon the microphone. Side by side between James Roots and Daniel Ferguson for fourth position. They need to sort themselves out before they get to turn number 1, which they do. Oscar Kenny, the E-plate holder, is the 6th driver in line. And yes, I think this is boiling up nicely. Well, we had a 5-kart battle for the lead in Honda. Why not a 6-kart battle for the lead in Iami Watershift? 3 wide, great move there from Daniel Ferguson. Up to P2 goes the... he's entered as a privateer, but he does have Ram Racing behind him. Danny Curl and etc. working with him. So, yes, a deluxe privateer.
Deluxe privateer.
Yes.
Indeed. It's a really good bit of positioning to get up to second place. James Roots is trying to move up past Mason Hibbert for P4. Maybe with a bit of an assist. There's a change for the lead. Classic Three Sisters. Nothing Alfie Davidson could do about that, as Daniel Ferguson and Chester Forks both drafted through past the number 46. That's not a problem, though, for Alfie Davidson's championship campaign. He just needs to score any kind of points for finishing in the top 10 across both points awarding stages of today would be enough to mathematically take his score beyond what Ferguson, Forks and the others could achieve, pending, though, of course, getting through tomorrow.
Yes.
Disqualification-less.
Oh dear, don't mention the D word. But of course, if there's one criticism that some of the drivers have of Three Sisters, it is quite easy to defend your lead. It's one of those tracks, a little bit like Shenington, and I know defending is it's like a bit of a hot potato. But yes, we saw in the first race, Honda race, the leader was able to hang on to the lead and defend safely around the last lap. Yeah, when you get to turn number 1, one, like Alfie Davidson saw, you can get freight trains, but of course, on the last lap, by the time you get to turn number one, you pass the checkered flag. So it doesn't matter if the drivers behind can freight train you then, because you've already won the race. But yeah, 6 karts in a queue: Ferguson, Davidson, Fawkes, Roots, Kenny and Mason Hibbert. Ethan Robinson runs 7th, Harry Chapman 8th, Henry Algar is 9th, and Ilias Sami rounding out the field in 10th place. But here comes Davidson back alongside Ferguson with the help of Chester Fawkes. That is absolutely a classic case of 2 drivers working together much faster down Conrod Straight than one driver working on their own.
Absolutely, but with 3.5 minutes to go, Ferguson's just got to be patient at this stage. May get some help from the likes of James Roots and Oscar Kenny behind. Signal there from Alfie Davidson to Chester Fawkes, say let's keep working together. I think that's going to be one of those more psychological ones. I'm sure Alfie's aware that it's going to be very, very hard for the 2 of them to break away from a pack of 3, possibly 4 soon. If it starts getting a bit scrappy up ahead, it's going to give Mason Hibbert the opportunity to close in. A little bit further down the order, Ethan Robinson is up to 7th place, starting on the outside of row number 4. Harry Chapman 8th, Henry Algar 9th, and Ilias Sami 10th. Chester Fawkes, new fastest lap of the race. Both of the race top 2 in the 48.9s.
And you can see that we did have a group of 6, now we have a group of 5. Mason Hibbert in the number 33 kart. Now, at the start of this lap, he was 1.3 seconds behind the leaders, simply because of the slipstream effect of 5 karts in a pack. He's dropping back considerably now, all on his own. So if you do lose touch with the draft, it is very difficult to get back into the draft unless the drivers that you're chasing start to squabble amongst themselves. But even then, they really have to start squabbling to slow them down to a point where you can catch the gap. And yeah, Alfie Mayer on the live chat saying hello, good luck to Mason Hibbert. But yeah, Mason, his kart hasn't lost pace. He is just travelling on his own. It's costing him about a second a lap.
Difficult situation indeed for Mason Hibbert. Back at the front of the order, Alfie Davidson leads from Daniel Ferguson, and pretty much the same story that we've seen across the course of the 2024 calendar. It's not been a case that Alfie Davidson's been romping off into the distance 3, 4, 5 seconds ahead of the field. It's always been like this, close, compact, but the composure across the course of the season from Alfie Davidson has been the most impressive thing for me, Henry.
Racecraft and just that little bit of added experience has paid dividends. And see, now Davidson looks to the inside. Can Ferguson go around the outside into turn number 1? Yes, he can. Davidson slots back into second with just over a minute to go. There's still plenty of time, and now Chester Fawkes runs the risk of losing touch with the top 2 as he fends off James Roots for 3rd with Kenny 4th, and there goes Davidson for the lead going into Paddock Bend. Just as easy as that, Andrew.
Brave move, really, really brave move from Alfie Davidson, showing to Daniel Ferguson that he's not going to wait for the long run towards turn number 1. Or is he just thinking it through? Is he trying to position himself? There's likely to be a switch back here. This won't be the final lap as Ferguson gets the run. He's going to breeze past. Fawkes is going to be there as well. Key point in the race for Davidson. Can he get back in ahead of Roots? Yes, he can. So Ferguson retakes the lead of the race. And Fawkes up to P2.
And you can see how much the drivers are having to cope with the bumps here at Wigan by the fact that the hands moving around. There's a little bit of a concertina effect. Fawkes now into the lead. Here comes Davidson, 3 wide into Paddock. Roots getting involved as well. And Alfie Davidson retakes the lead coming out of the S's. And they'll be coming to get the last lap board next time around. Mark it down on your scorecards, ladies and gentlemen. The order at the start of the last lap: Davidson, Fawkes, Ferguson, Roots and Kenny. You'll get good odds if it's the same order when they come back around.
Ferguson gets down the inside. He's going to take the lead of the race, sweeping into turn 1. Very brave stuff indeed down the hill. Joey Dunlop corner is going to be the next braking zone. Ferguson moves to the inside, down through the chicane. Is there going to be a way through? That's really nicely controlled from Daniel Ferguson. He knows that Paddock Bend is going to be a threat as well. Ferguson holding the lead again ahead of Davidson. Fawkes still there. Roots and Kenny. It's going to be another run through Luna Bend. They've got the Rogerson Straight to negotiate as well. Can Davidson time this right? Oh, Roots sticks his nose down the inside to take P3. Has Ferguson got enough waft to power him to the line?
Oh.
He looks to the left, he looks to the right. There's the checkered flag, and Ferguson indeed holds on. Takes heat 1 ahead of Davidson. Roots with that beautiful move through Luna Bend takes P3. Fawkes 5th, Fawkes 4th, Kenny 5th.
Well, I'm glad to see that Alfie Davidson was taking it nice and easy, considering that he could possibly seal the British Championship today. He was,
nice and casual.
But like we saw, with other champions in other classes, drivers who have won the title, they still carry on racing, as opposed to kind of pulling in and not going out. But Daniel Ferguson, by 0.08 of a second this time over Alfie Davidson. James Roots in 3rd. Chester Fawkes, Oscar Kenny. This time the top 5 separated by 0.44 of a second. With Mason Hibbert, again, after losing ground the last couple of laps, finishes 4 seconds behind the lead group in 6th. Then of Ethan Robinson from Northern Ireland. Then Ilya Sami, Harry Chapman and Henry Algar. One thing I've noticed, Andrew, from the first 2 races, the driver that leads at the start of the last lap has been able to hold on both times.
Indeed.
So,
I think that the positioning of where that finish line is quite key. If I think it was another 100 metres further down the course, we'd maybe seeing some more changes on that run. But got to run to the racetrack. There's the number 21 of James Roots. I think there was a problem for Henry Algar on that final. Like we saw the number 12 off the circuit, didn't clock in as through on that 11th lap of the race. The drivers already into scrutineering, going through all the mandatory checks. There is the number 46 of Alfie Davidson. He'll be happy in the knowledge that that's a good job done in that first heat. As I say, just needs to get classified finishers in the races today, even if they are 10th and at the back. That will give him the points required to mathematically seal the deal, with obviously a little bit of an asterisk, like a champion-elect, as it were, till the end of the season. But in terms of the maths out on track, it would be done for Ferguson. That is a win. That is a continuation of what we saw from Daniel Ferguson at Shennington. We're going to take a short break here on the comms and be back in a few moments' time with Water Swift. Welcome back to Three Sisters, getting ready for the next race, the first heat of the weekend for Iami Water Swift. "29 drivers set to go racing here. Will Green, championship leader, has pole position. Austin Newstead joins him on the front row of the grid. Charles Sayer and Harry Williams form up row number 2. On the third row, Teddy J. Porter and Blair Smith. George Clark and George House go from row number 4, completing the top 10. Freddie Wood and Austin Gibson go from row 5. Knight Measures and Finley Lines start on row number 6 ahead of Charlie Clough and Colby Patterson on row 7. Christian Kobe and Callum Graham go from row number 8. Ian Carey and Harley Musk on row 9. Grayson Wortley and Max Mason completes the top 20. It's an all-Stewart row 11. Johnston alongside Andy. Sophie Campbell is on row 12 next to Joseph Davies. Row 13, Oscar Miller and Baron Altinsoy. Orion Mehta starts alongside Sukhmani Kira, who had problems in qualifying on row 14. Luca Naraway had even further problems in qualifying, disqualified from that competitive session, will start at the back.
Last time I saw Luca Naraway, he was having a very, very good qualifying session at Kart Masters. You know, swings and roundabouts and all that. Now gives young Luca a chance to practice his overtaking as we look at the GP plate. Speaking of Kart Masters, that is Will Green, your reigning British Grand Prix champion. Austin Newstead, the baby-faced assassin. The number 74 BMR kart alongside on row number 1, Jarlath Sayer, and then Harry Williams and Teddy J. Porter next.
8 points is the advantage for Will Green over Jarlath Sayer in the point standings, but it's very much been his Sundays that have been strong so far this year. He can wrap the title up today, but needs his best Saturday of the season so far. Here we go then, towards the lights. It'll be 8 minutes plus 1 lap, and we are racing in...
No, we're not.
No, we're not. Spoke too soon. We'll go round again.
Yes, and so Will Green has been a bit of a Sunday specialist this year, but he needs to turn at the wicket. Of course, this, now Zoxfee on the live chat. What age group is this? Well, Zoxfee, I can tell you this is the age between 10 and 13. Years old, although the majority of the drivers will move up, you know, before they turn 13. But yeah, this is 10, 11, and 12. And now I speak to Jamie Green earlier, the team principal for Will Green, and this circuit was the site of Jamie's last go-kart race. It was Formula ICA in December 2001. Before Jamie moved up, up to a career in Formula 3 and the DTM. I was a young scribe doing journalism for motorsport website Crash.net back in December 2001. None of these drivers were even thought of yet.
Second attempt at getting this one going. Do the lights go out? Yes, they do. Hooray, and we raced for 8 minutes plus 1 lap in this one. Good start for Green. Watch out for those BMRs. They were very, very quick in free practice yesterday. Big field of drivers weaving their way down the hill towards Joey Dunlop corner. And look at this, Will Green's gone. Will Green has gone off the foot of the field already. His teammate Max Mason is making progress as well. Frustration there, I think, from Jarlath Sayer, who's waving to Austin Newson, saying, come on, we've got to work together at this stage. That's understandable from Jarlath Sayer's position, because he's the driver who needs to close in that points gap on Will Green. The last thing Sayer wants to see at any time today is that JGR GP plated kart disappearing down the road.
Yes, indeed, and you could see the franticness of the hand signals. It wasn't just the usual sort of tap the crash helmet and point forward. It was almost like urging you, saying, no, 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 let's go, let's go. You know, that is because Jarlath knows what's at stake, and also, you know, the fast-flowing nature of the circuit. Like, I don't want to say it, but you don't have a small accident here either. So you do have to be very pinpoint in your accuracy when you are working together or trying to make your passing moves. A bit further back in the pack, there's the number 11 kart. That's a very smart OMS Racing livery kart of rookie Callum Graham, who is actually not doing too bad at all. 14th at the moment, the leading British Championship rookie in this class at the moment.
Very good start for Sukhmani Kira as well. From the back of the grid, she's gained 13 places so far.
Excellent.
That was a move from Harry Williams down the inside of Jarlath Sayer. That's good news for the race leader, because to say, Jarlath Sayer has had consistent scoring, but really, if he wants to be British champion off the back of this weekend, he needs race wins. He's very much capable of doing so. But right now in 4th place, just ahead of Blair Smith. And I've got to say, keep an eye on the BMRs this weekend.
Yes.
It's been a while since we've raced here at Three Sisters. I would not be surprised if we get a bit of a shock result in a way. BMR, very competitive team, of course, but they were lightning out the blocks in free practice yesterday. Had a 1-2 lockout of the times at the start of the day with Newstead and Blair Smith. And again, George House is up there as well. It's 3 of them in the top 6 as things stand. Down into the chicane once again. Are there going to be any opportunities here for Austin Newstead into Paddock? No, not this time. It's just elected to stay there, trying to get a bit of a gap ahead of Harry Williams in 3rd.
Now, I mentioned the very smart-looking OMS racing kart. Nicole Sutherland is with one of the OMS mechanics down on the side of the circuit. She's with Alicia Barrett. Take it away, Nicole.
I'm with George Clark's mechanic, Alicia Barrett. Alicia, expectations for George this weekend?
Hoping if we can for a top 3, but I think it's going to be really close this weekend. Overall, we're one in top 10 in the championship, so that's the aim this weekend.
Thanks, Alicia. Back to you, boys.
I have to say, it seems like only yesterday I was commentating on Alicia in this very class. And of course now she's a very, very experienced, nationally known karting mechanic, working with George Clark from OMS Racing, who is up into 9th position in the number 42 kart. Make that 8th position. No, make that 9th position. Hang on a second. If Finley Lyons has got something to do with it, it might be 10th position. Just goes to show how much things change here. But also, if you notice, you have to be very, very mindful of which curbs you use. These curbs are as old as the hills. This circuit's been here since 1970. So have most of the curbs, and some of them, well, you take a Water Swift restricted driver out of their kart and the curb comes up to their knees.
Very good move there from Austin Newstead. Used the slipstream effectively, taken the lead of the race. That's allowed Harry Williams to catch back up. It's down the inside. Blair Smith going for one on Jarlath Sayer. Sayer holds it round the outside for 4th place. 3 wide.
Boy.
As we approach the Rogerson Straight, there is one of those curbs. There's a small mountain out there that Blair Smith's managed to get over the top of, but I think he's lost 4, 5, maybe 6 positions in all of that.
Yeah, that's Stonehouse Smith, Blair Smith from Stonehouse in Scotland, and did a little bit of mountain climbing in Wigan's version of the Cairngorms there to the detriment of his race position, but he is still out there, and I think he has dropped to, let's have a little look, where's he dropped to? 9th. Not a complete disaster, but new leader, Austin Newstead, holding off Will Green. Harry Williams is the best I've seen Harry go this year. They're in 3rd position, and Jarlath Sayer now trying to work with the ORM kart of Teddy J. Porter to re-catch the top 2.
I say from Williams, this is the best form that we've seen from Harry Williams since the very start of the season. He started it brightly at PF International with a 2nd place in the very first set of heats. He's had some strong runs in the Iami Euro Series as well across the course of 2024. X30 Minis category in Iami Euro Series, which has been dominated by a number of the drivers in this very race. Newstead, Green the champion already on the continent, trying to get the double here with the National Championship this weekend. Austin Gibson going along quite nicely. Henry, new fastest lap of the race from last year's Water Swift Restricted champion, who it really does feel like with Austin Gibson that at this slightly higher level it's all starting to click into place.
Yeah, we saw signs of that, I think, at Shennington in the last round where, things are beginning to click for Gibson. And it's funny that you mentioned, British drivers' success, in the Iami global picture, much the same as we had with, Rotax at the Grand Festival last weekend, and at the CIK World Championships. The British Iami Warriors are, a championship I know you're very familiar with out in Europe, Andrew. The British drivers seem to be succeeding in any class, in any continent that they race at.
Absolutely. There will be drivers being awarded tickets to the Iami Warrior Finals, the global pinnacle event for Iami runners later in the year in Valencia. We'll talk more about that tomorrow. right now. Austin Newstead holding on to the lead of this race. 55 seconds to go on the clock. So I think we're going to get 3 more laps in here, because they'll come round again and still have a few seconds on the clock. Will Green's going for the race lead and taking it. Lovely stuff from Will Green down the inside into the first turn. He's back into first position.
Now, has he timed that just right, or has he gone a lap early? Like we said, the first 2 races, the driver that has led at the start of the last lap has been able to hold off the pack around the final tour. But like you said, Andrew, will we get across the line before the clock strikes 0? We could still have 2 and a bit laps to go. It's going to be tight. You can see the time at the top left-hand corner of the scoring pylon. And yet, you were right, Andrew, they do cross the line
now,
just with 3 seconds to go. So Will Green is going to defend for 2 solid laps from Newstead in the 74, from Sayer in the number 8, and from Teddy J. Porter in the number 66. But Teddy has got a 5-second penalty.
Has indeed. Wouldn't count Finlay Lyons out of this race as well. There he is in the green helmet, just behind Harry Williams. Is a second off the race lead. He's trying to move himself up through the order. Is another driver still in championship contention, 3rd in the points at the start of this weekend. Meanwhile, Will Green is actually getting a bit of a gap ahead of Austin Newstead. Austin Newstead, I think, very aware that he doesn't want to drop out of this top 2 position. He takes second place now rather than drop out of this pack. Be at least 4th, if not worse. Time is up. Final lap board is out. Will Green is looking good. This is side by side for second place. That's not going to be good for Sayer, because he's going to be out wide. Loses the spot on the road. Remember, Porter does have that 5-second penalty. This is looking good for Will Green to start his Saturday with a heats win. Up there in 5th place, I think George House has come through. It's going to be a good finish for the BMR team, but not as good as the finish surely for Will Green. The first time today we're not going to see a leader challenge towards the line. Yes,
Will Green checking over his shoulder several times a corner almost, just to see where his rivals are. And the answer is they were too busy fighting over the scraps, and they allow Will Green to take the largest margin of victory so far here today. A gigantic, gaping 0.4 of a second. Newstead second. Porter finishes 3rd on the road, although with 5 seconds added to his time, that will drop him out of the top 15, and it will allow Jarlath Sayer to provisionally finish 3rd and minimise the damage done to his championship chances by Will Green taking the victory. George House, good results. George Clark comes home in 6th position, so, Alicia Barrett saying they were hoping for a top 5, but, hey, 1 more position to go for Clark. Harry Williams slips back to 7th, and Austin Gibson, Blair Smith, Freddie Wood round out your top 10. Finlay Lyons, Colby Patterson, Sukmani Kira from the back of the grid to 13th, Andrew. Very good drive for Sukmani.
Very good drive indeed. Christian Kobe and Harley Musk completed the top 15. Charlie Clough, Callum Graham, Knight Measures, Max Mason and Grayson Wortley complete the top 20. Luca Narroway gained 8 spots to P21 in that race. Johnston Stewart ahead of Ian Carey, Joseph Davies, Sophie Campbell and Andy Stewart. Oscar Miller, Baron Altonsoy and Ryan Meta. All 29 drivers who started the race finished the race. We will see Iami Water Swift out again for their 2nd heat at 2:35.
Yes, indeed. And, looking at the leaders coming in over the Way Bridge, if you have a little look at the wall next to the Way Bridge, there are some scuff marks on it, and I do wonder if we're going to get through the entire weekend without somebody just overcooking it slightly, coming into the weigh scales and trying to modify the scrutineering building somewhat.
Maybe so, but it's a good race there from Will Green, Austin Newstead and others. Job's not done though, and we've seen across the course of the season that all it takes is one little moment and the whole day can completely change. It's still going to be a very competitive run throughout the course of this weekend. More racing to come here at Three Sisters. Next down on circuit, X30 Junior. Take you through the running order for this one. Rocco Leon Shenton starts on pole position. He's got Aaron Richardson alongside on the front row. Riley Cranham on the second row of the grid alongside the new OK Junior FIA World Champion Kenzo Craigie starts P4. Thomas Mintz-Spearing and Harrison Mackie go from row number 3. Mackie is your strong championship leader, could seal the title today. George Edgar alongside Joey Brown on row 4.
On row number 5, you have Wales' Archie Owen and Zach Green, with Mondi Junior Canini and Laith Khan on row 6. Harrison Whitcomb and Ireland's Morgan Moore on row 7, followed by Cameron Edmonds and Evan Purcell from Northern Ireland.
Mayan Patel and Theo Lestrange go from row 9. Sky Parker and Harry Walsh wrap out to the top 20. Max Ewell and Jake Brooks start on row 11. Dylan Patel and Zeph Nurnberger go from row 12. Katrina E is back. Starts on row 13 alongside Hamish Forrest. Alexander De Benedictis starts alongside Ashley Haase. We must get a sight of that number 33 because it's got a new livery this weekend, which is absolutely fantastic. I'll leave that one to later.
I think I know which one, and we've had a request to feature Ashley Haase on the Paddock show later, and I think if go-kart graphics are anything to go by, he is a shoo-in. The Jamaican colours as we go racing, and he's starting just behind one of my other favourite cars, the Paddock, the Purple People Eater. We're going to go round again.
We're going to go around again.
Where's Zeph Nurnberger in the Purple People Eater?
Right at the rear of the field. There it is, resplendent in its Jamaican colours.
I do like that an awful lot. Excellent. You know, proud of his heritage. He's got sponsors there on the side. You know, race suit, and you know, yes, excellent work here. And of course, you've got the Purple People Eater going through there as well, Zeph Nurnberger.
Indeed, Ashley stepping up to the junior category from this weekend. We're obviously going to talk about Kenzo Craigie in this race, but numerous drivers in this race who starred at the CRK FIA World Championships 2 weeks ago. Riley Cranham was one of them. Was very unfortunate not to finish the final. Was on for a top 10. On a wildcard appearance for Sodi Kart. Harrison Mackie impressed a lot of people that weekend. I would have loved to have seen what Harrison could have done if he'd not had problems on the formation lap. Back this weekend, though, his mission, starting 6th on the grid in this one, is to secure the British Championship. He could do that here today. Who's going to take this first heat in X30 Junior, though? 8 minutes plus 1 lap to decide it. Shenton on pole position, Richardson alongside on the front row. We are green and racing, heading into turn 1. Bit wide for Richardson. Through goes Riley Cranham. Riley Cranham will take the lead. Bit of a scrappy start there. And
look at the concertina effect as Richardson scrambled back on, how much that slowed the drivers down as they tried to go 3 wide through that first corner. I was going to say, is this, well, Aaron Richardson getting a lot of support online as usual from Louise, and so is Walshy in, so look, who is that? That's Harry Walsh in the number 73 Jade Racing team. Is this Kenzo Craigie's first outing since he winning the Junior World Championship?
Yes.
I believe it is. This will be interesting to see. So this is the first time he's been in competitive karting since he was crowned World Junior Champion. Has that, I mean, it won't make a difference to him. Will we see other drivers treated differently, I wonder? Has he got more of a target on his back now that he is world champion? I have to say, though, as always, I am thoroughly impressed by the fact that in this field packed full of drivers from some of the top teams, not just in the country, but we can say this now, in the world, a privateer. You know, Rocco Leon Shenton, you know, keeping his nose in front of everyone in qualifying and running second in this one to Riley Cranham, who had an outstanding performance 2 weeks ago in a very trying circumstances, and just one of many drivers with hard luck stories. You know, one of them being Harrison Mackie, but that's okay. Harrison's going to be driving much better now because Nanny June is already in the live chat cheering the European champion on.
Yeah, indeed. The Iami Euro Series champion nameplate is on the number 21 this weekend. And the good news for me personally is that if we are going to see Harrison Mackie seal the championship this weekend, we're going to see him do it on the track. He was so far ahead in the Iami Euro Series before the last round in Genk. that he didn't take to the circuit. The final championship scores made it look quite close, but that was effectively because Mackie sat the last weekend out. Here he's got to go and do the job this weekend by our early calculations in the box. As long as he's up in the top 15 across these races today, he'll be looking good to seal the title a day early, but he wants to do more than that. When he goes out to race, he goes out to win. He's in third place right now. Here's the fight for fifth place. Kenzo Craigie ahead of George Edgar. Joey Brown there as well in the number 11 for Fusion. He's got his teammate Monda Junior Canini just behind, and Zach Green, another of the stars from the World Championships 2 weeks ago, there in the top 10, running what I think we've got a term, almost the ultimate dad and lad karting combination when he ran under the JGR colours 2 weeks ago.
Yes, indeed, and looking over there, you can see how bumpy this track is. The drivers really having to fight to keep the karts under control. One question, I mean, I wasn't there, you know, Andrew, you were. Harrison Mackie, of course, had that heartbreaking spin on the rolling lap of the final. Has the radio that Lewis Mackie launched across Paddock, has it landed yet?
No, it's still in orbit.
It's still in orbit, yes, because Harrison's brother Lewis was somewhat displeased watching younger bro throw it away on the rolling lap of the World Championship final. Rocco Leon Shenton is your new leader. He reeled in Riley Cranham, made the move, and it's another case of privateer leading the big boys.
It is indeed, and it was a good start to the weekend for Rocco Leon Shenton. It's very quick in free practice yesterday. In similar conditions to this, the sun has come out once again here in Lancashire. That's something I didn't think I'd be saying this weekend, but there you go. Riley Cranham now in second place, Harrison Mackie third. Remember the championship points, Mackie 762 points at the start of the weekend. 65 points is his championship lead over his teammate Riley Cranham. So this is a comfortable position at the moment for Harrison Mackie. He doesn't need to go on the attack of his teammate. Yellow flags out coming down the hill, I think I saw there. Stationary yellows.
I thought I saw a Jamie Green liveried kart travelling slowly through this corner a lap ago. There's a premium karting, that's Katerina EE. Katerina EE, the young Malaysian driver who's does a lot of racing, overcoming an injury sustained earlier this year. Now there goes the all Jamaican liveried kart of Ashley Haas. He's now running in 26th position, just in front of the recovering Katerina EE.
And you were right, Henry. There's been problems for Zach Green out there, so it was a JGR falling down the order. Zach Green now down to 28th place. Riley Cranham all over the back of Rocco Shenton. There's a 5-second penalty for Dylan Patel in the number 42. Where is Dylan Patel at the moment? P19 on the road. Good progress out there. Cameron Edmonds is up 6 places to P9. New colours for Cameron Edmonds this weekend is racing in the Geraghty Motorsport awning.
Yep. Is that no, that's not Cameron Edmonds from Vismo International. That's
from Optima.
Optima, that's the one. Yes.
Move the move from Optima over to the newly founded team. Cranham down the inside. Mackie follows through. Brilliant stuff from Riley Cranham, who takes the lead away from Rocco Leon Shenton. 2 minutes to play.
Flying team formation there from the Fusion duo. But of course, Rocco Shenton's got to be the disruptor. He cannot allow the two teammates to work together. And they know that. So every given opportunity, he is going to be nibbling away at their heels, just trying to harass them to prevent them from getting into any sort of rhythm. And of course, the more he harasses the two Fusion drivers, the slower they all go, and the better you've got a chance of seeing Kenzo Craigie and his Argenti Motorsport teammate Thomas Min-Spearing close on them, running in 4th and 5th. They're the two Argenti drivers, followed by George Edgar for Mick Barrett Racing, and then another pair of Fusion pilots, Joey Brown and Monda Junior Canini.
I'm hearing in my ear that there might be a little bit of precipitation out there on circuit, not enough to significantly affect the drivers, as Zach Green is now out of this race. Sensible choice, I think, there. That was not going to be strong points for Zach Green. May as well save the materials a little bit for later on in the day.
Rain this week in the UK, never heard of it. But like I said, we're lucky to be racing at all, I have to say, as Rocco Leon Shenton back to the front. He has absolutely worked his socks off in this one so far, and with 30 seconds to go, he has now set his stall out. Right, I forged my way to the front, and I shall not be moved.
Good results so far this season. He's not been an ever-present as Rocco Leon Shenton, but was on the podium at Wilton Mill for round 4, so we know he's got form in this category in 2024. They're going to come round Luna Bend onto Conrod Straight. I think, again, they're going to get another lap in here. Yeah, across the line with about 3 seconds to go. As Cranham has a look down the inside, we've got some information from Nicole Sutherland.
Down in the pits then, and after the retirement of Green, I have had some feedback to say that it was potentially the karts cutting out, and that's why he's retired. Up to you, boys.
Thank you very much, Nicole. Unfortunate there for Zach Green, but we will see that kart out again for the second heat here in X30 Junior. Time is up, Henry. Shenton has got the lead of the race, but has still got one more lap to defend.
Cranham and Mackie have got to do what nobody's been able to do so far, and that is usurp the leader on the last lap. Shenton hugging the inside. Cranham thinks about trying to dive further to the inside going into turn number 1, but then thinks again. He's going to get a good run coming out over the hill down towards Joey Dunlocker, but no, Shenton is now being very, very savvy indeed. Again, multiple looks over his shoulders. Into the S's now. Can the privateer win in Junior X30 Heat 1, Andrew Mather?
Onto the Rogerson Straights for the last time in this first heat of the day for the juniors. Luna Bend to go. Cranham throws it at the corner. Can he get underneath? He has a little look. Shenton closes the door. Can he keep the power? Here comes Mackie over the line. Shenton wins it by 0.08 of a second. Cranham P2, Mackie P3. Brilliant finish, brilliant effort from Rocco Leon Shenton.
Very smart driving indeed. That is a classic example of how to use track position to your advantage, even if you may not have the same ultimate pace as those trying to pass you. Great result for the privateer by 0.08 of a second over Riley Cranham, Harrison Mackie, Junior World Champion Kenzo Craigie in 4th, ahead of Thomas Min Spearing, George Edgar, Joey Brown, Monday Junior Canini and Aaron Richardson, with Cameron Edmonds rounding out the top 10. Now let's have a little chat, let's have a little listen in to what is being said. There's Rocco Shenton in the black race suit. There goes Alicia Barrett, who we spoke to earlier, taking the number 42 Water Swift kart of George Clark, and somebody has deposited a fair amount of liquid on the floor there at the scrutineering bay, which will make things unnecessarily slippy. There's enough moisture going on. It's an interesting one, Andrew, because it's not raining outside, but yet there is a certain amount of moisture on the floor of scrutineering.
Yeah, and it's most likely from a radiator out there. Drivers going through their mandatory checks. Let's take a short break once again. Next down on circuit will be X30 Senior. let's go then for X30 Senior. This is going to be a good one. Freddie Lloyd and Gus Lawrence, the top two in the championship, share the front row. Noah Wolf and Lewis Bird both in the top 5 of the championship on row 2. The last of that top 5, Cian Geraghty, is on row 3 next to Aaron Brown. Fred Green and Alistair Cresswell start on the 4th row of the grid. Henry Gregory back in Iami action is on row 5 next to Hayden Eldridge. Sam Lewis and Ty Stansfield go from row number 6 there ahead of Oliver Rance and Ollie Stilp on row 7. Harvey Roth and Connor McPollan go from the 8th row of the grid. Michael Gray and Dayton Coulthard start on row 9. Dylan Briley and Harry Ewell complete the top 20 of the field on row 10, ahead of Scotland's David McIntyre and Archie Tillett on row 11. Casper Piecki and Freddie Housley go from row 12. It's a 25-strong field completed by the privateer Rylan Ekberg.
I'm not sure that Ryan Ashberg is out there, Andrew, because in qualifying he had a somewhat sizable trip into the barriers that may be a little bit too much to overcome in the time frame available. And you know when I said it wasn't raining, Andrew?
It is.
I lied. It's just started and they're all on slick tyres. Gus Lawrence, top 12 in the world after 2 weekends ago. Good recovery drive. Here we go. Are we going green first time around? We are not. Not sure if anyone's told the drivers that. Oh dear, there's a spinner in the middle of the pack and Gus Lawrence is gone. That's the number
Freddie
71.
Lloyd.
So the 2 championship contenders, and this is still supposed to be a formation lap, although I'm not
No, I
sure.
think we are green.
Well,
apologies, we've had an error on our timing screens here in the box.
Well, no, I mean,
there's no chevron flags around the circuit, so I do believe that we
Yes,
are.
no.
The drivers have been told slow it down.
Yes, I didn't see any chevron flags, but Ian Rogers and the team at motorsport-timing.co.uk. Well, was that the marshals just saying be careful, it's slippery? No, it's a little bit disjointed. Does this give Gus Lawrence, there's the chevron flag, does this give Gus Lawrence and Freddie Lloyd a chance to catch up? And has Gus Lawrence damaged the nose cone of that kart, because he did give the broadside spinning machine of Lloyd a hefty thwack?
He did indeed. So it will be a restart.
I'm looking to see now. There's Gus Lawrence, the number 1 plate kart, trying to make his way through. Other karts to look out for, have to say, the number 77, the Croc promotion kart of Michael Gray. Not that Michael Gray out of Peaky Blinders.
Or the singer.
Or the singer. Michael Gray?
No, I'm thinking of David Gray.
You're thinking of David Gray. You're getting David Gray and Michael Bolton mixed up, is what you are there, Andrew, which says a lot more about your musical taste than it does mine.
So, back into formation. We'll go again. The top 2 in the championship. Lawrence, the championship leader, on the outside of row 1. Lloyd, 15 points behind on the inside. Now we're green. Now we're racing 8 minutes plus 1 lap. Towards turn 1 we go. Is there enough grip to get round the corner? There is for Gus Lawrence, who takes the race lead. It's a problem for Alistair Cresswell, I think, right in the middle of all of that in the TWM. It's still a bit of a scrappy one for the seniors, but they're all through down into Joey Dunlop corner. Your race leader is Gus Lawrence.
Look at Noah Wolf there in 3rd position. Winner last time out at Shenington. But yeah, Gus Lawrence. Looking at the championship points, I know you briefly went over it earlier, Andrew, in this class. Gus, 723 points. Freddie Lloyd, 708. Cian Geraghty, 702. Noah Wolf on 689 is an outsider, I would say, as we've got fast Freddie Lloyd in the lead. But you can see the understeer going into turn number 1. Grip levels are not as much as the drivers would like, although they are managing to stay pretty much up to race speed. And good luck to Ty Stansfield, the privateer Tony Kart. And of course, a lot of support for Dylan Briley in this one. I wonder if Stewart has managed to put the airbox on this time.
Indeed. Unfortunately for Ty Stansfield, has fallen down to 20th place, but we've seen some great recovery drives from Ty so far this season. There's Henry Gregory, the number 54, all over the back of the championship leader, the reigning champion. Henry Gregory, can he get down the inside? Yes, he can. This is a bit of a testing moment for Gus Lawrence, going backwards, it would seem, in this race. Aaron Brown is next up there in the 46, and with his championship rival Freddie Lloyd at the front, this is going to be a bit of a test for Gus Lawrence. He does not want to fall out of the top 10.
I would surmise that on that aborted start, Gus Lawrence sustained a bit of damage to the front end of his kart when he hit the spinning kart of Freddie Lloyd and took off up the banking. Henry Gregory in the number 54 kart. Last week we saw him racing for MLC Motorsports. This weekend, Greg's on legs is running as a privateer. There's the number 51 kart of Fred Green picking up P4. The order is Lloyd, Wolf, Lewis Bird, Green, Garrity. Then it's Gregory, Lawrence, followed by Aaron Brown, Alistair Cresswell, and Hayden Eldridge up into the top 10. For Aaron Brown, Hans, the owner of Vismo, has only got one kart here this weekend, so he is quite literally Hans Solo. Thank you very much.
We're here all weekend.
Yes.
Other drives through the field to report. Ollie Stilp up 3 to 11th. Conor McPollan also on the move, up 3 to 13th. Dayton Coulthard is in a good battle with Archie Tillett. Tillett has gained 7 places from where he started in this one. Coulthard has also gone forward across the course of the 3 or 4 minutes that we've had so far in this race. Back at the front, Freddie Lloyd, Noah Wolf, Lewis Bird, Fred Green, Cian Geraghty. 4 of those drivers are in the top 5 in the standings at the moment. The interloper, and is a very strong interloper indeed, is Fred Green there in the number 51. Lewis Bird, who's had a change of equipment for this weekend, is with BMR for this one on a KR chassis, if I'm not mistaken, and it's proving him to serve pretty well. Down the inside of Noah Wolf, down into second place.
Yes, Noah Wolf on that Birrell ART chassis, sponsored by is it VAR, looks like?
Van Amersfoort Racing.
Van Amersfoort Racing, yes, not the football replay video company. Noah Wolf again, very, very promising season. Wasn't meant to be at the World Championships. So many tales of woe coming out of that event, but what better way to fight back? Now the number 99, that is Kasper Piecki, minus a rather important appendage. Question: can you give a nose cone penalty if the kart hasn't got a nose cone? I mean, yes, you can.
Yes, you can.
You get a mechanical failure flag as well.
It's not in its proper position. If it's not on the kart, it's not in its proper position.
No.
There is another. I can hear that skating noise on some of our cameras, Henry. I can't quite work out which kart it is, though. I do feel, though, it's one towards the front of the order that might have got a drop bumper. My goodness me. Fred Green had a look down the inside there at the end of the Rogerson Straight. Noah Wolf was aware of it. Kept the door open. The little tap on the head there from Fred Green saying, let's think about it. Green wants down the inside for third place and has got it. Whether Noah Wolf liked it or not, Fred Green was coming through there. They're going to fall into the clutches of Cian Geraghty as the number 99 of Piecki has pulled off and is out of this race. Cian Geraghty, I just wonder, is it Freddie Lloyd? Is it Freddie Lloyd's number 71, which we know has had an incident before the start of this race?
It could well be. Now, we before we got sidetracked by your taste in easy listening, middle of the road, soft rock earlier on with David Gray and Michael Bolton, I was saying that of the graphics kits in this race, look for Michael Gray, kart number 77. He's down running at the back of the field at the moment. Privateer driver. His kart is the bright yellow Buzzing Hornets liveried machine, a throwback to the Jordan Formula One liveries of the early. There he is, the side pods there. Look at that.
Yes,
that is cooler. That is colder than polar bear poo. I've got to say, the number 77. Heinz-Harald Frentzen, Ralf Schumacher, Damon Hill even.
That was
you know.
my 1998 was the greatest season in Formula 1 history in my book. I know people will probably disagree with me, but I don't care. It's my
the last
year.
round of the championship. It's a bit like the last episode of Top Gear or whatever it's called.
Yeah.
You can write your complaints into 0800. We don't care. We've gone on holiday for the winter.
1 minute 20 of this one to go. I do think Freddie Lloyd's got a problem with that front bumper. Well, we'll see and wait till post-race, but it doesn't look in factory spec as we say. It may be dropped. Maybe being the key word there. 60 seconds to go. Lloyd is leading though quite nicely. 1 second clear of Lewis Bird. This has been a tremendous performance from Freddie Lloyd. Gus Lawrence has got back into the rhythm. Is there in 6th place at the back of this group of 5. And Lewis Bird having to work really hard on board that BMR to keep hold of 2nd place. Looks like Green's going to be alongside going towards Paddock.
Problem.
And Noah Wolf's going to be down the inside as well. Oh, huge slide for Cian Geraghty on the GP plate there. Holds on to 5th place ahead of the driver that he just beat for that GP plate, Gus Lawrence, but it's again looking tricky out there.
Yeah, I wonder if that gesticulation from Lewis Bird, I thought it might have been a problem, or he may have been sort of showing his displeasure at maybe being edged wide by the driver following him coming out of Joey Dunlop corner. We'll have to wait and see if there's any repercussions afterwards. But all on their own in 7th position is Hayden Eldridge. And then you've got a good battle for 8th place on back between Archie Tillett, Oliver Stilp, Aaron Brown, Conor McPaulin, Alistair Cresswell, Henry Gregory, etc., etc. Good to see Conor McPaulin back after rolling himself up into a ball at Sheddington.
He's up 5 places in this race. That was a brave move that we saw from Cian Geraghty down the inside of Lewis Bird for 4th place. Time is up. Last lap board is going to be out. Freddie Lloyd is going to see the checkered flag first, you would think, in this one, because his lead is 1.92 seconds. It's only a mechanical failure that's going to stop him, you'd imagine, on this last lap. The question is he going to keep that P1 after what we saw on the aborted start? Hear it again. That's skit across the ground. Normally indicates that the bumper has dropped. Cian Geraghty holding on ahead of Lewis Bird and Gus Lawrence. This is going to keep things nicely poised, I think, this result in terms of championship. This is one that's likely to go on to tomorrow, but could be decided today. If it's a good day for Gus Lawrence, a bad day for Freddie Lloyd. At the moment, it is a good day for the driver in 2nd place of the championship. Takes the checkered flag in the first heat of the day. Fred Green 2nd, Noah Wolf P3, Cian Geraghty P4, Lewis Bird P5. Good hole there for Gus Lawrence. I was a bit concerned in the early stages of that race, Henry, that we were going to see the number 1 dropping down through the field, but decent points in P6.
Yes, the false start coming to Lawrence and Lloyd's aid there. Bit further back, top 10 result for Aaron Brown, Cresswell, then McPaulin, Gregory, and Oliver Rands. Oliver Rands was running in the top 10. Now, do we have... Well, we've gone past the iPhone of Doom. We've got some, great camera work there in the scrutineering area, so we should be able to judge by Fred's reaction whether or not he has got a dropped nose cone or not. A little bit back there, Dayton Coulthard in 16th position. Dylan Brierley getting a lot of support on the live chat. More support than 17th place warrants generally, but hey, it's he held together. Stuart bolted it together properly, and Dylan finishes just in front of Ty Stansfield, who was the leading privateer, the only of the 2 privateers. He was the only one to take the start, so therefore he was the only one to finish the race. Harry Ewell, David McIntyre, Freddie Housley, Michael Gray, Sam Lewis were the only of the finishers. Kasper Piecki retires, and Rylan Ashberg fails to start. Now, let's have a look. Can we see whether Freddie Lloyd's kart is still got its nose cone attached correctly? Because of course, if he does have a If he does have a penalty, and Gus Lawrence doesn't, that would drop Freddie one place behind Gus in the final order. But the next race is coming right up, and it's KZ2.
So, the start of the weekend for KZ2 begins with Ella Stevens on pole position alongside Josh Price, championship leader on the front row. Miles Murphy and Jake Weston on row 2. Weston continuing the good form from Kim Bolton. Ashley Lewis and Charlie Turner on an all row 3 for Rush Performance. Derek Morgan and Lee Ward on row number 4. Ryan Green and George Barker on row 5. Bryn Kinch and Nat Thomas completing the 12 runners in this one. Championship scenario.
Yes.
Price 610 points, Turner 608. Very glad to see Charlie Turner out on the circuit,
yes.
Henry. A horrible accident for Turner yesterday. Mechanical failure at one of the fastest parts of the circuit left a lot of damage to his kart. Thankfully, Charlie is okay. That's the most important thing. Karts can easily be rebuilt overnight, which is what Rush Performance have done to get him back in this race. But yeah, bit of a scary one for Charlie yesterday. Everybody okay, we're glad to report.
Yes, now as you can see, the KZ2 drivers are using the full international layout here at Three Sisters. The direct drive karts only use, Coward Summit and Pentith Climb, on the slowing down lap. But this is a very, very fast and, I'm not going to say dangerous, that's not true, but it's a very, very fast and demanding circuit here that you can see the karts coming down towards Rogerson's. So Rogerson's straight. This is just trying to see where they run. They go inside, so they come down Paddock. They come down the straight past the pit lane, or the not the pit lane, but the pit lane. But then they go round Paddock Bend,
and
they keep turning round. So they go back up the circuit almost the wrong way, and they crest the rise. So whereas the direct drive karts come out of turn number 1, to turn 2 and 3, and go downhill, the gearbox karts are going uphill the opposite direction, and then back through the S's and onto Rogerson straight that way. You'll see it. Great camera work as usual.
8 minutes plus 1 lap will be the course of things for KZ2. It's the same as we've seen in the direct drive classes. 2 heats and a final for them today. The latest round of their championship. Ella Stevens has been in this position several times, on pole position for one of these heats, but hasn't always been able to get the E-Plates karts off of the grid. Hopefully the work that's been put in since the last time we saw these drivers in action at Kimbolton has been successful. Getting ready, eyes are going to be on those lights. On they come, 1 light, 2 lights, 3 lights, 4 lights. Heat 1 in KZ2 is go. A pretty even start for both on the front row of the grid. It's a good one for Ella Stevens. Up the hill, not hanging right as we saw with the direct drive runners. It's a very, very good start in the second phase for Ella Stevens, who's going to lead early on. Good start as well for Ashley Lewis, who is challenging Josh Price for second place, having started on the third row of the grid. He's now got Miles Murphy for attention. Murphy down the inside retakes third, but Ella Stevens, that I think is the best start that we've seen from her this year, Henry. Generally, when we've seen Ella get going, lap 2, lap 3, lap 4, she flies.
The starts have been the bugbear of Ella Stevens this year, the E-plate holder, not in this race. Now, Miles Murphy in the number 4 kart, the Demon Tweak sponsored driver, is there in third position. This is the battle of the 4th. Oh dear, and is that Charlie Turner slowing down with the red crash helmet? I think it is. Problems for the 2022 champion, Charlie Turner.
And he's into the pits. That is the first big moment of the weekend. Charlie Turner is out of this first heat of the day. The winner of the round at Kimbolton is going to have it all to do across the course of the rest of today. It's going to be a really good start for Ryan Green there in the number 97, Henry. It's gained at least 2 places from where he started, the privateer. With Turner's demise, that's going to be another one. End of the second lap. Stevens' lead is just under a second ahead of Josh Price, who's got pretty much the same pace. Derek Morgan is having a look at what is now 6th place for Ryan Green. So Green is up 3 spots.
Now, dare we ask that what tyre wear level is here for these KZ2 karts? Because we've got a small grid and, you know, a lot of racing. Would we see any sort of maybe tactical retirements, possibly, if the grip levels are, you know, are such, or if the tarmac, which is very weathered, if that is being particularly abrasive, would we see any tyre saving? I wonder if Nicole can shed any light on this, or what happened to Charlie Turner, or indeed anything else. Take it away, Nicole.
Thank you, Henry. So what happened to Charlie Turner is clutch issues. Back up to you, boys.
That's fairly definitive, isn't it?
Yes.
And if it's clutch issues, and that would make sense because it seemed to lose drive as they were at the fastest parts of the course. And well, the work will start in earnest to get the O-Plate Rush Performance entry back in for heat number 2. Here's your battle for 4th place. Jake Weston, who had a really good run last time out at Kimbolton, pleasantly surprised a number of people, was the top driver through the heats back at the start of August and was on the podium for the final. That was a single headed round with the heats on the Saturday, the pre-final and the final on the Sunday. Bit different here this weekend with it being a double header. All of today's racing is one round in itself for this year's Wera Tools British Kart Championships, and then we do it all again tomorrow. Josh Price has just set the fastest lap of the race, 48.18 seconds, and I tell you what, is closing in, Henry, on the race leader. Ella Stevens' advantage is down to 0.4.
Yes, indeed, and Josh Price getting a much better drive coming out of Paddock Bend. He saw having to use a lot less of the circuit than Ella Stevens was, and still getting the power down and not losing momentum. I did notice at the start of the race 2 drivers getting off the line very slowly. That would be Bryn Kinch and Nat Thomas, who are both retired, so problems for them right off the start line. So we're down just 9 drivers now, but Stevens keeping Price at bay over the very frighteningly fast section. Probably one of the fastest KZ2 sections of track in British short circuit karting, I would imagine. That run from Conrod Straight up over Pentith Climb and through Coward's Summit. That's a great name for a very, very brave part of the circuit.
It is indeed. Ella Stevens has responded to the pressure from Josh Price. Last time around set her new fastest lap of the race, 48.24 seconds. So is within a few hundredths of the pace of Josh Price. And in fact, Stevens has just put in a 48.08. So say, this is what we've seen from Ella Stevens across the course of 2024. It's often been the case that this pace is what's allowed her to come back through the field after the problematic starts and, you know, get back to a 4th or a 3rd place. It's this second half of the race where Ella Stevens has thrived, and she's just set the fastest lap of the heat so far. What has Josh Price got in response? Remember that there are drop scores coming into play for everybody this weekend. It's the best 11 scores from 14. And Josh Price has got some good consistency, but still some 6ths and some 7ths across the point scoring stages that he's going to want to get rid of, and get rid of with the maximum turnaround of points possible. Josh Price has responded. Gap is down to 0.2. That was a 48.03. Oh, my goodness me, right up to the line was Josh Price there. This is very, very fast race pace for the start of the weekend.
It is indeed, and you get such a good idea of just how much these drivers have to manhandle the karts across the top of the circuit. Those fast, flat-out, you know, series of right-handers, you know, that probably topping out at well in excess of 90 miles an hour, I would say. But now, 90 seconds to go. Because of the dark clouds in the sky, several drivers, including our race leader, Ella Stevens, have chosen to go with the clear visor, which means you can see the whites of her eyes. And I mean, look at that coming over the thing sideways, 90 miles an hour. Eyes on stalks for Ella Stevens, with ex-British touring car star Josh Price breathing down her exhaust pipe.
I say, I've heard numbers quoted with 3 figures for the speed through that part of the course so far this weekend. Full commitments from everybody out there. A little run down the order. Miles Murphy's having a decent run. He's in 3rd place at the moment, ahead of Jake Weston. Ashley Lewis holding P5. Derek Morgan has got ahead of Ryan Green for P6. Lee Ward in 8th. And George Barker continuing to circulate round there in P9. Ever learning his craft. A little chat to him during track talk yesterday. And I've been seeing that some of his own media work is up on his YouTube channel. I just had a little look at the front of Josh Price's number 2 there. I hope everything is okay. Might just be a trick of the eye. But yeah, George Parker has been an experienced racer in direct drive categories, particularly in road tax. He stepped into KZ2, documenting his journey along the way. I
think that George Barker deserves an awful lot of credit for the progress he's made this year. I think it's safe to say that at the opening round of the championship at Warden Law back in June, he was
a bit
of a baptism of fire, but he has stuck at it, worked hard, and has improved his pace and has got more and more competitive as the season has progressed. So well done, George.
Final lap board is out then. Ella Stevens has still got the lead. I was about to say he's got this under full control, but I don't think that's quite the right statement. He's pushing on here with this pressure from Josh Price. Gap has held around 0.2 of a second for the last few laps. As that a little bit deep from Ella Stevens. Here's a bit of rain starting to come down again out on the circuit. It's going to be one last twist in the tail for these two, through and towards the Rogerson Straits for the final time in this one. One big braking zone, downshifting into Luna Bend. Now got to get on the power. Is Josh Price going to be close enough to take an advantage round to the checkered flag? Is Ella Stevens going to hold on for this heat victory? She is, just before the rain starts to come down here at Three Sisters. A mighty drive from the E-plate holder. Ella Stevens got the start right, got the pace through the race right. A lot of pressure there from a pumped up Josh Price trying to extend his championship lead, take advantage of the problems for his rival Charlie Turner, but Stevens holds on, takes the win by 2/10.
How nerve-wracking must that last lap have been? With spots of rain in the air, Ella Stevens knew that she couldn't be cautious.
Nope.
Because if she was cautious, Josh Price would pass her. However, she has to be aware and be prepared to react, to a potentially disastrous situation. But that was a full commitment, so much skill on show, and Ella Stevens takes the opening heat win by 19 hundredths of a second over Josh Price. And with Miles Murphy, hopefully Miles is looking a little bit happier this weekend. The Demon Tweaks sponsored more racing driver. He's been a little bit down the dumps this year as Miles Murphy with one thing and another. But look to see that he's number one. He's got the pace, which is good.
Has indeed. The rest of the order, Jake Weston, first of the debutantes in P4, continuing the good form that we saw back at Kimbolton in the mid part of the summer. Ashley Lewis P5, Derek Morgan P6, Ryan Green, Lee Ward and George Barker, the 9 finishers in that one. A retirement on lap 2 for Charlie Turner. How important is that going to be for the rest of the weekend? Bryn Kinch and Nat Thomas are non-starters, non-finishers as well in that one. We're going to take a short break. That is going to complete things for the first round of heats. We'll be back later on in around half an hour's time for the second heats. As I say, we're going to take a short break, but don't go anywhere. Track Talk is next. For the last event of this year's Wera Tools British Kart Championships, we're going to take the next 25 to 30 minutes to get you fully up to speed with everything going on here this weekend at Three Sisters Circuit. Not a regular circuit for a number of the drivers, so I think things could be a little bit unpredictable this weekend. Also unpredictable a little bit is the weather. We're going to start with more racing because they're almost in a bit of an enclave at the top of the top of the paddock here. I think some of the KZ2s are just preparing to go out for their next practice session. Here is one of your contenders for the KZ2 title this weekend, Josh Price. 2 points between Josh Price and Charlie Turner. It's going to be close, frenetic racing. Miles Murphy as well back in action, was P4 earlier in his practice session, so looking pretty good. Very quick response there, straight out onto their next practice session. Because the KZs are out, George Barker is also not at his normal awning. We'll try and catch up with him later to see how he's getting on, trying to hold a top 10 position in the championship. But let's cut on down. Let's cut down towards some of the younger drivers here this weekend. The Zip team, how did they get on earlier on in practice? They had a couple of good results. We've also got, I think we've got a new driver in this weekend in the form of Luke Jardine, looking the number 11. They've also got Archie Loveridge. Archie Loveridge was looking pretty quick earlier on in the sessions, in the top 5 consistently. At this time of recording, the Hondas have had 2 sessions so far, so plenty for them to get get their teeth into, I should say. I'm really looking forward to the Hondas this weekend because the nature of this circuit, I know we say this with a number of tracks, you know, PF's got some very long straights. This one really is a bit of a slipstream circuit. Power's important round here, and it's very difficult for drivers to break away, particularly as they come and wrap round through Luna Bend. So particularly with the Honda Cadet guys, that is going to be very, very interesting to see. Norris Kerry Motorsport, beautifully liveried out. Oscar Miller and Ian Carey in for them this weekend in Iami Water Swift. We'll keep an eye out for them. I'm going to have a little chat actually. I don't think have we got any of the drivers around at the minute, or have they disappeared? Have they disappeared off? I think the drivers we might try and get hold of them because I don't think we've talked too much about the NCM team. 2 Irish drivers. Great to see again a strong number of Irish drivers this weekend. Let's pull Oscar in for a quick chat. Oscar, good to see you again. What do you think of this circuit?
It's very quick and very flowy. Like the corners kind of go one into another. It's quite different to the ones that we have in Ireland, but it's a really good track, I think. Yeah.
So you guys obviously working as teammates. For a bit of an insight to those who may be not familiar with the sport, how will you guys be working together as teammates across the weekend? We'll be looking at a bit of data to make both karts quicker?
Probably a little bit of data, comparing times against each other, seeing where each one is doing better, just generally trying to find each other's strengths and put them together.
And Ian, the X30, the Water Swift platform, is it one you enjoy racing?
Yeah, it's different because in Ireland we still use the Iami Gazelle, but the Water is further, has more speed, so it's better.
So particularly good on a circuit like this where you really get to stretch out on that long straight coming off of Luna Bend.
Yeah, it's a lot of speed.
Hopes for this weekend, what would you be happy with?
Just to be fast and consistent mostly.
Fantastic stuff. We'll have a good run of it, guys, and we'll see you later on in the weekend. It's good to have a little chat there with the NCM guys. There's Ashley Lewis, the number 24 in KZ2. Pretty good free practice earlier on today, was in the top 5 as well. Looking for a strong finish to the season. Fusion, let's head on in to talk Fusion and how they're getting on this weekend. Looking for a number of titles. We'll start with with Alfie Davidson, number 46 in the back corner there. And there is Alfie. Alfie, how are we feeling ahead of the last event of the season? Title mathematically could be yours tomorrow by my calculations.
Yeah, we have to just keep calm and do this exact same as what we have done for the last few rounds of the British Kart Championship. And if we don't win it, then we've tried our hardest, but if we do, we're happy with the team and everything what's happened, and we've tried our hardest.
What have you been working on in terms of setup today?
Just been trying stuff, really. Just been trying stuff for tomorrow and Sunday, if it'll work or not.
And in Europe as well, you had a good, strong weekend, albeit not in the restricted category in the X30 Mini at Genk. Are you happy with how the performance has gone this season and already looking forward to 2025?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to 2025. Harder drivers, but still in our class it's really hard to win. In Genk, we had a really good weekend, finished 10th in the final, which I'm really happy with.
Good stuff. We'll let you get back to work. Thanks for taking that quick time to talk to us. Other drivers in the restricted category: Mason Hibbert P6, Ethan Robinson P10. The not restricted category, really intrigued to see how things get on this weekend. Sukmani Kira was quick earlier in practice, a P5 in the first session where the transponders were on. Keep an eye on Austin Gibson as well in the number 52. Austin took a huge step forward. You sometimes see this with a driver when they take a step up. Austin Gibson, who of course won the restricted category last year, had a little bit of a wobbly start to the season. Something just clicked last time out when we were at Shennington. Yes, Austin's not going to be part of a championship battle, but a podium, maybe even a round win, wouldn't be out of the question here this weekend. Good to see new drivers coming into the team as well. Sophie Campbell joins Fusion this weekend, another one of our drivers from Northern Ireland, so keen to see how Sophie gets on. Also should note Jarlath Sayer. I'm normally looking out for Jarlath's big ski goggles. I don't think he's around at the moment. Hasn't won around yet this season, but is very much as part of the fight for the championship. Harley Musk as well, P10 earlier on in practice. So lots of good things going on there in the Water Swift categories. Moving into the X30, Riley Cranham, brilliant season, back in Fusion colours, had his run for Sodi Kart a couple of weekends ago at the World Championships. For me, was one of the stars of the event. Didn't quite manage to make it to the end of the final, but Riley Cranham with a smile on his face this weekend, looking pretty good. New sticker on Mr. Mackey's gear, because since the last time that we did one of these, Harrison wrapped up the Iami Euro Series title. Is very well positioned to do so again here in the British Championship, so could do a double there in X30 Junior. Lewis Mackey back on the tools this weekend. So dominant was Harrison in the Euro Series that Lewis actually got back into his overalls and had a little bit of a race at Genk, because Harrison just needed to turn up, a bit of formality to get the title wrapped up. Other notes that we should see in the X30 categories: Joey Brown looking quick early, P9. Aaron Richardson, P10. Freddie Lloyd, I think, is out at the moment. Was looking good in his senior practice. I'll have a quick chat with Riley Cranham. Riley, back in Fusion colours. We'll go back a couple of weekends ago. How was it stepping into the Worlds?
Yeah, it was a different experience for me. I mean, it was a very enjoyable one, but I mean, I didn't get the result that I wanted, but I came out the weekend proud of myself, so.
So you should. It's a fantastic performance, just caught out by the terrible conditions that we had at PF. Back into Wera Tools British Kart Championships action this weekend. There's still a chance that you could win the championship. Mindset-wise, how do you feel going into this one?
I mean, Wigan's one of my favourite tracks, so the mindset's looking good so far. I think I just need to be focused all weekend. It'll be a hard one to win the championship. It's quite unlikely, but I think we'll be all right. What's key for a quick lap round here? I've mentioned the run through Luna Bend out onto that back straight in particular, but are there other nuances around this track? I think the main time's just going down the main straight. I mean, if you're stuck in just by yourself, you lose quite a lot of time compared to being behind someone, so.
Fair enough. Best of luck, mate. Have a good one on us. Mick Barrett Racing, let's move into how they've been getting on. Bit of pace to find for the MBRs. Oliver Rands as well. We'll have a quick look with how Oliver got on earlier on for Optimum Performance. Same story as well for Croc. Bit of pace lacking, it would seem, for Croc Promotion, at least from the first practice session. That may all be changing right now as teams get up to speed with this circuit, which is, as we were talking with Riley there, is different in its composition to other tracks. You don't really have another track on the calendar that's got that kind of slingshot. It's the circuits we've been to so far this season. Shenington is a good example, PF as well. Yes, power is important, but being hard on the brakes and getting the kart stopped have been bigger things around there. Not so much around this circuit. There's a familiar face behind us. Harrison Mackey and Kayla McQueen showing the love for one another as always. You feeling good?
Amazing.
It's great to be in Wigan, isn't it?
Yeah, big one in Wigan.
What are you up to this weekend? Because you're not racing.
No, just trying to help out the Croc boys. Look, they've even got a new jacket.
Yeah, have you got a new jacket? Look at this. Look at the new threads. The season for you as a whole, Caden, you pretty happy with it?
Yeah, I think it's been up and down really, but yeah, we're here. We're happy. So,
Harrison going for a title this weekend. Nice and calm.
Yeah, it is what it is. Just gonna go have fun.
Lewis as happy as ever.
He's always happy, and he's
good stuff. I'll let you guys get back to it and get back to work. Henry Gregory is fresh out of the kart-ish. Yeah. Henry, back in the X30 this weekend.
Yeah.
Feeling good?
Yeah, it's all good. Obviously not on a Tony car. I couldn't get all my stuff down here, but yeah, back fielding, back at home. Definitely a lot more used to this than the Rotax from last week, and yeah, it's all going well. Got like P5 and P4 in the last session, so very happy with how it's going.
And the weather as well. I think this has surprised a few of us, considering how much rain there was last night. That the sun's back out. It's still got one more time for a bit of a summer smash this year.
Yeah, hopefully it stays like this. I'm not really one for a fan of a rain, but yeah, today's been quite nice. Forecast was wrong. Apparently it was supposed to be absolutely hammering it down all day, but if it stays like this all weekend, I think we definitely have a decent shot of a podium or even a first place finish.
How much do you look at championship points at this stage of the year? Especially, there's going to be a lot of racing this weekend with it being another double header.
Yeah, I think the top four is kind of out of the park now, so I'm kind of hoping for a top five. I think Lewis Bird in fifth, Noah Wolf in fourth. I think they might be able to get them, but as it seems so far, but definitely the championship wins out the window, but hoping for a top five.
Good stuff. I'll let you get back to work. Thanks for talking to us, Henry. We'll move on further down the paddock. Actually, there was one other car that I do want to get a quick sight off. Come on in, Dan, because we love a good livery. Ashley Harzer. Ashley, come on in. I want you to talk us through. This is a new livery, isn't it, for the number 33?
Yeah, it is.
And fully repping the Jamaica colours now.
Yeah.
Who's done the hard work to make all of this happen?
Definitely my dad.
Definitely your dad. I say, who's changing the tyres there at the moment. Busy. This circuit, tricky one in places. How are you finding it so far?
Well, it's been my first session, and it's my first time on a Junior X30 and around this track, so it's like just getting to grips with it.
And changes as well with tyres and the power. How are you finding that?
I find it's pretty normal. It just doesn't seem much of a difference. It's just a lot harder in the corners. What would be a good result this weekend? Definitely somewhere in the top 20, like anywhere in or the teens.
Fantastic. We'll just cut on through because I really want to get a good shot of this new livery on the 33. Thank you, Ashley, for your time. Absolutely beautiful. It's had a change of nose cone, so I hope that we get the full green, black, and yellow back on for the racing tomorrow. They're doing the nose cone later. It's good to see, but that is absolutely beautifully put together, and great to see people representing their backgrounds in the paddock. And yeah, again, showing the inclusivity of the sport. Right, let's crack on through into the second half of the paddock. I'm going to go on to page 2 of my notes. Premium karting, Michael Moore was looking pretty quick earlier on today. Has been pretty much as through the whole season. Katrina E's back as well, the driver from Malaysia in the number 33, and was P26 earlier on in the day. Nice and calm for Premium at the moment. I think they'll probably be getting ready for another session later on this afternoon. Let's carry on round. Daniel Ferguson was looking pretty quick earlier. Daniel, going for another round win this weekend?
Yeah, hopefully. In the last practice I seemed quite quick, even though I got held up, so yeah.
It's a circuit you enjoy. It's another fast one like we had at Shannington.
Yeah, definitely. They're the ones that I maximise my drive usually, the fast ones, and hopefully I can do good this weekend.
Very good. We'll let you get off. Thanks for talking to us, Daniel. Say P2 in the championship in Iami Water Swift Restricted at the moment is Daniel. So looking pretty good. We've got a kind of like Optima TWM group amongst here. Oliver Ans can see some of the data being taken there as P14 earlier. Ali Cresswell P11 in his category, and Harry Chapman in the top 5 as well. Once again in the restricted category. We come back into another busy part of the paddock. I think we're going to hang a right, my right, to have a quick look into the Jade Racing team. Or we've also got Synergy over in this corner as well. Actually, we've got some more TWNs in this part of the paddock as well. Let's have a head into TWN. I think there's going to be one kart coming out. Whose is it? It's Laith Khan's number 78 that's heading out for a bit of work. Have we got any drivers in here that we want to have a talk to? Noah Wolf's in the corner. We'll hopefully see if Noah wants to have a quick chat with us. Another one of the drivers who had a run at the World Championships a couple of weeks ago. Noah, back into it for the last round of the British. Feeling good?
Yeah, very good. We've got a lot of hope for this weekend. We're one of the people in the championship that doesn't really have to worry about it because we're 4th, but we have a chance to win, but we've got nothing to lose, so I'm just going to go for it.
And the general consensus I'm feeling around the paddock as well, that this is a circuit that maybe not as many drivers know as well as, say, as a PF or a Wilton or a Shannington. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, exactly that. I've only done one race here before, very little experience, but we'll give it our go and we learn the track as best as we can.
How much in terms of data does that mean you have to collect at a rate even higher than usual when you're going through those early sessions?
You don't really have to collect much more data because the team's so experienced. They know what to change within the first session. Like, they know where they should be. And Jade has done a really good job. We haven't had to change many things, but just small tweaks to make sure we get the full potential.
Good stuff. I'll let you get off, mate. Thanks for talking to us. Quick word on Synergy behind us as well, as some of the Rush Performance guys come through ahead of their KZ2 practice. Finley Lines a little bit further down the order in free practice earlier on today, which is a bit of a surprise. Now showing the E-plate as well. We've not talked too much about Iami Water Swift in terms of its scores on the doors. It's not the closest, but it is one of the closer ones, and particularly what we've seen so far this season. Your championship leader, Will Green, doesn't tend to get going until Sunday. And I know it's always crucial with the last round of a championship, but I really do think it's crucial this weekend that if there's a Saturday for Will to find that form, which we've seen him do on a Sunday so many times, he could wrap the title up a day early. It could go to the final day of the season, at which point the pressure is then on. I'll have a little quick sight into the JGR camp. You got Zach Green there as well. Zach Green, another one of the stars from the World Championships, had a very, very good run in terms of results early on today. Zach was P3 in his category. I'd say Will Green trying to get things going earlier on in the weekend was P11 in practice earlier on today in the Iami Water Swift Restricted. Was behind his teammate Freddie Wood, so things to find. Team that definitely have found pace, though, straight out of the boxes, Team BMR, and our fastest driver from FP3, if I can interrupt his tennis throwing match. P1 in FP3, Austin Newstead. That was pretty good.
Thank you.
What was the secret? Where have you found all that pace?
It's just, I love this track, and I feel like I have a good chance this weekend.
And last round of the championship, is it a bit of a end of school year vibes, a bit more relaxed?
No, not at all. It's probably more because we can try to get top 3 in the championship.
And you've got Blair Smith alongside you this weekend as well. He was P2 in the first free practice, so it's showing that as a whole the team's got some real performance here this weekend. Yeah,
obviously Blair Smith's a very good driver. To have him on the team, it's brilliant.
Right, I'll let you get back to your training. Thanks, Austin, for your time. Yeah. I mean, BMR, very experienced team, have always been there or thereabouts, but really good to see that they are straight on form out of the box. Theo Lestrange's number 36 is back here this weekend, was P15 in FP3. Ambition, news for them. Ed Spain, potentially for another. I'm just going to stick my head in to see if there's any karts in here. There's a number 68 in there, but nobody else. So Ed Spain P2 in FP3 was fastest in FP4. Riley Blakemore with a couple of top 5s. Great to see J.M. Prakash improving as well. A driver who is has been developing across the course of the season. Was just over a second off the pace of the top runners earlier on today. So we must mention that. Let's see that drivers having great gains in performance from the very start of the year. One driver who's been quick all year has been Ralphie Branscombe. Ralphie getting ready for another practice session, going out as championship leader as well. How are we feeling?
Well, I'm feeling very good, very confident. Just got to keep the vibes very high, very confident.
And the pace is there. I think, were you fastest in FP3?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, in FP3 I was first, and FP4 I was 4th.
And this circuit, we've been talking to drivers about how it is to drive and how it's a little bit different to the other places that we've been. For you guys as well, I think the other challenge is that you've had a bit of a long summer break in terms of British Kart Championships action. I think it was Wilton Mill the last time we raced with you guys. So has it been hard to keep the focus between now and then?
Yeah, it's been quite hard, but obviously I've had UKC and some other championships in between, so I've been able to keep in the kart.
Good stuff. Best of luck, Ralphie. We'll see you out on circuit. Round the back there, I don't think the kart's there at the moment, but Kevin Ivanov is back this weekend as well. Lots of hubbub. I'll just check how much time we've got. Into Argenti. New OK Junior World Champion Kenzo Craigie. Great to be able to say that. 2 British World Champions at PF 2 weeks ago, but my, oh my, there's a bit of pressure on your shoulders, and it's again just shows the nature of the sport, that you can go from a world championship, but 2 weeks later you're back in your national championship with an even bigger target on your back. Kenzo's been looking pretty quick in free practice, but he's taking it with good strides, though. He's smiling, he's relaxed, looking for another good weekend. But I'm sure there's a number of the junior drivers who are going to be looking like they want to beat the number 44 even more than usual this weekend. Harrison Whitcomb, not in title contention. Bad luck across the course of the season has meant that we're not going to be talking about the number 66 in terms of winning the championship, but potentially getting back into the top 10 of the final standings is definitely an aim. Whitcomb P2 earlier on today. I don't know what's going on in the background there. As I say, good spirits in the Argenti team as well. Evan Purcell as well. Joe Turney on the data this weekend. Brilliant strides forward for Evan Purcell over the last few weeks, particularly when the Iami Euro Series were out in Belgium for their season finale. Keep an eye on Purcell this weekend. I think we could see a really, really big step forward for Purcell there. We should mention as well with Joe here this weekend, working behind the scenes. So big congratulations to him for his second place in the World Championship 2 weekends ago. We had Ethan Jeff Hall with us last weekend, and Matthew Higgins, the other 2/3 of that all-British podium. Very proud of their achievements at PF a few weekends ago. Let's take a little step into the back here. Alexander De Benedictis is back with the SWRD team. Dayton Coulthard is back this weekend as well, and assured of places in the finals as well. There's a good chance for them to just build it through the weekend, get up to speed, and get some good points on the board. Chester Forks I want to have a chat about as well. In the number 38, you can just about see Chester's number 38 in there. I'm going to stick my head in and see if Chester is around. Is Chester around? Chester? Is he around? Yeah, okay. He's going to come out in a minute, because it'd be great to have a chat with Chester, who's not been off the podium in terms of the final rounds this season. Has been doing some sterling work. I think is he in the motorhome? Summoning the drivers. Chester's grandfather is here. He's at every single event with us. It's good to see you again.
Yeah, good to see you.
And very proud of Chester's efforts this year. He's had a tremendous season.
He certainly has. Yeah, he was unlucky in the Masters, but he's certainly put his whole effort into it. Yeah.
And he's always enjoying his racing as well, which is a pleasure.
He's racing, very clean racer, and so is his father with the doing the kart engines and everything. Yeah.
Good to see. We'll grab Chester. He's sometimes really shy with us. Chester, come on in, because I don't think we've spoken to you too much this year. Good practice today, pace strong again?
It was good in the first couple of sessions, but in that last one, we just changed engines and it wasn't as good.
So working a bit on the setup, making sure that the starts are going to be really strong this year. Do you reckon you could continue this form and get podiums all the way through the weekend?
Yeah, I think I have a high chance of a podium. I'm really good around here, so I'm hoping for the best. How
proud are you of the team effort with you, your dad, your grandpa as well? Because you're not one of the bigger teams, but you're always there up at the front.
I think it's incredible how we can be up the front chasing big teams with loads of money and competing against that, so it's amazing.
Good stuff. Well done, Chester. Keep pushing on, and yeah, I say really great effort from them this season. We'll whip on through the last couple of tents. Pierce Sexton Racing, how have they got on today? Dylan Patel P26, Freddie Housley P22 for them. OMS as well. George Clark looking really quick again. George again has really developed across the course of the season. P8 for George in his free practice session. We should mention Ollie Rowland Motorsport as well. I'm sure you've seen the news since we last raced with the Iami categories that this will be the last time, sadly, that we see these colours, the ORM colours. I think if there's one team who really deserve a big result this weekend to finish on a high, it would be them, and they've had some good speed. We'll see if Oscar Kenny wants to have a little quick chat. Had a really good run through the summer. Oscar, feeling good for the last round?
Yeah, feeling good.
What have we been working on today?
It's just been working around Luna so we can like hold the brake into the corner, and then so we get a good drive on the exit.
As I say, it's particularly with the Water Swift restricted categories, having good speed and good speed off of the corner is really important. So you're happy, or is there still a little bit more time to find, do you reckon?
There's still a little bit more time to find, but I'm happy with the engine and the power.
Good stuff. We'll let you get back to things. Thanks for talking to us. I've found my notes now for RM. Harry Williams was fastest of the Iami Water Swifts, P4. Teddy Porter, P13. Oscar was 7th in the restricted category, so good form from them. Last few drivers to talk about. Lee Ward, number 10, going for another strong position in KZ2. We'll see if Lee's got a quick word with us. Lee, all good for this weekend?
Yeah, not too bad so far anyway. 4 sessions in, another session to go. Yeah, no issues, and I think a couple of cents off, but yeah, not too bad.
How much of a pleasure has it been to race once again in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships this year?
Yeah, well, it's the British Championships, isn't it? It's always the kind of premier thing in the country, really. So, yeah, good fun, and I've done it for quite a few years now. So, yeah, enjoying it again.
And having a wealth of experience on the grid as well, how satisfying is it to go and race against your competitors?
Yeah, well, I think a championship such as this attracts that kind of calibre of driver. I guess we see the same in Super 4 series as well a bit with quite big grids, but yeah, it is.
Welcome back to Wigan, welcome back to Three Sisters. Getting ready for the second round of heats. We're kicking off with Honda Cadet and Margus Kovekis on the front row of the grid, joined by Ralphie Branscombe. Ed Spain and Kevin Ivanov go on the second row of the grid. Riley Blakemore and Archie Cannon on row 3. Shea Hilton and Ryan White are on row number 4.
Row number 5, Archie Leveridge and Esme Rosie, Jayan Prakash and Harry Grant. Round out row 6 with Luke Jardine, completing the 13-strong field. Still laden skies overhead, but the track remains dry for now. We are due a shower at some point this afternoon. When and if that will occur remains to be seen. But at the moment, everybody is simply focused on going as fast as they possibly can on slick tyres.
Results from earlier,
Yes.
heat number 1, if you missed it. If you don't want to know the result, close your ears now. Kovekis from Branscombe, Cannon, Blakemore, Spain. That was the top 5. They were covered by half a second. Archie Leveridge was 6th, ahead of Ryan White, Kevin Ivanov, Harry Grant. Esme Rosie fell 1 place with a post-race penalty, but was still inside the top 10, ahead of Jayan Prakash, Luke Jardine and Shea Hilton. So, this next one?
Yes, and looking there, a good, mix of Project 1 chassis, of Zip chassis. There is a single Synergy for Kevin Ivanov and a single Birrell ART for Shea Hilton.
Drivers under starters' orders, last little adjustments being made. Remember, the results from heat number 1 combined with the results of whatever we're about to see here in heat number 2. That will decide the intermediate classification, the first haul of 65 championship points for the weekend, and also the grid for the final. Kovekis on the left of your picture. Branscombe on the other side, waiting for those lights to go out. There they go, away we are. Going once again in Honda Cadet. Good start again for Kovekis, straight into the lead of the race. Good start for Kevin Ivanov as well. In the all-white, no sticker kit on the number 50 this weekend, is up to 3rd place with a good run off the grid. And I think the S-plate of Archie Cannon down the inside of Ed Spain gains another spot. Clean start once again for the Hondas.
And yeah, it was a very impressive start for the number 50 kart, considering that there's a valid reason that Kevin Ivanov has not got a graphics kit on. Is that because he's had a growth spurt, and sort of getting down to the weight limit is a problem. So saving a couple of 100 grams, everything is important. And so as you can see that Kevin is a little bit taller in the kart. His shoulders are a little bit broader, and of course these drivers aged 10 or 9, 10, 11 years of age. It's when children do grow, and so getting off the line with a bit of extra weight on the kart is harder. So Ivanov timed it to perfection there, and once he has got now signalling, there goes Kevin Ivanov behind him saying, come on, let's work together. And as they go into Paddock Bend, that is not working together, but Ivanov having to get sideways. Now, is that because there are some more spots of rain down at this part of the circuit? They go into Luna Bend now. We'll see if the kart's understeer coming off the corner. Not really, but there may be a few spots about that were doing just enough to unsettle. Right. Yes, that looks more like a spot. That looks like a proper globule.
That's, thankfully, though, on the straight part of the circuit, so no cornering issues at this stage. There's a couple of little specks on our commentary box window overlooking Paddock Corner, but nothing more than that right now. 6 minutes of this one to go. Kavekis leads from Branscombe. A repeat of the strategy that we saw from these two in the first race, where they came home in this same order. So they're used to working together with one another to keep that pack led by at the moment by Archie Cannon at bay. Into Luna again. Yeah, those clouds are looking darker out there from the view over Luna Bend. There's the number 68 of Riley Blakemore having a good run ahead of Archie Loveridge. Archie Loveridge needing to score points well in this race. A second in the point standings going into this race.
Now, if we have a little glance at the live timing and scoring, only Kevin Ivanov setting a personal best lap last time around. At this stage in the race, drivers should all be setting personal best laps, which does tell me that there's now enough residual moisture just to make them, dial it back a percentage or two. As they head down Rogerson Straight. And understeering going into Luna. So now this is the part of the track where there is rain. You can see the drivers on slick tyres now scrabbling for grip as they come out of Luna and on to the main straight. Their main concern is what happens when the rain gets to this point of the track where they've got to be on the brakes and turning into turn number 1. The answer is they all safely negotiate it, but lap times already 2 seconds off what they did earlier on in this race. So yeah, the rain is intensifying. You can see the dark clouds overhead now. We hope that it's only going to be a normal rain shower. I can't believe I'm saying that, as opposed to the biblical downpours that we have suffered in large swathes of this country this week.
A few different lines through the S's there, those tricky double left-handers into Luna Bend. Once again, this is the area of the circuit that is the most damp out there. Margus Kavekis dealing with the conditions well at the moment. There's a side-by-side. Oh, that's a considerable amount of rain coming down now on the Conrod Straight. And it still seems to be quite, I was about to say quite localised. Kavekis does very, very well to keep control of that one. It's quite a wide run through the first bend on this layout, and that saved Kavekis in that moment. Branscombe in second place. What must he be thinking of right now? The slippery surface flag obviously is out, warning the drivers, if they haven't got the warning already, that the track conditions aren't changing. They've changed out there. Ivanov taking a tight line. This is the fight for 5th place with Ed Spain. This is probably one of the trickiest corners right now, Henry, when you've got the slow speed, you've not got necessarily the momentum to carry you through the corner. There's not a lot of grip through that part of the circuit.
You're missing the traction that you need so badly in these 4-stroke karts. Now, he mentioned Ivanov earlier. I'm not trying to labour the point. I'm not being critical of Kevin. It's not his fault he's had a growth spurt. When you are a slightly bigger driver, there's more weight over the rear axle, which means it's actually a bit of a help in wet weather conditions. So watch for Ivanov there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th position, chasing down Ryan White, the reigning and defending on the cadet British champion. But Ivanov, he should have a little bit more traction around the rear of the kart under power, just because he's got more weight sitting over the rear axle. As you can see there he goes, picks up another position, passing White. Is there time for Kevin, with 2 minutes to go, to catch third place driver Archie Cannon, or can Ryan White fight back? Well, at the moment, White goes back into 4th position, and the Ambition Motorsport car behind these two is the number 72 of Ed Spain.
1 minute and 45 seconds remaining on the clock. Nice line there from Ryan White around the outside to get a bit of a lead over the number 50 of Kevin Ivanov as they complete lap number 7. Kavekis is still your race leader as Ivanov looks down the inside, beautifully positioned, gets ahead of Ryan White there. Nothing Ryan White could do with a grip at his disposal to get back ahead and retake 4th place. Kavekis, one of the drivers who's moved up through the karting pathway, and I don't know this for absolutely positively sure, but I imagine at some point in his racing last year that Kavekis had experience on slick tyres in wet conditions.
I would say that is a correct summation. As you can hear on the ambient noise of the cameras, it is very windy as well. Conditions have turned from autumnal to unpleasant. Certainly if you're standing out on the banking. Well, I mean, in terms of the Alpha Live crew, just make sure that the cameras are all nice and concealed. So, yeah, covered up, please, boys and girls. Pneumonia we can fix, but broken cameras, they cost money.
They do indeed.
Yes.
24 seconds remaining in this race. Lap times at the moment, I haven't gone down too far. 57.3s last time around for the leaders. So about 7 seconds off the ultimate pace at the moment in these damp conditions. Branscombe, I think, is going to be quite happy with this.
Yes.
You know, yes, he's not going to be on at the moment. It doesn't look like he's going to be on pole position for the final, but it's still going to be a nice, helpful haul of points in the championship. Second place in the standings before today, he's going to be extending the lead on. Third place, he's going to be extending the lead on. Yeah, he's going to lose 3 points to Kavekis, but he's got a healthy lead over the driver flying the flag for Lithuania.
He's minimising the damage to the only driver that seems to have the legs on him today. But you can see Kavekis, a full commitment there. You know, turning in, three-wheeling in. You know, the right front car, the right front sort of cocking its wheel in the air a little bit as he tries to dig in and just get a bit of rotation into that machine. Branscombe, again, looking very cool, calm and collected, you know, not pushing it. You know, the cart's in the back. The cart doesn't look like it's being pushed because it's not sort of jumping and darting about. It's like, you know, there's Archie Cannon. You can see him working the steering wheel a lot harder than Ralphie Branscombe. Kevin Ivanov using his body in the cart to try and help the weight transfer through the corners. But Margaris Kavekis, what a job from the number 15 plate. And, well, as long as you're still mathematically in with a shot at the title, all you can do is win out from the front. And that is what Kavekis has done so far today.
And that is going to be, for the first time this season,
yes,
Margaris Kavekis on top at a points awarding stage. Third was his best result before today. He's got a double win through the heats and will start on pole position for the final. Maximum championship points to boot from this stage of the Saturday round. Margaris Kavekis is on top. Ralphie Branscombe with those 2 second places will be alongside him on the front row of the grid. Over his nearest rival, that will be an extension of the championship lead. We'll do all the maths before the final to see what the situation is, and whether the title can be decided today or whether it's going to go on to tomorrow. Archie Cannon, third, will be on the inside of row 2 for the final with that one. Kevin Ivanov in 4th place ahead of Ryan White and Ed Spain. Spain will be on the outside of row number 2 for the final later on today. Ivanov will be on the inside of row 3, joined by Riley Blakemore. Also, Ryan White and Archie Loveridge will be on row number 4. If you are particularly following the Hondas, their final is due to go off at 3:35, so it's a pretty quick turnaround for the Hondas. It's just over an hour, an hour and 15 minutes there or thereabouts. They will be back with us for that 12-minute plus 1 lap final, the first one of the weekend.
Yes, indeed. And as you look at the Honda Cadet drivers heading through post-race scrutineering, I'm looking down at the Water Swift restricted grid, which is being assembled at the moment, and I'm looking down from our vantage point and I'm seeing every go-kart on wet tyres, which was, I think, predictable, but we weren't quite sure if they'd all had enough time to change and still make the grid, but it appears as though they have, although Oscar Kenny's kart is standing without any tyres on it. We'll have a quick commercial break and then we'll get back to see who, if everybody, has made it onto the grid in time for the next race.
Back with us here at Three Sisters. The rain has started to fall, and next down on circuit, it's Water Swift restricted. Into the relative unknown then for the Iami Water Swift restricted field. Alfie Davidson starts on pole alongside Mason Hibbert on the front row. Chester Fawkes and James Roots on row 2. Harry Chapman and Oscar Kenny on row number 3. Row 4, Daniel Ferguson and Ethan Robinson. Row 9, Sammy Ilias and Henry Algar. But there's dramas. There's 2 karts, I think, who are not out on track, Henry, and those drivers are
our outside front row starter Mason Hibbert in the number 33 Fusion Motorsport kart, and the number 26 Jamie Green racing entry of Ilias Sami. They may have just missed the grid gate. Looking down now, the 33 and the 26, I'm just wondering, our timing and scoring screen says they're not out there. And I just want to double check. So look, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, no, they're not out there. 8 drivers. Only 8 Water Swift restricted karts. And of course, this is all but certainly the crowning moment for Alfie Davidson.
Well, he's in a good position for the results from earlier on today. Ferguson from Davidson, Roots, Fawkes, Hibbert, Kenny, Robinson. That was your top 7. What are we going to see in this one? 8 minutes plus 1 lap as the rain continues to fall. We're away and racing everybody on wet tyres. Good start for Davidson. Good start for Fawkes as well. And a good amount of grip as well for everybody running through the first couple of corners. Good start for James Roots. He's up to P2. Oscar Kenny has got things right through the first couple of corners. Is immediately up to 3rd. Downhill now. Got to get the braking right through Joey Dunlop corner. And it looks like all drivers have. Davidson leads.
And of course the track is greasy, not fully wet. You're not seeing big rooster tails of water being kicked up by these karts. So for the mechanics, that the main task was to, which pressures do we go on? Do we go on pressures that will come in if the track gets wetter, in which case it would be a little bit dicey right now, or do we go for the early advantage, get the pressure they dig in when the track is damp, and hope that the rain doesn't intensify? Alfie Davidson is already pulling away up at the front. Fawkes, the number 38 kart second. There's that ORM E-plate of Oscar Kenny challenging James Roots for 3rd position, with the 32 of Harry Chapman and Ethan Robinson in the number 23 Fusion kart also joining the party.
So at this stage, we could, in theory, be seeing Alfie Davidson going into championship winning position, champion-elect, pending getting through the rest of today and tomorrow all properly. With Davidson finishing P1, it would move him to 834 points. And for Ferguson, he would not be able to beat that score even with a perfect run through the rest of this weekend. So we'll keep you up to date on monitoring that. But once again, it's looking good for your race leader.
And I hate to disappoint Lisa, Mason Hibbert's nan, but Mason Hibbert didn't make the start of this one. But as always, our intrepid reporter, Nicole Sutherland, has some extra information that she would like to bring you.
News from within the paddock then. The reason why Mason Hibbert and Ilias Sami missed the grid was because mechanics couldn't change over the tyres and the setup in time. Back to you, boys.
Time and tide wait for no karting mechanic. The rules are very simple, and it's horrible when the conditions change in the race before you're due to go out. But there are set times where you have to be past the grid gate, set times where you have to be on the grid, and once you're on the grid, you're not allowed to work on the go-kart. So obviously just a slight timing error for the teams of Sami and Hibbert, which means they don't even take the start of this one.
I remember back earlier on in the season, it happens at all levels. Myself and Anthony Jordan had a race in Wera where we became international pre-grid and gate commentators. There was no racing going on, but it was one of the most dramatic points of the race weekend. Simply, you know, when you get the rain coming down, you've certainly got to try and get the tyres on. Sometimes mechanics go and try and set more of the change more of the setup. That's always an inherent risk because it's more to do in a length of time that's not extending.
I thought you were going to say you and Anthony Jordan became international commentating pariahs, but I realised that's someone else.
With that already.
No, that's someone else.
4.25 minutes of this one to go.
$5.
Alfie Davidson, new fastest lap of the race, 55.17 seconds. So drivers getting used to the conditions out there. This is the fight for 5th place. Oh, Daniel Ferguson trying to find a way past Ethan Robinson, needs to stay calm. You know, it's looking like the title battle may be slipping away, but there's still a very good chance for 2nd place for Daniel Ferguson. He's got through now, running down the hill. Oh, a little bit wide out to drivers left, but he's through past Robinson. That is going to be a gain in terms of the points. At the moment, the intermediate classification is Davidson on top on 2 points, Fawkes on 6. Ferguson will have been on 6, but with that move will drop to 5 points. We'll be back on the front row.
But, you know, the rain has eased off. I'm not saying it's stopped, but it's certainly not intensifying. Every single driver in the race last time around did a personal best lap. And again, on this occasion, as we complete lap 5, Oscar Kenny in 3rd position does a new fastest lap of the race, 54.81 seconds. Daniel Ferguson had a bit of a tentative start, but is now getting better and better as the race progresses and as track conditions level out and even slightly improve. But number 23 of Ethan Robinson is not giving up the fight for 5th without a real scrap.
That's a good run for Ethan Robinson, this.
Yes.
The best result so far this season was a 5th place in the final last time out at Shennington, and it's good to see another driver developing their skills across the course of the year, going up against a driver who's been at the very front of the field pretty much in an omnipresent manner. This is not the usual scene to see Ferguson in 5th place. He's now going down the inside of Harry Chapman for P4. Nicely done there for Ferguson, but I say we've normally seen that 15 Kart fighting with Alfie Davidson for heat wins and final wins, and if not able to take those being on the podium as well.
I was wondering if we have access to action replays today, because that run down the start-finish straight then was an absolute perfect example of just how much speed you can pick up when you're being pushed and drafted by another driver. Because Ferguson had he had Chapman on his rear bumper. Chapman just shoveled it down the straight, and then when you got to the braking zone, Chapman braked early, but Ferguson had so much extra speed he just glided up the inside to take the position away from Ethan Robinson.
Oscar Kenny looking down the inside of Chester Fawkes. This is for 2nd place. Nicely done by Oscar Kenny, keeping the grip to the inside. Chester Fawkes fairly compliant in all of that. They've got about a 2-second deficit to the race leader Alfie Davidson, with just over 60 seconds, 1 minute to close down. Alfie Davidson is not in championship elect winning position anymore, but that's because Daniel Ferguson has moved back up the order and has taken 2nd place in the IC at the moment. That would leave Davidson needing a 2-point improvement on his results that he's already secured so far this year in the final later on today to move his score mathematically beyond what's possible for Daniel Ferguson. It's still looking pretty good for the future motorsport driver to seal the title today, and he's just set the fastest lap of the race, 53.77 seconds.
Yes, Ferguson continues to recover well. At the back of the field, you can see James Roots, who you'd normally expect to see battling up at the sharp end of the field. He's down in 7th position. Why is he down in 7th position? Well, you know, I would surmise that his team either went for a certain set of tyre pressures that work when the track is fully wet, or a setup that only works when it's fully wet. And because you can see it's drying out, that has left Roots all at sea.
It has, unfortunately. He's still going quicker than he's gone before, but 55.89 last time around. There is your live intermediate classification score. So with this result, Davidson would have pole position for the final. He'd have yet another haul of 65 championship points. And for the driver who's won all but one of the finals so far this year, this has been a brilliant performance from Alfie Davidson, using the experience, as you mentioned earlier, Henry, from being in this category for his second year. I'm really looking forward to see how Alfie Davidson progresses through his next stage as well. His performance at Genk in the Iami Euro Series, where races with a higher power grade in that series, he made a bit of a breakthrough, so could be an early favourite if he continues on into Iami Water Swift next year.
Well, he's a ready-made title contender, isn't he?
Yeah.
You know, I'm assuming he'll stay with Fusion for a third season. But again, he's had the second season in this class where he could have moved up but chose not to, honed his racecraft. He's learned how to win, and he's learned how to win under pressure. That's a valuable skill before moving into the main Water Swift class next year. He wins by 2.5 seconds over the E-Plate Oscar Kenny, Ethan Robinson. Good result for Ethan there, the Northern Irishman in P3. Daniel Ferguson, Chester Fawkes, Harry Chapman, James Roots and Henry Algar. The only finishers, sadly, Mason Hibbert and Ilias Sami fail to start.
So that leaves the intermediate classification looking like this. Davidson on 2, pole position for the finals, another 65 championship points. Daniel Ferguson with second place on the grid for the final will score 62 points. So that moves him to 796. If he then clean sweeps the rest of this weekend, he would finish on 835. So that's 1 point higher than what Davidson's got secured.
Now, I tell you what, how about we have a special guest?
Oh,
I think now, of course, think back to Shenington, the last round, and the evening before Shenington began, Oliver Stewart and his family were involved in an automobile accident, which I was good to see Mum and Oliver here. Oliver's got some shortbreads here with us, but I think the people want to hear what Oliver's got to say about things while I have a shortbread. Not that I don't want you to have a shortbread, Andrew. I will save you one.
I'll stick to the muffins.
How about we have a special little bit with the driver?
Absolutely. Let's do the driver change in the commentary box here as the Water Swift restricted drivers come in. Oliver, how are you? First of all, are you doing all right?
Yeah, I'm getting there. It's a bit, my arm's still a bit sore because I obviously broke my collarbone on the impact. Yeah. And my mum, she's broken her ankle in 4 places, and she had to get a screw put into her ankle to hold it in place. So the road to recovery for us all is going to be quite a while, but we're managing, we're getting there.
Good.
You know, just a slow process, but we're getting there.
Good stuff. And what's it like being back in the paddock as well, and feeling the support of everybody around you?
Yeah, it's nice. We all missed it. You know, racing's been our whole life for the last 10 years, so to be missing out on that has been quite a big thing for us all. So to be getting into it is good. Now,
when you step into this commentary box as a driver, you instantly get asked the question, the Martin Bundle questions. What will the drivers be dealing with right now with this sudden rain shower that's come down? Can you give us the insight as to what they'll be going through?
Well, it's mainly the mechanics. A lot of them will be panicking. You know, they're not sure what to do. They don't know whether to go one way or the other, and then it becomes a massive gamble situation. So when you get in a situation like this where some drivers are going to go dry, some are going to go wet, and then you know, there's going to be the odd person who misses out, and it's going to be potentially disastrous. So it'll be interesting to see what happens in this next race.
And with it being, today's not the final round, that'll be tomorrow, but it's still got that end of school feel. Do you think some teams will maybe take a few more risks on whether they go against the grain in terms of tyre choice?
Yeah, well, for sure. I mean, certain teams will obviously all go one way, and then another team may go the other way completely. So when you've got two maybe massive teams going different directions, then it can definitely be carnage, you know?
Absolutely. Let's get ready for the next race then. Water Swift, their second heat is up next. So, Water Swift, their second heat of the day are out next, and the grid looks like this. Will Green on pole position, Austin Newstead alongside on the front row, Jarlath Sayer and Harry Williams go from row number 2. Teddy Porter and Blair Smith on row 3, ahead of George Clark and George House on row number 4. Freddie Wood and Austin Gibson complete the top 10 on row 5. Knight Measures and Finlay Lyons go from row number 6. Charlie Clough and Colby Patterson on row number 7. Christian Kobe and Callum Graham on row number 8. Ian Carey and Harley Musk have work to do from row number 9, completing the top 20. On row 10, it's Grayson Wortley and Max Mason. Johnston Stewart and Andy Stewart, the brother and sister duo, on row number 11. Sophie Campbell and Joseph Davies on row 12. Oscar Miller and Baron Alton-Soy on row 13. Orion Mehta and Sukmani Kira on row 14. Luca Narroway disqualified from time to qualifying, starts 29th and last. The report that we've had in our ears, Ollie, is everybody's on slick tyres. What do you make of that?
Well, as we're looking at the track now, the sun seems to have come out, so it could very quickly dry, but there's also a lot of dark cloud around, so it could very easily change as much as it could dry. But for the moment, all the karts seem to be going round with a relative amount of grip, so hopefully it stays the same conditions for everyone, so everyone can get a nice clean race.
And it being a bit of an old school circuit as well, it's not one with a lot of runoff perhaps. Does that play on your mind, or is it just as a racing driver you just get into it and concentrate on your driving?
It depends on the maturity of a driver. A lot of people are just going to have to fire it in and see what happens, but then some drivers may hold back and be a bit nervous about the conditions. So it'll be interesting to see which drivers have the heart to just fire it into that first corner and hope it grips.
Indeed. So intermediate classification quickly before we get to the line. Will Green took the first heat win. Austin Newstead P2. Jarlath Sayer, George House, Harry Williams, Austin Gibson, Blair Smith and Freddie Wood were your top 8. And remember, it's an 8-point lead at the moment in the championship for Will Green over Jarlath Sayer. Will Green has his hand in the air. Are we ready to go racing? Lights are red on our screen. They stay red. Oh, that's not a good moment. That's Harry Williams off. Harry Williams off. Now, the lights have not gone green on our timing screen, so keep an eye out for the chevron flags. Yes, the chevron flags we can see are out. Just as they come into the Joey Dunlop chicane. So indeed that's a false start, but a bigger problem now for Harry Williams, due to start this one from the second row of the grid. He's in the grass, Ollie. What's going to be going through his mind?
Well, first of all, he's going to need to catch back up. Oh, never mind, he's not going. That's going to be such a shame for him. That could have a huge effect on his weekend.
I think Blair Smith might have been involved. Yeah, that is Blair Smith who's out of this race as well before it's even started. So Blair Smith, who was due to start 6th.
Oh, and he's not.
Harry Williams is still trying to get out of the grass, and that's again for the folks at home, Ollie. We've had so much rain here over the last few days. The track is dry, but you get off it, it's a bit of a quagmire out there.
Oh yeah, exactly. It's like an absolute swamp. Even with these drivers, even trying to get the cart pushing, they're not heavy. They weigh 100 kilos with the drivers inside of them. So when you're trying to push the cart on that grass, it's quite easy to fall over.
Let's see if we're good for a start this time around. No, I think we're red again. That's understandable because we've still got carts being recovered at the run to the first corner. So we'll go around for another formation. This is a good opportunity though, isn't it, Ollie, for the drivers just getting a little bit more heat in the materials?
Yeah, exactly. And that's one of the most important things when you've got these dodgy conditions where you don't know which way it's going to go. They want to get the heat as quickly as they can. So
I think we've had another driver that's had a problem. It's the number 51 of Charlie Clough, who's out of the race. Charlie Clough, who was due to start P13 on the grid, has had a team change for this weekend into the Jamie Green Racing awning for this one, but problems of a technical nature sadly mean that Clough is out of this one. Another one of the drivers who's had a very strong season across both a national campaign and an IAME Euro Series campaign will go no further in this one. So, third time of asking. Will Green, clear visor on. You can see the concentration in his eyes, knowing that this could be a big race. He has taken heat and intermediate classification wins before on a Saturday. If he can do it here, again, it puts him in a strong position for the final on a day where he could win the title. We are racing. 8 minutes plus 1 lap underway and counting. Good start for Will Green. Good start for Jarlath Sayer as well. Straight up into P2, weaving their way down the hill now. Ollie Stewart, that's a great start from Will Green.
Yeah, it was, and there seemed to be a lot of slow starts at the back. There's quite a few drivers that have dropped quite far behind. There seems to be a few with a couple of issues, but yeah, as you said, a very, very good start at the front. Everyone seems to be away cleanly.
Bit of a hop across the curb you saw there for the number 77 of George House. George House, one of those very quick BMRs from earlier in the weekend. The trouble is, maybe for the team now, is that these conditions are very different to what we saw in Heat 1, are very different to what we saw throughout the course of free practice yesterday. Can BMR make that shift and be adaptable to these greasy conditions? End of lap number 1. Will Green leads. Brilliant start for Finlay Lines, we should note. There he is, the green helmet with the black wetsuit on. Up 10 places, Finlay Lines to second place. Just behind him is Austin Gibson as well. Gibson, the champion in Iami Water Swift Restricted 12 months ago. He's up 7 places. I think there's a problem for Andy Stewart in the number 39. Going slowly there. There's also been trouble for Ian Carey. I think Grayson Wortley's had issues. Baron Altonsoy has not come through at the end of the first lap. That was another one of the Jamie Green Racing karts in. It was the number 38 of Freddie Wood. So what a shame for Freddie Wood. Had a strong qualifying. Started this race in the 9th throw of the grid. How disheartening can that be as a driver, Ollie, when you've had a good qualifying, you've had a decent first heat as well, and you're thinking, yep, just got to deliver again, get through to the final, and then that happens.
Oh, it's one of the worst feelings. You put so much effort in as a team and not only as a driver, just everyone in general, to get the weekend going as best as you possibly can, and something happens. It's never good.
And something has happened there to Austin Newstead. That looked to be a problem with the leads and with the power unit that was being remedied and fixed. The trouble is, it's going to leave Austin Newstead outside of the top 20. So that's another one of the front runners from the start of this race in trouble. Teddy Porter has also had issues out there. He's still circulating, but it's some 9 seconds off the back of the pack. Meanwhile, back at the front of the order, Gibson now ahead of Lines. Colby Patterson is flying in there in P4, and he's not settled with P4. He's having a look at Finlay Lines for P3. The deficit around a second to Will Green. So Patterson now that fastest lap of the race, 47.51. What do you make as well of this current group of Iami Water Swifts as well, Ollie? As an older driver, how much time do you get to look at the younger generation?
Well, it's unusual. Obviously, when I left karting originally in 2021, this class didn't exist. So for me to come back, at first it took me a while to get used to it. There was multiple different categories with the restricted section and just the standard Water Swift section. But I personally think it's good. It gives these young drivers a feel of a kart that's a bit quicker than they originally were. Another driver's off.
Dear, that's Harley Musk off, and Harley Musk has got 3 wheels on his wagon. And I wonder, is that a hub failure that we've seen there? I think there's at least one of the threads for the wheel still attached, but glad that Harley's okay. And the wheel has left the wagon, as we say. That's going to be another driver out of this race. Harley Musk was running inside the top 20, and again, from the driver's perspective, what goes through your head when that happens and you suddenly realise, hang on a minute, there's a crucial part of my equipment missing?
Well, the first thing you want to do is get annoyed at the person who set the car up, but then sometimes you realise, there's no point, because at the end of the day, everyone in their team is doing their absolute best to make sure that you get the best out of the equipment and that they get the best out of theirs. So, it's one of those things where you've just got to kind of bite your tongue and just keep working as a team and hope that it doesn't happen again.
And we also saw that the number 39 of Andy Stewart, who was previously going a bit off the pace, has now come to a stop, and that leaves 19 runners in this one. We've had 10 retirements in the first 4.5 minutes of this heat. Fastest driver out on circuit is Sukhmani Kira. The problems for Sukhmani Kira in qualifying, she's brilliantly worked her way up the order. 21 places now there in the number 9. The white helmet has got the wet race lid on. And now looking for a move down the inside of Callum Graham.
Yep, and she's just about done. Oh, no, not there. She'll get another opportunity, though. She seems to be really quick, so the drivers in front seem to be holding her up slightly. So if she can quite get onto the back of them, then she'll be able to hopefully make some moves forward.
Indeed. So this is the fight for 5th place. George House at the very front of it in the number 77 for BMR. Callum Graham having a really good run for the still relatively young OMS racing team. Operationally came up this year. They've got a lot of experience, a lot of mechanics in there who have worked with other teams, of course. Great to see another name up there, and they've got 2 karts actually up in this battle, because George Clark is there as well in the number 42. 2.25 minutes to go then. Will Green on his way, it would seem. This has got the potential to be a really big result for the championship, because Jarlath Sayer is in this group, down in 9th place now, and you can see that as a result on the live scores, Sayer has dropped onto the 2nd row of the grid. It's still a decent haul of points, but the problem for Sayer now is Will Green leading this thing is going to move to 786 points. I don't think that's quite going to be championship winning position yet. No, it wouldn't be, but it's opening the door potentially for Will Green to seal the Iami Water Swift British title a day early, to go alongside the Iami Euro Series title that he took a few weeks ago when that series visited Genk in Belgium, and it was Jarlath Sayer who he beat out in that race to take the title on the continent. Here's the fight for 3rd place, Colby Patterson and Finlay Lyons. Finlay Lyons running a dual programme this year, Ollie, and looking down the inside of Patterson for 3rd place, beautifully done. How impressive is it when a driver's able to balance, you know, the rigours of both an X30 campaign and also that of another category?
Yeah, it's not easy at all. Each category's got its own individual unique driving style, so when someone can balance out between the two, it's really, really difficult. Like you can see in the Junior X30 category, Kenzo Craigie, he also won the World Championship 2 weeks ago, and he's now racing in Junior X30. Both engines, one being a direct drive and one being a 125cc engine, like an X30.
Yeah.
2 different speeds, 2 different driving styles, not easy to balance, so if someone can do the 2, then it's great.
Tell you what, Finlay Lyons is having a good battle here with Will Colby Patterson. We should mention as well that the Patterson family did have a part to play in the World Championships, because Colby's mum was singing the national anthem at PF International 2 weeks ago, and did the paddock very, very proudly indeed. Here's your race leader, Will Green, clear by 2.5 seconds. Well, we've called him Mr. Sunday throughout the course of this year, mainly because that's what he's done. The Saturdays have been sometimes a bit shaky for the championship leader. It's been the 2nd day of these double headers where he's really come into his own. And so that's been a similar case in his Iami Euro Series campaign as well. Well, he's going to prove us wrong at the moment, at least with these heats. He's clear by 2.5 seconds. I don't think we've seen the final lap board yet, so still another full one to negotiate for the race leader. That's him just going past Austin Newstead, who is now a lap down. But Austin is going to get points for P20 in this race. Could be quite important that he's done that, because it's still going to hold him on the 4th row of the grid for the final as things stand. Still raging on this battle between Patterson and Lyons. It's been good fun to watch, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's been great. I mean, every driver, they're trying to switch places each lap, which is also great. And as you can see, Will Green out front, he's just been driving really consistently, edging out that gap further and further and further. And it looks to be really good. He's driving very, very confidently, and that's hopefully going to bring him forward. Oh, big crash in the background.
Oh, yeah, there's been an incident there for one of the OMSs that is off the road. I think that might have been Callum Graham. I don't know whether there was another kart involved there. Battle still going on for 2nd place as well. Austin Gibson feeling the need to defend into Paddock. Apology, it was George Clark. It was the other of the OMSs that's had a problem. Callum Graham is fine, is in 7th place. Will Green's going to take the race win. This has been a proper ding-dong fight for P2, and given the nature of Three Sisters, it's not going to be done. Patterson is in the slipstream. Will Green wins again. 2 from 2 will be on pole position for the final. Moves closer to a championship winning position. Gibson holds on for P2. Patterson P3. Finlay Lyons and Sukhmani Kira both in the top 5. A tremendous run for Sukhmani Kira. She moved up 23 positions in that race. George House, Callum Graham, Jarlath Sayer, Christian Kobe and Max Mason all in the top 10. The top 2 on your screens there will be the front row for the final later on today, with George House and Jarlath Sayer immediately behind. Bit of attrition there, Ollie, but an enjoyable race.
Yeah, very good. For these drivers being at such a young age, it's great to see them able to race as well as they do, and having developed racecraft at that age is incredible. They all seem to be driving in the correct standard to move up in their future, and it looks great.
Into scrutineering, go the top drivers in that one. Get the weight checked, make sure that everything is good on that front. But for that GP plate there, Will Green knows that with those 2 heat victories, he has moved a significant step forward to claiming the British title here this weekend at Three Sisters. He's not got it won yet. The final will come up at 4:25 this afternoon. We'll do the calculations and work out whether the title could be secured today for Will Green, but that's a properly professional performance. No fuss performance, I thought, there from Will Green.
Yeah, very, very, very good. He was driving completely confidently, didn't make a single mistake, just kept edging out that gap, half a second a lap, every lap, and just consistent as anything. And that's the exact thing you want to see from a driver, and the skill that takes a long time to attain.
3 different teams in the top 3 as well. Jamie Green Racing P1, Fusion Motorsport P2, and Ollie Rowland Motorsport P3. That run actually continues with Finlay Lines for Synergy in P4, showing the competitive nature of the Water Swift category. As mentioned, Green and Gibson will be your front row for the final. House and Sayer row 2, Lines and Patterson on row 3, Kira and Kobe on row 4. Drivers will score championship points for those positions as well and look to convert it in that 12-minute plus 1 lap final that will be later on this afternoon. Don't forget as well, we've got all the racing here tomorrow for the final round of the championship. We're going to take a short break here on the comms and be back shortly with X30 Junior. Welcome back to Three Sisters, cracking through the schedule of races here today, getting ready for X30 Junior Heat 2. Henry rejoins me. Henry, I think your job's in trouble again.
Well, I know who's replacing me the first time that I'm late for any event in 2025. Yes, I've got now buying three new alarm clocks as we speak. But yeah, invaluable. Oliver Stewart, he has raced and won at this championship at nearly every level. And of course, his season's been curtailed, but he can, as with Nicole, they can give insight into what the drivers are going through at this stage of the season, like we can't.
Exactly.
Yes.
And this next race is going to be key. The cloud's coming over, but I think we're going to be... I'm going to have a little peer down into the pre-grid. Yeah, it's dry tyres on all. Next up, it's X30 June in their second heat. Big one this to decide who's going to be on pole position for today's final. Rocco Leon Shenton starts at the front of the field. Aaron Richardson alongside on the front row. Riley Cranham and Kenzo Craigie go from the second row. Row 3, Thomas Min-Spearing and Harrison Mackie. George Edgar and Joey Brown start on row 4.
Archie Owen and Zach Green round out your top 10 ahead of Mondi Junior Canini and Laith Khan, with Harrison Whitcomb and Morgan Moore on row 7, Cameron Edmonds and Evan Purcell on row 8.
Man Patel has got the skills to come through from the 9th row of the grid. It's joined by Theo Lestrange. Sky Parker and Harry Walsh complete the top 20. Next up on row 11, it's Max Ewell and Jake Brook. Dylan Patel and Zeph Nurnberger go from row number 12. Katrina E and Hamish Forrest on row 13 ahead of Alexander De Benedictis and Ashley Haase on row 14. I think we've got one non-starter in this race. Hamish Forrest, the number 95, is not showing as out on circuit. According to our timing information, we'll confirm that in due course and hope everything with Hamish is okay.
Yeah, that's a shame. I don't recall there being an issue with the number 95 Argenti Motorsport kart in the first race in terms of crashing out or sustaining any significant damage that would preclude his participation in this next race. Who knows? There could be a multitude of reasons why he's not out there. Let's concentrate on the drivers who are out there. 27 of them. Rocco Leon Shenton. Now, we saw earlier on in the previous race several drivers having issues, plugs oiling up at the start, disgruntled mechanics left, right and centre. Will we have a repeat of those problems in this class? I doubt it, just because of the different engines. But Rocco Leon Shenton leads the field towards the start line. And do the lights go out? It's a very quick start. No, it's not a start. The problem with this circuit is that, there is such a long run to the start line, you almost can't help but be going at a fair old rate of knots.
It's a fair old run to the line, and then there's an even fairer run after it.
Yes.
And that's why race director Nigel Edwards is looking for a proper run to the line, no major accelerations before the yellow line. Championship situation.
Okay.
Harrison Mackie, by our very provisional calculations in the box, could secure the British Kart Championship in this race. The way he can do it is if he can get ahead of Riley Cranham in the intermediate classification. At the moment, he's one place behind. If they held second and third as an example, Mackie would be on 8:22, and Cranham, the max possible for him would be 8:22. If there's a change in a positive manner for Mackie in that situation, let's say he gets ahead, that would clinch him the title. That could happen in the next 10 minutes.
And by our calculations, Andrew means his calculations, because I do not want to get any credit for the phenomenal amount of research that Andrew does. He has a spreadsheet to die for, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go, second time of asking. Now we're underway, and Rocco Shenton leads him into turn number one. Oh, he gets a little bit squirrely, has to really jack that kart right to get into the first corner. Somebody half spins in the middle of the pack. That may have been, well, it was definitely a Jade Birrell ART, possibly Mayan Patel losing ground, but the field stream out of Joey Dunlop curve and into Paddock Bend, now around the S's. Single file. And that's not just single file, that's stacked on top of each other. The other car, I think, was Dylan Patel. I couldn't quite see the bottom of the sandwich.
Laith Khan's not come through sector number 2, so it might have been the number 78 for Jade Racing Team. Oh, it's Alexander de Benedictis, the number 64. Similar liveries on those two, both red and white, but problems. They're both going to get back into this race, I think. That's going to be a long, long way outside the top 25. Joey Brown all over the curb. He's going to spin out. Loses control.
Oh, dear.
And I wonder if something down on the circuit, or there's a lot of debris that's been dragged onto the surface there, because a number of drivers out of control.
I think that if you have a little look back, it was the number 16 kart of Morgan Moore that got forced wide, and so Morgan tried to stay on the circuit. He came back on just as Joey Brown was approaching. That sent Joey up over the curbs through the air. It's cut, it's broken the rim, his left rear rim, so he's got a puncture. But I think then with kart spinning, other drivers behind stamped on the brakes, expecting there to be an accident in the middle of the track, and it caught a couple of them out. You can see the field negotiating that corner cleanly a lap later. So I think it was more a case of drivers reacting to what they thought was going to be a big crash in front of them. And there is the broken rear rim of Joey Brown's kart.
A bit of damage there to that one. A bit of work to do for the Fusion Motorsport team before the final. Everyone guaranteed a spot in the final today, with 28 runners out there. Here's Cranham down the inside of Spearing for P2. Rocco Leon Shenton has returned to the lead of this race. Harrison Mackie At the moment, 6th on the road. That's the position he would have started the CRK FIA World Championship final in for OK Junior, but unfortunately had problems on the formation lap. What can he do from this 6th position? First of all, he's got to get past the driver who won that very race, Kenzo Craigie. And right now, Mackie would be on the outside of row number 2. He'd still be improving his championship score, Henry, but he'd not quite be in championship winning position yet.
Should we put a warning out to the people of Lincolnshire to not go outside without looking up, because there is a radio that hasn't landed yet, launched across the Lincolnshire countryside by Lewis Mackie after watching Harrison not start the Junior World Championship final. Apparently, Patrick Mahomes has been on the phone and wants Lewis Mackie to try out to be a quarterback for the Kansas City Chiefs next season. He's never seen an arm like it.
4.5 minutes of this one to go. Riley Cranham, your current race leader. Riley Cranham, similar to what we've been saying in other categories earlier today, doing all he can. And, now Shenton's going to be looking down the inside. As out of the race goes Dylan Patel. Change of leader. Shenton Breeze has passed with the slipstream. Also out of the race. Is that Katrina Ian, number 43? Yes, it is.
Oh, that's a real shame for Katrina. Coming over to the UK, she has a programme of events in the UK planned this year to try and improve. She's qualified for the Rotax Grand Finals for representing Malaysia a couple of times, and obviously a very, very talented driver out in Asia. However, she is doing what I believe an awful lot of drivers need to do, and that is come and, when their school schedule allows it, and of course their budget, race in this class, in this championship, in the Motorsport UK Viera Tours British Kart Championship. The results around the world don't lie. This is a training ground, not just for champions of the UK, but for global champions in every single class of karting. Nicole Sutherland is down in the pit lane, I imagine, with his one or two somewhat disgruntled drivers, Nicole. There is another driver getting out of the car. Oh, that's Walshy. That is the number 73 of Harry Walsh. He's a character at a Twin Town.
Goes no further in this one. There's a very close moment that we saw there between Harrison Mackie and Thomas Minspearing. This one's getting a bit feisty out there. 3 wide. Is that Aaron Richardson looking down the inside? Yes, it was. Richardson currently in 5th place. So Riley Cranham leading this one. Rocco Leon Shenton in P2. At the moment, he's holding on to the lead in the intermediate classification. It's on a tiebreaker. It's virtue of the timed qualifying performance from earlier on today. But if Harrison Mackie can find a way through, it would hand pole position for the final to his teammates Riley Cranham. Thomas Minspearing still there, the lead Argenti in 4th. Also keep an eye out for Archie Owen, who's gained 2 spots in this race, up to P7.
Yeah, now, a second time lucky, we may have some news from Nicole down in the pits.
Thank you, Henry. In the pit lane then, the 42 and 43 have both retired from this race with bent steering columns, and Joey Brown has retired because it seems like the rim has come off of the tyre. Back to you, boys.
Good word. I mean, we saw Joey Brown's rim issue, but we didn't see the bent steering columns for Dylan Patel and Katrina E.E. We know Dylan Patel was involved in an incident with Alexander Di Benedictis. We didn't see what happened to Katrina E.E., sadly, but we do know that the result, the cause of her retirement was a bent steering column. Here we go, 90 seconds, and Rocco had a little nibble there and had to back out of it. So this is, we said at the start of the day, Andrew, that Harrison Mackie is not mathematically certain, but is, all but sure of sealing the British title. For Riley Cranham, the way his mindset has to work is like, okay, there are 6 races left in this championship. 2 heats and a final today, 2 heats and a final tomorrow. Let's try and just delay the Harrison Mackie's crowning. Let's see if we can, stop him from sealing the title with 6 races to go. And they did that. Yeah. Now, this is where 5 races to go. If Cranham could stop, Mackie from securing the title, that means that, Mackie's got 4 races left. And you just have got to do that until it becomes mathematically impossible. It gives you a good sense of achievement as well. Saying, look, you know, I pressed it as far as I could for as long as I could.
The deficit at the moment for Riley Cranham is mainly that second of the finals at PF International. That's the score he's going to be looking to get, to be getting rid of today. There is your live table on the intermediate classification. Shenton now back in the lead of this race, is on for 2 wins here, but that position situation for Cranham and Mackie, second and third, is unchanged. So in effect now, Mackie is in a situation where if he can get by on his teammate, that could be British Championship secured. We'll wait and see. Well, firstly, can Mackie find a way through? He's going to look down the inside of Cranham.
Oh, no.
Thinks better of it, does Harrison. And I think that's the wise call. Yes, it'd be lovely to win it this early, but he doesn't need to.
Yeah, and they're closing in on Alexander Di Benedictis, who will have to get out of the way as we start the final lap here in Junior X30. Shenton defends to the inside. They go through turn number 1. You look to see if there are blue flags to notify the back marker that the leaders are bearing down on him. Spearing is in 4th position. I haven't seen a blue flag yet. Are we going to see a problem here? Shenton's going to have to try and make a move with 2 corners to go.
This is going to be a bit of a different finish for this one. Shenton's going to get down the inside, but Benedictis pulls out to driver's right sensibly. Has that compromised Shenton's run round Luna Bend and to the line, though? Has he got enough power and a gap over Riley Cranham? Yes, he has. Shenton wins. Cranham P2 ahead of Mackie. 1, 2, 3 for that trio again. They'll start in that order for the final. Thomas Min-Spearing in 4th place will also be on the outside of row number 2. Aaron Richardson and Kenzo Craigie home in the top 6 ahead of George Edgar, Archie Owen, Monjuni Canini and Harrison Whittingham. That's your top 10 in that one.
Zach Green, Evan Purcell, Theo Lestrange and Max Ewell are the remaining runners to come home in the top 14, with Mayan Patel 15th, Cameron Edmonds and Zeph Nurnberger in 17th place. Sky Parker, Jake Brook and Laith Khan round out your top 20. Ashley Haas was 21st, and on the last lap Morgan Moore seemed to retire. Alexander De Benedictis finishing a lap down in 23rd.
So that leaves Mackie 1 point away. If he finishes the final 4th or higher, he will be the British kart champion in X30 Junior for this year. That final will be later on this afternoon, of course, at 4:50.
Do you know something?
Go ahead.
I think it's raining again.
Oh,
I think it is raining out on the start-finish line. For those of you watching around the world, you may not be aware that the UK in the last 7 to 10 days has seen some of the worst flooding that we have had in this country since the Second World War. You know, so we do hope that you know, everyone in the UK watching this has not been affected by that. There have been countless properties and have been flooded out in various towns and cities around the UK. But the reason behind it is that we've had these incredibly sharp bouts of rain, bursts of rain. We hope we don't see that type of rain, because we've got Senior X30 coming up next.
Second heat for X30 Senior. Let's take you through the grid. Freddie Lloyd on pole position is joined by championship leader Gus Lawrence. Noah Wolf and Lewis Bird go from row 2. GP plate holder Cian Geraghty and Aaron Brown go on row number 3, ahead of Fred Green and Alistair Cresswell on row 4.
On row 5, Henry Gregory and Hayden Eldridge, with Sam Lewis and Ty Stansfield. Up next, then it's Oliver Rands and Oliver Stilp, Harvey Roth and Ireland's Conor McPollin.
Michael Gray and Dayton Coulthard go from the 9th row of the grid ahead of Dylan Briley and Harry Ewell. David McIntyre and Archie Tillett go from row 11. Casper Piecki had problems in the first heat, starts this one from row 12 alongside Freddie Housley. Ryland Ekberg completes the 25 Kart field. Good evening to Mr. D. Ashton with shoes so bright. You can see them through the gloom here in Lancashire.
His trainers are so bright, Willy Wonka opens his front door every time he sees him because they look like the golden ticket. Mr. Daniel of Ashton Esquire is working out in Malaysia at a brand new karting facility, which looks very, very good indeed.
Back to the action here, though, at Three Sisters. Right, battle resumed between these two. Fred Green was your winner of the first heat. Freddie Lloyd did have a post-race penalty that we speculated on earlier. Can he get back on top in this one? We're green, we're racing for the second time today in X30 Senior because Lawrence is going to try and sling one round the outside. And he has done. What a start for the championship leader. It was not a good run by his lofty standards in the first heat. He knows he needs to go out and attack this one early on. That's exactly what he's achieved, Henry. He could be away and gone.
Yeah, we talked about Lloyd getting a penalty in the first heat. So did Gus Lawrence with his nose cone as well, because he is currently 7th, so he is behind Lloyd in the intermediate classifications. And if those positions were to remain the same at the conclusion of this race, he would lose points in the championship to Fast Freddy. So that was an important move. That was a statement move from Gus Lawrence. Here we go. A little bit battling. Oh, no! That is the number 46 kart. That's Aaron Brown, the Visma International kart. I couldn't quite see.
Fred Green, the number 51, who went up the KZ course.
And is Fred coming back onto the track? Yes, he is. Oh, Michael Gray has gone off as well. In the Buzzing Hornet, number 77. He's Irish, so of course he's invoking the spirit of Eddie Jordan. But unfortunately, he hasn't got the luck of the Irish with him at the moment. Here we go, looking at the field coming out of Luna. Lawrence, Wolf, Garrity, Bird, Gregory, Cresswell, Eldridge, Lloyd, Ty Stansfield doing a fantastic job in the privateer number 22. You can see the Tony Kart livery there, the green and white Tony Kart of Ty Stansfield. He is holding on to place the top 10 ahead of Oliver Stilp, Harvey Roth, Conor McPollin, Sam Lewis, Dayton Coulthard and the rest.
Good moves in the second half of the field. Freddie Housley and Archie Tillett are up 7 and 6 places respectively, knocking on the door of the top 15 as we've got 6 minutes remaining in this one. Gus Lawrence leading this heat. Noah Wolf P2. At the moment, Noah Wolf would be on pole position for the final. It would be another maximum score in the championship for Wolf, who enters the weekend 4th in the points. And off his first win of the season at Shennington, was another one of the drivers who, across the course of the qualifying heats and the super heats, shone in the terrible conditions at PF International. Unfortunately, a bit of bad luck in the final put pay to any hopes of Noah Wolf winning in the senior race. 5 minutes and 15 seconds remaining in this heat to go. This is the battle for 4th place on your screens. Number 24 of Lewis Bird. Henry Gregory there in the 54. Freddie Lloyd, after that difficult start. P8 at the moment. He'd be 6th on the grid for the final. It wouldn't be championship winning position yet for Gus Lawrence, but again, it would be a swing in the negative direction if you were a Freddie Lloyd fan.
Yes, indeed. Lawrence leads by 1.5 seconds, trying to just control things as much as he can. The GP plate, Cian Garrity, he is not out of the equation so either championship-wise, but just look at that skyscape. Art, ladies and gentlemen, we're looking at art. That is, what was it? Little fluffy clouds, beep, 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 little fluffy clouds, beep, 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 the orb, little fluffy clouds. That's right, get your rave face on. That's right. First time the orb has been sung on the British Kart Championship, ladies and gentlemen. I thank you very much.
So into the second half of this one on time. 4 minutes done. Here's the, I wouldn't say fight for second place, because I think right now Noah Wolf and Cian Geraghty know there's a job to be done to at least try and reel in Gus Lawrence, who's ahead by 1.5 seconds. Henry Gregory having a really good run here. Henry is there in 5th place, closing in on Lewis Bird.
Yes, he is. That's what I was pointing in the air, because I remember I wasn't going to sing in that last little interjection. I was going to make fun of Dan Ashton instead. His mum Linda's been checking up on him. He's got a phone home all the time.
Ah, okay.
He's trying to make us jealous there by saying it's 10 o'clock at night in Malaysia and it's 27 degrees. Well, the temperature here's got a 2 and a 7 in it. It's just got a decimal point in between the 2 and the 7. So it's 27 degrees in Malaysia. It's 2.7 degrees here.
It's 27 degrees Fahrenheit.
Yeah, yes. Cian Geraghty and Noah Wolf, ladies and gentlemen. Talk about some go-karting, Andrew.
Going on to lap number 8 then. The pace is quicker than... that's not
Geraghty.
quicker than Gus Lawrence. That was a bit of a wild one from Cian Geraghty. Don't think Noah Wolf was expecting that. Lewis Bird's now on the scene. Henry Gregory's there as well. Well, that's surely going to be race 1 for Gus Lawrence now, because the fire has been lit between Wolf and Geraghty. Freddie Lloyd's coming back into this as well. This could be good news for him if there's a bit of a squabble directly ahead of him with 2.5 minutes to play. Bird has a look at Geraghty for 3rd at the end of the Rogerson straight, but that was a bit of a strange one but from Cian Geraghty, normally so calm at the wheel.
Well, he didn't have a slipstream down this straight. So when he looked to the inside, he wasn't carrying enough extra speed that he would have got if he had been pushed by someone following him. And, drivers know, they almost expect a kart at the inside of them going into turn number 1. But they expect a kart travelling a lot quicker because of the slipstream. You only really go for that move if you've been pushed down the main straight. Geraghty hadn't been, therefore he's not going quicker, so Wolf will turn in and he think, right, well, okay, at this point, if there was anyone slipstreaming past me, they would have gone, so I'm turning in. And, you have to commit 100% or nothing coming into this corner. And Geraghty trying to commit 100% around the outside doesn't quite work, and it could cost him seconds.
Yeah, he's not got the speed off the corner. He's lost the position to Lewis Bird. Is now going to defend a bit more to get to hold the position ahead of Henry Gregory. Hayden Eldridge going to try and take advantage of everything that's going on out there, as is Lloyd, as is Cresswell. Warnings apiece for both Wolf and Geraghty over the last couple of minutes. This is a proper fierce fight. It's only the second heat of the weekend for X30 Senior, but I think this is because the way the points are at the moment in the championship, Henry, this one, even though it doesn't quite look like it, there's other classes with smaller points deficits between first and second. No one's had a Mackie run. No one's had a perfect run of scores for this season. So in that case, it is still wide open that if you can get some good momentum going through the 4 opportunities to score this weekend, you never know. You could emerge as 2024 champion.
Well, I mean, Freddie Lloyd needs to pick up another 5 places to sort of gain some ground back on Gus Lawrence in the championship, and I can't see that happening. What I can see happening is Cian Geraghty picking up 1 more place. If Geraghty just passes 1 more driver, then that will move him 1 spot ahead of Lawrence in the intermediate classification, and that will gain him a point. And so Geraghty's not out of it yet. But Freddie Lloyd needs to do something, and he needs to do something quickly as the clock strikes 0.
Further down the order, Archie Tillett has continued his progress through the field. He's up 9 places to 13th. Oliver Stilp as well is up 5. He's just got past Ty Stansfield for 9th place. They're a little bit off the back of this group on your screens at the moment. Noah Wolf looks to be stretching this one out as we go on to the final lap. If you're wondering where Gus Lawrence has gone, he's 4.9 seconds up the road. He's having a lovely Saturday afternoon drive here in Lancashire. Lewis Bird feeling the need to defend now this 3rd place. It is worth a slot on the grid at the moment. He's holding 3rd in the intermediate classification on a tiebreaker basis ahead of Cian Geraghty. Cian Geraghty has another little look into Paddock. Nothing doing there. This is a risky game that both of Bird and Geraghty are playing here, because if they make one mistake, they're not going to lose just one position, they're going to lose many more.
Yes, indeed. Out of the final corner. There goes Gus Lawrence across the line. He turns round and goes, where the man them go? No, there's no one there. Now, we watch Noah Wolf finish second, Lewis Bird third, then Geraghty, Gregory, top 5 for privateer driver Henry Gregory. He's not with MLC Motorsport this weekend. He was running with them last weekend, but he is running as a privateer, just him and his dad, this weekend. Hayden Eldridge, 6th position. Freddie Lloyd, 7th. Alistair Cresswell, Oliver Stilp, and Ty Stansfield, an excellent 10th position, followed by Harvey Roth, Sam Lewis, Archie Tillett, and Connor McPollin. Now, as you look down there, Andrew Mather, please tell me to apologise.
Apologise to who?
Well, apologise to Dylan Brierley and his fan club. Please tell me to put some respect on Dylan Brierley's name.
Right now, put that respect on his name.
Well, he's done it again, ladies and gentlemen. He's gained 2 places, finished 17th. Cracking double 17th for Dylan.
Double 17th.
Cracking double finish, which means that Stewart's bolted it on properly again.
Good.
So, yeah.
Good to see progress through the course of the
I have been admonished by both myself and by Mr. Mather.
There we go then. Senior X30 done for their heats. Not done for the day though. 5:15 will be their start time for the 12-minute plus 1 lap final. And again, a quick update. This, of course, is provisional. Ian Rogers will be confirming scores for us before the final. By our calculations in the box, what that race has done for both Lawrence and Lloyd, it's written their stinker result out of the window. It was a 22nd for Gus at the heat stage of round 2 at PFI. For Freddie, it was his final at Wilton Mill. They're gone. They're both gone. So even though there's a difference in their results in that intermediate classification, they've both kind of made the same or similar number of points gain from their drop results. So,
this racing at 5:15 this afternoon. Devastating.
And beyond.
Oh, I was hoping to watch Bullseye. Now, look at what you could have won. Although the flooding in the UK this week at least allowed Malcolm, age 66 from Mansfield, a chance to finally try out that speedboat he won back in 1987 on Bullseye. He towed it to the nearest lake, which is down the bottom of his street, with his Austin Maestro that he also won at Bullseye. There we go.
Indeed.
Yes, moving swiftly on.
Moving swiftly on. We're going to get ready for Heat 2, KZ2. That's out next. Time to switch layouts again here at Three Sisters and get ready for the second heat in KZ2. Ella Stevens on pole position again, was the heat winner in heat number 1, closely followed by Josh Price, who's alongside on the front row. Miles Murphy and Jake Weston will be looking to hold their positions at least on the second row of the grid. Ashley Lewis and Charlie Turner go from row 3. Derek Morgan and Lee Ward on row 4. Ryan Green and George Barker on row 5. Bryn Kinch will be the last of the 11 runners in this race, because Nat Thomas, unfortunately, at least by the information that we've got here in the box, does not take the start.
Yeah, no, whatever Nat did on the start of race number 1 caused enough internal damage to his Rush Performance Maranello kart that it is not going to be seen again, at least until the final at the very earliest. But having not gone out the second one, that is normally a sign that it may be a case of put it back in the van and go again tomorrow.
Well, I hope to see Nat out on circuit. If he is out on circuit, he'll have some pretty good tyres underneath him, because he won't run any racing laps. There's Ella Stevens. Great performance earlier on. Got the start right, which has been her Achilles heel in 2024.
So, can she get the start right again? Sounds really easy, rinse, repeat, but it's never that easy.
Never that easy indeed. The Lacan tyres on board all of these KZ2s will have done time qualifying. They'll have done a heat as well. You can see how hard they're having to work to get the heat into the tyres, particularly on the rear axle. Really, really important for the launch here down to turn 1. Ella Stevens having a the last couple of mini burnouts, taking her position on the front row. Josh Price, remember, is your championship leader, so we'll be keeping an eye on the battle between him in the number 2 and Charlie Turner with the O-plate. Turner did not have a good result in the first race. Reported clutch issues put him out. He will have still scored points for 10th place. Charlie Turner, it's not absolutely essential that he needs to win this race for championship situations, Henry, but boy oh boy would it help.
It would certainly help. He's in a position to, in terms of tyre wear, but of course, Ella Stevens and Josh Price both showing that they are going to be tough to beat regardless of the tyre situation. Lights go out, we go off and race against Stevens. Doesn't make it 2 out of 2 from the pole position as Josh Price sweeps around the outside of row number 1 to take the lead of this race, with Murphy third and Turner, the O-plate, already in 4th and looking like he wants to pass Murphy. There he goes. Tyres and accuracy paying dividends for Charlie Turner, as his next target will now be the E-plate kart of Ella Stevens. But in the same vein that Josh Price pressurised Ella Stevens in race number 1, can Ella Stevens return the favour and pressurise Price in this one?
Coming round to complete the first lap then of the second heat for KZ2. Josh Price leads for More Racing. Ella Stevens for the Jade Racing team is there, P2. Miles Murphy's got back ahead of Charlie Turner, P3. Massive slide for Miles Murphy through the first bend, going up over the hill. Kept control of that one. That was the scene of Charlie Turner's sizable off in free practice yesterday, which was not nice to see at all, but great to see that Charlie Turner is back on circuit and fighting, knowing that there's a British title on the line here this weekend. Jake Weston there in 5th place, having another decent start. Derek Morgan's gained a spot from when the lights went out, as did Ryan Green. They're up to 6th and 8th places respectively.
Yes, and I know it's been a tough year for Charlie on and off track, and you know, Charlie and his family, I think they've suffered a couple of untimely losses away from the track, and Charlie's there well to keep his focus and use his racing as an outlet when things are down away from the track. You know, this uses to retain a sense of positivity, and he's positive that he wants to get past Miles Murphy. There he goes, does he? Oh, and Miles was closing the door. That lets Jake Weston through into P4, but Andrew, Charlie had committed, but well, it was 6 1/2 dozen another.
Yeah, it's a bit of a clumsy one at that point of the race, still with 5.5 minutes to go. And I'm just having a look at that outside of our commentary box window. There's a few smatterings of moisture outside. I think it might just be a cable from the
well, I mean, it's just what these drivers want going into this corner here, up and over Pentith Climb and around Cowards Summit. Yeah, you just want a little bit of moisture. You're not quite sure every lap as you approach it, nearly 100 miles an hour, whether the track's going to be wet or not.
Getting to the in towards the second half of this race, Josh Price is putting on a clinic here. 48.29 last time around, has just gone purple again through sector number 1. Stretching that lead ahead of Ella Stevens. Stevens would still have pole position at the moment for the final. Both Price and Stevens would be on 2 points, but remember, time qualifying is your tiebreaker for the final grid. So Stevens was quicker. Stevens would have pole position for the final later on today if things stay as they are. Josh Price has done another new fastest lap of the race, a 48.16. So the pace 2 or 3 tenths off what we saw in heat number 1. Charlie Turner hasn't completely got 3rd place in his hands yet. Jake Weston is pushing on, and Miles Murphy looking determined there at the wheel of the number 4. Derek Morgan running behind. Derek Morgan, good to see Derek having a stronger second half of the season.
Yeah, again, like Lee Ward, Derek Morgan, a stalwart of the championship and one of the leading privateers in the paddock. Del Boy on that number 7 right chassis. He's actually building his own engines as well. DB Motorsport with building the engines. That's not Derek Morgan, but Nicole is down in the pits once again. What news do you have for us, Nicole?
Just a note for you guys then, looking up at the sky and down at the floor, it's raining again.
Yeah, it is, and they're starting to see the spots of rain on our commentary box windows as down the inside for 4th place goes Miles Murphy. A swap there between the two Moore Racing teammates. Teammates at the very front of this field. Josh Price is now leading by 0.8 of a second, but once again, the spots of rain starting to fall here at Pre-Sisters. It's not at all. I was about to say it's not at a rate that will trouble the drivers.
Right.
I think it will.
Here we go. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Flat out. Damp track. Slick tyres. Oh my word. These are why this is why you have so much respect for these drivers. They are simply the best. And I have to say, I would not want to be out there on slick tyres, knowing that the only thing you don't know is how much grip the next corner is going to have. They go through the S's now onto Rogerson Straight, and yes, you can see Miles Murphy understeering into Luna Bend, but this isn't the real concern for the KZ2 drivers. Oh, up on the curb there, a spin in the middle of the pack. That's Weston. He just got up on the curb and it just jacked the kart round. There goes the Danilo Rossi kart of Ryan Green passing Ashley Lewis. So Green vaults into 6th position. And yeah, this is now getting extremely treacherous. And the Alpha Live camera person, who is on the outside of Penrith Climb, is preparing to win some Oscar-nominated action shots as he sees the car, he or she sees the drivers cresting that. Oh dear, and that is.
That's Jake Weston.
Yeah.
Jake Weston's not come through sector number 1. It was one of the Moore Racing. It's good to see that Jake's out of the kart. I think that is at the top end of the circuit.
Slippery surface flags going on here. Hopefully Jake is okay. That is the problem. That is a major impact. And Ryan Green as well, teetering on the edge of disaster. Oh, look at that. That is the outside of Coward's Summit. That you just know what's happened. Jake Weston has gone to turn in doing nearly 100 miles an hour, and the moisture on the circuit has just catapulted his kart straight on into the tyre barriers, where it has ripped its front end off, spun around, probably winded Jake and hurt his ribs, and he was hobbling away. But yeah, it's goes to show how fast these karts go. We've got 30 seconds left. Price leads by 3 seconds. You're looking at the battle for second on your screen now between Stevens and Turner. Behind them, it's Murphy in 4th, Morgan 5th, Lewis 6th, Ward 7th, Green 8th, Barker 9th, and Bryn Kinch rounding out the top 10.
Relieving news. I think the intensity of the rain has subsided. So just looking out towards at the back of our commentary box window, the rain coming from Luna Bend. That is very good for the drivers who've been able to keep heat in their tyres. Time is up. Josh Price is going to come round and see the final lap board. There it is. 3.2 seconds is his lead. Does not need to take any risks. He's doing as much as he can do to take pole position for the final. It's not quite getting into the moment because Ella Stevens is holding on to this P2 ahead of Price's championship rival, Charlie Turner. This would give Ella Stevens pole for the final later on today. For Charlie Turner, would this make any difference? No, it would hold him, even if he got through, it would hold him in 6th place in the intermediate classification.
Yeah, so he would still lose a few points to Price in the championship. And Price looking to turn the 2 plate into the 1 plate, has survived that mid-race scare to take victory here in KZ2. Heat 2 by a commanding 2.5-second margin over Ella Stevens, who holds off Charlie Turner for third. Miles Murphy, Derek Morgan, Ashley Lewis, Lee Ward and Ryan Green round out your top 8. And well done to George Barker and Bryn Kinch, both for finishing 9th and 10th.
Not easy at all. But Josh Price takes victory and another good haul of points back into the top 2 positions in an intermediate classification or final point score for the first time since Shennington. So a long overdue victory there for Price. Will be on the front row of the grid, joined by Ella Stevens, who will be on pole position. There is a very good sight to see Jake Weston up on his feet. Understandably maybe a bit shaken out there, but that will have been a scary, scary moment for Jake Weston. That incident 4 laps from the end in the slippery conditions. So Stevens and Price on the front row for the final. Murphy and Ashley Lewis will be on row 2. Derek Morgan and Charlie Turner will be on the 3rd row of the grid. In terms of championship points, that means that Price does extend his lead from 2 points to 7 points. Jake Weston will be on the inside of row number 4 alongside Lee Ward. The final will go from 5:40. You've got to say, testament to the abilities of Moore Racing, getting the karts ready for this race, and at the worst of moments, making sure that it kept Jake safe. The chassis and the impact structures have done their job.
I would say they're looking at a reframe on that. I think that particular chassis has done its last lap. Obviously the components, you know, they can be transferred, but the actual frame, that does not look straight.
No, it doesn't at all. So, that is all the heats completed.
Yes, we're getting straight into it, Andrew.
Yeah, straight into the finals. It's the same order for the finals for the rest of this afternoon, and we'll get going with Honda Cadets final. That's up next. Welcome back to Three Sisters, and lo and behold, the rain has come down again in probably an even heavier fashion than we've seen so far today here in Lancashire, just before the Honda Cadet final. Now, I can see out of my commentary box window straight down onto the pre-grid that all runners are on slick tyres, and given the heaviness of the rain, well, we may see a delay to the start here. The drivers are going to roll out. Let's take you through the grid then for the Honda Cadet final. So here we go then, the grid for the Honda Cadets final here today. Margaret Skavekis and Ralphie Branscombe on the front row. Archie Cannon and Ed Spain go from row 2. Kevin Ivanov and Riley Blakemore go from row number 3 ahead of Ryan White and Archie Loveridge. On row 5, it's Harry Grant and Esme Rosie. Jayan Prakash and Shay Hilton start on row 6. It's a 13-strong field completed by Luke Jardine. So the drivers going round on their formation lap. This will give them a little bit of an opportunity to assess the conditions, but this is the heaviest rain that we've seen so far here today.
Yes, the rain is coming from the Lunar Bend area of the circuit and coming across.
Yeah.
So it'll hit this part of the track last of all. It's already raining on the pit straight, so the rain is coming from west to east. And behind our commentary position, Andrew, if you care to swivel in your chair, there are some rather ugly-looking cloud formations directly behind us. So these are some of the youngest drivers here. They're all on slick tyres, and they're all on slick tyres. Of course, safety is the first priority of all the officials, the race director on track. However, the drivers will be told you have to drive to the conditions. And, you know, hey, the tyre's going to be cold, the track is going to be a skating rink, but this is the British Championship. And as you can see, the track is by no means waterlogged because there is a very brisk wind as well. Now, this is not going to help matters, the fact that somebody has not gone into their correct grid slot. It's the number 68 of Riley Blakemore being moved around in the Ambition Motorsport Project 1 kart. And all those drivers, none of whom are wearing wetsuits, are just sitting there getting colder and wetter and colder and wetter.
That'll be 12 minutes plus 1 lap for the finals. We'll also keep you up to date with the championship scores for this first of 2 finals this weekend. Remember, it's a double header. We do all of this again tomorrow here at Three Sisters. Ralphie Branscombe is your championship leader. That's second place earlier on today's moved him to 678 points. His lead is 29 points ahead of Margaris Kavakis. We're racing in the finals for the first time here today, and it's a great start for Kavakis from pole position into turn 1. How much grip is there going to be? It's not actually too bad for the drivers through the first couple of turns. Looking pretty clean as they head downhill towards Joey Dunlop corner for the first time. Some great driving by everyone involved.
Yeah, Ryan White was up on the inside curb, which of course gets very slippery, and he tried the same tactic again and it didn't work. And spinning off in sympathy behind was the number 11 car of Luke Jardine. But yeah, so the track is not drenched, but it is wet. However, the breeze will sort of dissipate the water, you know, quite quickly. Now, there are only 12, 13 karts on circuit, so, you know, there's not a full grid of karts to, you know, help dry the track as quick as possible. But as you can see, these 4-stroke Honda karts, if you maintain momentum, if you can keep as much traction as possible underneath you using the torque of these engines, then you can still get around the first corner 3 wide without any incidents. Well done, Kevin Ivanov. And Ivanov, you say potato, I say potato. Let's call the whole thing off. Ivanov should be at an advantage here because, like we said earlier, he's had a growth spurt mid-season. He's carrying more body weight than anybody else, which means the back end of the car is that little bit more stable. So watch for the number 50 up into P2. Can he make inroads on the fleeing Margaris Kavakis?
You'll see Ivanov as well, trying to use his body weight as well at that height that he's got from his growth spurt.
Yes.
Pivot the weight around in terms of distribution when you've got that advantage. Just 10 minutes to go. Kavakis, great lead, 2.3, nearly 2.5 seconds. This is all going to be down to this chasing back to see if they can get organised. Archie Cannon's going to look down the inside. Great switch back from Ivanov there, nice and patient on the power. Not a lot of grip on the racing line there through the first corner. This could be Ivanov's opportunity to break away. The trouble is, he's got to find 2.5 seconds to catch up to Kavakis. He's in a position that he's never been in before. Henry leading around the Wera Tools British Kart Championships comfortably. He's never won a round. He's had his best result last time out at Wilton Mill back in the early part of the summer in 3rd. He's got to stay calm out there.
Yes, he does. And of course, these are the worst conditions you can imagine for a driver searching for their first British Championship victory. Oh, Ivanov takes it a little bit too wide into Luna, and that costs him second place. Ed Spain moves into P2, and Kavekis' lead is now 3.2 seconds. Side by side further back, that is Cannon sweeping across the front of the number 73 Kart of Archie Loveridge. And Ivanov is back into P2, but this is great news. It's great for us because we've got some good racing to watch. It's great news for Kavekis, whose lead will just continue to grow and grow.
5-second penalty for Archie Cannon, unfortunately for Archie. It's their 4th on the road. Ralphie Branscombe in 6th place right now. Big thanks to the team in not the truck. They're in the outhouse of timekeeping out on the pit straight, who have got us the latest championship scores right now. It can't be won at the moment for Ralphie Branscombe, but this result would give him a 21-point lead over your race leader Kavekis. That's a nice move from Branscombe back up to 5th.
Yes,
so chipping away.
Archie Loveridge down in 6th position. He was he was Branscombe's nearest rival coming into today, but I think Kavekis may have taken over that mantle.
He has,
so again, Branscombe, okay, the title's not going to come today. What he needs to do is, rather than push and try and close an unassailable gap and cost himself more, the risk outweighs the reward at this point for Ralphie Branscombe. The title fight will go down to tomorrow. Yes, he may lose a little bit of ground to Margaris Kavekis, but if he pushes the envelope now and spins, he'll lose even more ground and put himself under more pressure tomorrow. He wants to now just minimize the amount of pressure he puts on himself before tomorrow. If 4th is all that he can do in the conditions, then so be it. It's better to finish 4th than risk it all for 3rd place and just put a wheel on a wet curb.
Using our provisional maths, 4th place for the rest of the weekend would do the job for Ralphie Branscombe and still have margin for error. So I absolutely agree with your summary of the situation there, Henry, that Ralphie Branscombe, this is okay. This is absolutely fine for the O-Plate winner at Wilton Mill earlier in the year. Sure, if there's an opportunity to gain some more positions out there, you can count on Ralphie Branscombe to take it. That's exactly what he did to win that O-Plate earlier on in the year. That's a little bit close between Ed Spain and Kevin Ivanov, and through comes Archie Cannon.
Wow.
That's very close with Branscombe. Branscombe holds on to 4th place on the road. I think the biggest risk for Branscombe right now are these other drivers around him who probably aren't thinking of the championship permutations. They're just wanting to get the best result that they can out there, maybe a first podium of the year or a return to the podium after a while. The drivers haven't raced since late June in the Vera Tools British Kart Championships for Honda Cadet GX200. Very good move there from Ivanov around the outside of Spain, but now he's got to get it done on the exit. Here's Branscombe's hot chance down the inside. That's lovely from Ralphie Branscombe. Didn't force the issue there, got the run on Ed Spain up to 3rd, and then did the same again to Kevin Ivanov to take 2nd place.
What you saw there was just how slippery the curbs are. Ivanov got onto the curbs twice. On both occasions, the front of the kart just lost traction, spat him sideways, and he had to then catch the slide, control the throttle, and pick up speed again. So you've got to stay off the curbs. Those painted red and white curbs, they're just not your friend in these conditions, as Ivanov found out to his cost. Branscombe was able to capitalise. That's a good move. Rather than forcing the issue, wait to see what crumbs fall your way. Now, there's Ivanov again. You can just see that right front hits the curb and instantly it pushes the kart straight. He stays off the curb there, and so he's not going to affect his momentum down this straight towards Joey Dunlop curve. But yeah, you just cannot ride the curbs in the wet, as Riley Blakemore almost comes a cropper.
Yeah, Riley Blakemore has been in and around that top 6, top 8 throughout the day today. And a solid performance for Ambition Motorsports. Just had his fastest lap of the race so far, 59.81. It's so easy to step over the mark in these conditions. If you're just joining us, these drivers are all on slick tyres as well. The rain shower that came about a minute before the rollout for this one, I think has pretty much stopped. Maybe a couple of still little bits of precipitation, but it's nowhere near as heavy as it was 10 minutes ago. That's a move by Ivanov down the inside, retakes second place away from Branscombe. That will help Ivanov's cause here this weekend. 3.5 minutes remaining in this one though. What a drive though by Margaret Quebec. Is 5.4 seconds in the lead, using all of his experience brilliantly.
Well, I mean, I know that we've still got 3.5 minutes to go, but this is a perfect example of driving to the conditions. You know, the drivers aren't on the correct tyre for these particular track conditions. However, they are taking the necessary steps to make sure that they continue to go round and round and round without spinning. And Branscombe to the inside, inches apart. And what Branscombe doesn't need, he doesn't need a nose cone penalty that drops him back behind Kovakis and Loveridge even more in the point standings. At the moment, Branscombe is sitting relatively pretty. A 5-second penalty at this point would drop Ralphie from 3rd place back to 7th.
Yeah, and it would lose him. How many points would it lose him? Well, if he would lose 2 points by just being there in 3rd place over where he was earlier, it'd be 4 points, wouldn't it? It'd be 4 points that he would lose. It would again be a bit of a chipping away of the margin for error that he's got here this weekend. It's still very much in his control for Branscombe for the championship. Sometimes a race like this could be even more nervy than it going to the last race of a season with a healthy lead. You don't want the tides of momentum to swing at you on this stage. Just over 2 minutes of the race to go. Oh, Branscombe puts his hand up there to say sorry about that with Ivanov. I wonder if we're going to see the two of them swap positions.
I think
once
that's what,
again.
Well, Ralphie thought about it, and you know what? With the situation in the points as it is, I think that was a sensible thing to do. Ralphie Branscombe just let Ivanov have the place back. You know, don't put yourself under any more pressure than the situation has already put you under. At this point, the 5-second nose cone penalty could be, you know, well, it would be disastrous for Ralphie Branscombe. So again, he has to drive with his head rather than his heart.
It goes against all the natural
instincts of a racing driver,
which is to win. Like today for Branscombe, 3rd will do. The third is an improvement on the scores that he's had from earlier on in the season. His worst scores from earlier on, a 9th place in the heats at the first round of the Wilton Mill double header, and then a couple of 5ths at Lark Hall. You're effectively at this stage of the season racing against your historic self.
Yes.
In a dropped score system such as this, and right now Branscombe is winning that race. Ivanov all crossed up. Brilliant kart control to remain there in 2nd place, but the conditions getting harder again. The rain is beating down once more here at Three Sisters. We've got 35 seconds remaining on the clock. Margaret Kvekis' lead is a brilliant 6.27 seconds, but once again the drivers with a tough challenge now just to see the end of the race.
Yes, indeed. Ivanov, Branscombe and Ed Spain on your screens. That's 2nd, 3rd and 4th. You can see the rain has returned with a vengeance. It's incredible how some camera shots don't show the rain as clearly as others, but I can tell you, ladies and gentlemen, it is pouring down out there. It's blowing a gale, and it feels very, very Octoberish. Yellow flags in the background. Somebody has gone off. It is Luke Jardine, who is looking around. At least he is okay. The clock has struck 0. Next time around, Margaret Kvekis will be 1 lap away from a maiden British Championship final victory.
Will be indeed. Is the leaders into Paddock now. This is the fight for 2nd place. Thumbs up to the drivers from the parents of the mechanics on the sidelines, telling these young drivers just how great a job they are doing in these conditions. Ivanov holding on to 2nd place. I think Branscombe has got it back under control. It's at that moment that we saw earlier where you know, there's a little moment with Kevin Ivanov and let Ivanov back through. It's just got it calm now, knowing that these are good points. Very good day, though, for Margaris Kavekis, who's on to the final lap of this race now. Well, we mentioned earlier, this time last year he was racing in a series that in these conditions make everybody go on slick tyres, and right now in this race here at Three Sisters, it's experience that's serving Margaris Kavekis very, very well indeed. 7 seconds almost clear of Kevin Ivanov and looking for a first ever victory in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. Kevin Ivanov looking to be back on the podium for the first time since the first round of the doubleheader at Wilton Mill that we've seen that through the S's for the final time. Branscombe still looking for opportunities, but Margaris Kavekis, the privateer, flying the flag for Lithuania, is going to take victory. The first final victory of the weekend here at Three Sisters. Margaris Kavekis wins at Three Sisters, becomes the latest round winner in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. There's a chase to the line for second, which Ivanov wins. Branscombe in third. Another good day for the championship leader. He will go into tomorrow's final round of the season a strong favourite to become British champion. Ed Spain P4, Archie Loveridge P5, Archie Cannon, Riley Blakemore, Harry Grant, Esme Rosie and Ryan White finish in the top 10. Unfortunately for Ryan White, I think that is the hopes of retaining his British title done, but it's been a valiant effort from the 2023 champion from Scotland. But it's Margaris Kavekis' day. He will enter tomorrow's final round as the closest challenger to Ralphie Branscombe in the point standings. And from what we've seen here today, Henry, he has fully earned that opportunity.
Oh, yes, a drive of great maturity and both internal and external pressure, not helped by the weather. And really, the fight for victory lasted that long in the entire race. By the time we got to turn number one, Kavekis had a 10 kart length lead, and the gap just continued to grow from that point on. Good battling down in the pack. That was the opening lap where we saw a couple of little incidents there. Ryan White and Luke Jardine going for a spin. But good battling, Ralphie Branscombe throwing caution to the wind, Hopefully he hasn't got a nose cone penalty or anything like that, but that's the way you want to see champions-elect race. They've raced hard and close all year. Why would they change their tactic now?
Absolutely.
Oh,
this was
that's
a close moment between Branscombe and Kevin Ivanov. Branscombe doing the right thing, letting Ivanov retake the second place out there, but there was no stopping Kavekis today. I love the details on Margaris' suit there. He's got the number 15 written on his suit as the last part of his name, and great to see the celebration as well. A really special win. A new winner in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships, and he's downstairs with Nicole Sutherland.
Margaris, you started your karting journey last year in July. 14 months later, you've won a British Kart Championship round. How does that feel?
Amazing.
And who have you got to thank for this weekend? What an achievement.
My stepdad Stuart, my mum, and all my relatives supporting me at home.
Congratulations, Margaris. We'll head up for a quick word from Wera Tools and then head into our next race.
Welcome back to Lancashire. Welcome back to Three Sisters. One final down so far here today for the first part of the doubleheader that is event 9 of the Wera Tools British Kart Championships for 2024. Henry Beaudette, we're getting ready for Water Swift Restricted.
Yes.
We could be crowning our first champion of the weekend with this next race.
Yes, I think so. And I have to say, Andrew, that the delight in your voice as a proud Yorkshireman saying welcome to a wet and rainy Lancashire was quite difficult to disguise.
All I'm going to say is that this is where I say I have the right to, because I'm half and half.
Oh, fair enough.
Half and half from Sheffield and Preston. Yes, Iami Water Swift Restricted. Unless something quite extraordinary happens, we are going to see Alfie Davidson crowned champion in this race. It's a very straightforward job for Alfie Davidson to claim the title, finish.
Yes.
That's it. That's all he needs to do.
Just finish and don't incur the wrath of the stewards. They're all on wet tyres, and several drivers who missed the previous race are out for this one. It's the Water Swift Restricted Final.
Let's get ready for it then. The Iami Water Swift Restricted Final, the 7th of the year. Alfie Davidson on pole position once again, and his title rival Daniel Ferguson joins him on the front row. Oscar Kenny and Chester Fawkes go from row number 2. They're ahead of James Roots and Ethan Robinson on row 3. Mason Hibbert and Harry Chapman on row number 4. Ilyas Sami and Henry Algar complete the 10-strong field. Championship scenario at this stage. Alfie Davidson, 834 points. That is a 38-point lead ahead of Daniel Ferguson. Chester Fawkes is third on 772. It's a close battle for fourth place in the championship between Oscar Kenny and Mason Hibbert on 749 and 746. Henry Algar, James Roots and Ethan Robinson also hold positions in the top 8 as things stand.
And the one thing I did notice back at the last round at Shennington, there was all the unfortunate goings-on with chassis homologation and what have you. The camaraderie shown and the sportsmanship shown by Alfie Davidson towards Daniel Ferguson was absolutely heartwarming. And I think that if Ferguson is going to maintain the title fight for one more race, it's not going to be because of any hijinks between the two of them, as Davidson understandably very cautiously away, and Ferguson takes the lead around the outside going into turn number 1. Oscar Kenny comes up to third, and Davidson is just easing towards the back of the field, and I think he will cruise round in last position just to do what he has to, and then maybe, hopefully, we'll see him go again in full tomorrow.
Well, Fusion Motorsport are very good at this. They're very good at maths and working out what they need to do to make sure that the job is done, such as their ethos as a professional outfit. Daniel Ferguson will lead at the end of the first lap. Can he get his second final win of the 2024 season? He won the second of the finals at Shennington, of course. It was a brilliant day for round 6 for Daniel Ferguson. His lead is 0.65 seconds ahead of Oscar Kenny. Chester Fawkes has had another decent start. A run of results for Fawkes, either second or third in every single final so far this year. Could this be the day where Chester Fawkes makes that breakthrough and takes a race victory?
Well, of course, with Alfie Davidson, deciding to cruise around at the back, it removes one major obstacle for all these drivers. They're on the right tyre, kicking up a few routes to trails. There is Fawkes, who's now caught the E-plate holder, Oscar Kenny, and he moves ahead, does he? Wheel to wheel, side by side, onto Conrod straight. Fawkes has the inside line, and he will take the position going into turn number 1. Will he? No! Oscar Kenny, well done, sir. Hanging tough round the outside. But Fawkes is not to be denied as they go into Joey Dunlop corner. There is the move from Chester Fawkes.
Really good stuff there from the Iami Water Swift drivers battling for the spots on the podium. Really good start for Ethan Robinson as well. Looking to beat his best results of the season so far, which is 5th place from the final last time out at Shennington. Bit of spray being kicked up there. The sun coming out once again here at Three Sisters. James Roots also in the fight with the teal green and the purple details on the number 21. Trying that tighter line side by side with Robinson as they can wind it up through Luna Bend. Robinson will have the benefit of a bit of a toe off the back of Kenny. And into turn 1 they go once again. Alfie Davidson, well, I say, he's dropped to the back of the field, just picking up some points of 10th place, but he's showing he's still got some speed out there. He's just set the fastest lap of the race.
Yes, indeed. Now, I think the rain has dampened the Roots. The Roots is on fire. Although, James Roots, there he is in the number 21 Evolve Motorsport car. You know, it was obviously a setup or a tyre pressure issue in the first wet race, heat number 2 earlier on, that caused Roots to finish way, off the pace. He has got better pace in this race. He's trying to catch and regain all that track position he lost. As we look at this, the battle, there's the move. Ethan Robinson to the inside. Robinson takes over 3rd. Will Roots try and follow him through? The answer is yes, but we've already seen Kenny hang it tough on the outside. He does it again.
Oh, really brave stuff there from Oscar Kenny to hold on to 4th place. The number 33 of Mason Hibbert's now on the scene, back down the inside of James Roots for 5th place through Joey Dunlop corner. Setting through with 8 minutes remaining in this race, the length of a heat to go for this 7th final of the year. There's been a change for 7th place as well. Harry Chapman has got through past Ilyas Sami in that battle between Ilyas Sami for Jamie Green Racing, and here is the battle for the race lead. Chester Fawkes looking down the inside of Daniel Ferguson for P1. Ferguson wraps it round the outside, beautifully driven by Daniel Ferguson. These two who've had many a fight in the final so far this year, they've always been there or thereabouts. Fawkes looks down the inside and takes the lead.
Using the extra grip that appears to be available through turn number 1. As you can see on your screen, the rain has once again stopped. There's not going to be a problem, I shouldn't imagine, with tyres overheating, even if the rain doesn't return in the next 7 minutes plus a lap. But Fawkes edges in front of Ferguson. They are 2 seconds in front of the 3rd place battle, which is between Robinson, Kenny, Hibbert and Roots, with then 7th, 8th, 9th and 10th, Sammy, Chapman, Algar and Davidson all together. But Davidson just holding a watching brief, probably thinking to himself, oh, I can't go any slower. I'm going to have to catch these back markers, but just sit there.
And what a story this would be for Chester Fawkes, who's already got a good number of years under his belt as a driver in karting. Multi-generational team that run the effort of that number 38 machine as a privateer entry, leading around of the Vera Tools British Kart Championships, has come through the Bambino ranks here into Iami Water Swift Restricted, and at the moment it looks like he's pulling away ever so slightly from Daniel Ferguson. Ethan Robinson up to 3rd place. At the moment, this would leave the scores looking like this: 834 for Alfie Davidson. Daniel Ferguson would be on 800, and the max possible for Ferguson would be 832. As here's the battle for 3rd place. Oscar Kenny down the inside of Ethan Robinson, and this one's going to be decided once we get down to turn 1. Good power there for Robinson back ahead, and here comes his teammate Mason Hibbert, and Mason Hibbert's going to hop through into 3rd place. There was a bit of a moment there between Kenny and Robinson. Robinson drops to the back of this quartet and into 6th place. That's going to be a bit close coming down the hill. Brave stuff from Mason Hibbert. Kenny may have the run down the inside now into Paddock. James Roots is going to try and take advantage and hold the inside line against Hibbert. Hibbert sweeps round the outside, holds 4th. This is a great scrap for the last spot on the podium. We say with Alfie Davidson slipping back to the back of the field and just taking things calmly. It's opened up some new opportunities here as Hibbert's looking down the inside for third place, unable to do it. May have a chance now.
Crossover.
Outside lane being done there by Oscar Kenny. This is fantastic racing.
And Roots decides not to push Hibbert. He decides to draw alongside the 33. That's not going to work. He has to fall back into line. And on this occasion, Hibbert decides, okay, instead of trying to overtake you again, Oscar, I'm going to try and work with you and lull you into a false sense of security. 4 and a bit minutes to go. Fawkes and Ferguson lead, separated by half a second, and they are 3.5 seconds in front of this battle for 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th.
Alfie Davidson is up to P7 in this race. To be clear, this result would be a dropped score for Alfie Davidson, guaranteed. Everyone's getting their 14th score of the season. They'll have 16 if they do the whole year to compete through all stages tomorrow, and it's the best 13 scores that count towards the final tally. So Alfie Davidson has already got 13 scores of some description that are at least 3rd in every single one. So 7th place, whilst he's moving up through the order, would not see an improvement in his tally, but he doesn't need to be right now. Right now he's on a score that would be in excess of the max possible for anybody else. Oh no, James Roots goes round. Little bit too much speed in Joey Dunlop corner. Is he beached on the curb now? Oh no, he's got just about enough grip to get back in the race. But James Roots will fall down, I think, all the way to 10th place. What a shame. Slightest mistake in these tricky conditions, Henry. The weight transfer is all forward going into Joey Dunlop corner on this format. Really unlucky for Roots.
Balance is absolutely critical, and I'm pleased to say that we are joined viewing this race by Reggie Chandler, who
hello, Reggie.
Yeah, a great addition to the grid at Kart Masters, and who has some absolutely straight fire merchandise. I have drunk many a cup of iron brew out of my Reggie Chandler number 47 mug.
2.5 minutes remaining in this race. Still this great scrap for 3rd place going on between Oscar Kenny, the E-plate holder, and the number 33 of Mason Hibbert. Hibbert hasn't been to the podium since the 2nd round at PF International. That was the Sunday final of that double-header that kicked off this championship season. So it's been a while since we've seen the number 33 right up there for Oscar Kenny. And just thinking through my notes, I don't think Oscar Kenny, obviously he's been to an E-plate podium, but he's not been to a podium in the British Kart Championships. Oh, as Harry Chapman is out of the race. Kart number 32 will go no further today. We'll hopefully be back tomorrow. That's a real shame.
Yes, it is. We are down to 9 drivers. And of course, Alfie Davidson now running in 6th position. I think he would probably, think I have to pass Ilyasami, I have to pass Henry Algar. I'm just, too fast to sit behind them. It might even become a problem going too slow. You lose a bit of concentration. I love that sort of negative shot with the sun glinting down on the wet tarmac, and because it is 4:15 in the afternoon and it's the last weekend in September, the shadows are lengthening, and you do get some very artistic shots. But it is a problem for the drivers with their visors, Andrew.
I was going to say,
and the rain is back.
The rain is back. Whilst we've never competed in this class, we both know what it's like to race in these conditions. Down the inside, Hibbert takes 3rd place away from Oscar Kenny. That's going to bring Ethan Robinson back into play, though. This is a great run from Ethan Robinson. Really, really good to see. Further improvements. The driver based in Lisbon has been a cadet champion in Northern Ireland. Can he make it onto the podium for the Vera Tools British Kart Championships for the first time? 25 seconds remaining. Alfie Davidson there in 6th. I would just expect it will cruise around here. He won't get involved in this squabble.
Oh, look at that rain. At least they're on the right tyres. Now, as we watch Chester Fawkes and Daniel Ferguson, actually now we watch the battle for 3rd between Hibbert, Kenny, Robinson, and here comes champion-elect Alfie Davidson. It would be a real. It would sum up Alfie Davidson's season perfectly if he were to go out with the intense purpose of coming last and end up on the podium. Yes. News from Turkey. Andrew Salis, Caden McQueen is here helping to mechanic, I think, for the Croc team.
He's got new threats on him.
Andrew Salis is out in Turkey. He says it's lovely and hot in Turkey. What Andrew didn't tell the people was that he's gone to Turkey to get one of those Brazilian butt lifts.
There's something I didn't think I'd be
there you
hearing
go.
today.
I'm sure Andrew won't mind telling us that. Yeah, he wants to be called Andrea starting next season, but he went to get one of the Brazilian butt lifts in Turkey. Yeah.
Final lap board is out. Chester Forks leads by half a second ahead of Daniel Ferguson, and still the battle for third place isn't done between Mason Hibbert, Oscar Kenny, Alfie Davidson and Ethan Robinson. Hibbert's got a bit of an advantage now. Hibbert's been ganged up on a little bit here.
Wheel to wheel.
Side by side. Over the curb goes Alfie Davidson. Well, if he's going to get to the end of this one, he's going to be a little bit sore, I think, as he comes over to see the checkered flag, as he was 4 wheels off the ground in that moment. Leaders coming into Lunar Bend now. Chester Forks has been on the podium in every single round so far this season, but we've never been able to see this. The rainbows are out for Chester Forks, who wins at Three Sisters and is a round winner in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships for the first time. P2 for Daniel Ferguson means that your first champion confirmed of the weekend. 5th place, it'll be a drop score, but it doesn't matter. Alfie Davidson is your 2024 Wera Tools British Kart Champion in Iami Water Swift Restricted.
Provisionally, of course. And somewhere in the paddock, a Fusion mechanic is picking themselves up off the floor after watching Alfie Davidson flying through the air over the Joey Dunlop chicane on the last lap. After being given specific instructions, the last thing that was Alfie was said is, don't take any risks. But Chester Forks finds the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. And I cannot wait to hear this young man speak to Nicole Sutherland. He loves an interview. That shot of the rainbow was art, ladies and gentlemen, pure art. Am I allowed to say, oh, we Lucky Charms at the end of the rainbow? No.
We always talk about the drivers and how you know, the exposure to the media and all the rest of it improves. If you ever want an example of that, Chester Forks' interview coming up right here. When I first met Chester three years ago,
wouldn't say boo to a goose.
He was terrified. He was terrified. I mean, it's understandable. He had to speak to my ugly mug. But, you know, to see how he's developed over the time, not just as a driver on track, but off track as well, it's a real testament to all the hard work that he's put in. Let's have a look at some of the highlights from that second final of the day. This was the very start of things. Good start for Daniel Ferguson. Alfie Davidson, understandably, taking things nice and easy and moved to the back of the field. This was the scrap between Oscar Kenny and Chester Forks. Forks down the inside to take second place, and then was set about trying to close down Daniel Ferguson. Really great scrap throughout the whole race, Henry, involving the likes of Ethan Robinson, James Roots, Oscar Kenny, Mason Hibbert, all of them knowing there was a genuine opportunity to get on the podium here today.
Yes, at some point we lost Roots from that battle, but there is Chester Forks. He closed down a healthy gap to race leader Daniel Ferguson, and then is this where we see Roots about to depart the scene? Yes. But Forks bided his time, patience, out of the window. There is now a double rainbow. So I can see, Alpha Live's cinematographic skills working overtime. That was Alfie Davidson's, high jumping over the last curve. But Chester Forks, a very, very well-deserved debut winner in the British Championship, as the sun's always shining somewhere. there, for example, as you look through the crystallized droplets of water on the camera lens, and somewhere down amidst the shadows of the paddock is Nicole Sutherland, and she is going to be chatting to our latest winner, Chester Fawkes.
Latest winner then. Chester, I know that you weren't feeling very well coming into this weekend. You've kind of ignored all of that and got a win in there anyway. How are you feeling?
Just feels amazing. I think I drove well. I didn't get the best of starts, but I pushed on and won, so I'm really happy.
And who have you got to thank for today, Chester?
My dad, my grandpa for coming in, always supporting me, my family, my friends, yeah.
And of course, you know, the hard work's not finished just yet. We've got another day tomorrow. What are you thinking going into tomorrow?
I think this puts a really good mindset on, so I'm going to go and try and do it tomorrow.
Congratulations, Chester. We're also going to catch up with Alfie Davidson, who's going to come over. Alfie, I think I can provisionally say that you're our 2024 British champion. How does that feel?
It feels really good, thanks to the team and everyone who's helped me along the way. We've tried our hardest with all, the whole rounds of the British, and we've won everyone consistently but one, which was my fault, but we've learned from the last round and we've gone and won the British, so I'm really happy.
You have indeed. And then, you know, going into tomorrow, pressure's off, you've got the championship win. You're just going to go and have some fun?
Yeah, I'll just have some fun, but I just can't waste away the championship. So we'll have to see if I DNF, but we'll have a good weekend. We're going to have a big party tonight, so.
Well, enjoy your party. Have I got an invite?
Yeah.
Thanks, Alfie. We'll head up then to hear from Wera Tools and then into the next race. Over on the grid then with Austin Gibson. Austin, how are you feeling ahead of the race?
Good, yeah. It's going to be a hard race. It's wet conditions, but we haven't seen the track yet, so yeah.
And I've never actually driven or raced this track before. Can you tell me a little bit about what it's like both to drive and to race? Because, you know, they're slightly different, aren't they?
Yeah, it's fast-flowing track in the dry, but just don't know what it's like in the wet, because, I mean, I've barely driven around here in the wet. Yeah.
And, you know, we've got another day tomorrow, but the championship is coming to a close. Can you tell me maybe a little bit about one of your best moments this year so far?
It was probably this weekend's been really good so far, you know. We're trying to get forward for the world final ticket, otherwise we're not doing it, so yeah.
Thanks, Austin. We'll head over to speak to Will Green, the GP plate. Of course, very, very strong weekend, very, very strong year, very, very strong driver. Will, just a quick word with you. This final then, starting on the front row, where we normally see you, what's your mindset like?
I'm just trying to stay calm and stay focused on the race. I don't think there's been many people that have been around here in the wet, so it'll be an exciting race.
And as for the wet lines and the racing, is it tough? Does it differ from any of the other tracks that you've raced on this year?
I'm not sure so far, but we'll find out in a minute. I think I'm just learn each line on the formation lap and try and find out the fastest line.
Best of luck to you, Will. Got a little bit more time, so I'm going to head to the number 8 of Jarlath Sayer, Fusion Kart. Charlie, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling quite good, quite confident. I mean, last one wasn't too good, but I know the team have put a lot of hard work into this, so I think we can get it done.
And something I've been talking to drivers a little bit about this weekend, because I've never driven on this track, and we've not seen it too much on the calendar. What's it like both to drive and to race on?
It's a very good track to race on. Like, the toe is worth a lot, so it's very interesting to race on.
And then, Jarlath, any final words before this race?
Not really, no.
Best of luck to you. I'm going to throw back up to the comms box before we head off for our other cadet class.
Thank you very much, Nicole. Key race this, Henry.
Yes.
A whole multitude of different things could be decided in this one, but for our pole sitter, Will Green, he'll be looking to get, and it's remarkable that we're saying this considering the strength of his season. He's had his first win this season on a Saturday.
Yeah, he is a Sunday specialist, but, as we look at the field, all going out on wet tyres, what will Water Swift bring in their final?
Penultimate final of the year for Water Swift in what is a very, very tight championship campaign. Will Green, championship leader, starts on pole position. Austin Gibson alongside on the front row. George House and Jarlath Sayer starts on row 2. Finley Lyons has an outside opportunity still, needs to do well from row 3. Is joined by Colby Patterson. Sukmani Kira has been awesome today. Starts from row 4 and is joined by Christian Cobing.
On row number 5, you have Austin Newstead and Callum Graham, Max Mason and Harry Williams. On row 6, Knight Measures and Freddie Wood, followed by Blair Smith and Teddy J. Porter.
Harley Musk and George Clark go from row 9. Joseph Davies and Johnston Stewart complete the top 20. They're ahead of Luca Narroway and Sophie Campbell on row 11. Charlie Clough and Oscar Miller starts on row number 12. Orion Meta and Grayson Wortley have it all to do from row 13. Andy Stewart in with ORM this weekend, starts on row 14 alongside Ian Carey. It's a 29 strong field completed by Baron Alton Soy.
And very, very sadly, the number 57 kart, Orion Meta from Premium Karting, will not take the start. The kart seems to oil up as it left the grid, and he will go no further. So, a wet track, a combination of ink black clouds and sapphire blue early evening sunshine, means that these drivers, and they all look like they're on wet tyres, have got a very tricky 12 minutes plus 1 lap to negotiate as we go racing into turn number 1. The pole sitter, Will Green, safely negotiates, and a couple of drivers piggybacking through the first corner, but under the glare of the sunshine. And of course, they'll want tinted visors, they'll need clear visors, it'll be a real problem for visibility, and who knows what the weather will throw at us in the next 12 minutes, because it can change second by second, it seems.
Has done across the course of the afternoon so far. Will Green, out it goes to Sukmani Kira, and Knight Measures is out of this race as well. There was one of the, I think it might have been Ian Carey in the background, spinning either Ian Carey or Oscar Miller. So early stages of this race, Will Green leads. Kira is back in the race, but all that hard work that Sukmani Kira, having started at the back of the grid in both of her heats so far today, have got all the way up to 7th place. It's all been undone in half a lap.
Yes, indeed. Now, you had some, we spoke to Austin Gibson on the grid. You had some news as well about Austin as well.
Yeah, great to, I don't think we had this as news last time. We had an IAME round that Austin Gibson, his season doesn't end here this weekend. No. He'll be off to Valencia in a few weeks' time to represent the United Kingdom at the FIA Motorsport Games in the karting mini event. Really looking forward to that one, and again showing what he can do. This is a good scrap for a position with Christian Cobey. Austin Newstead in there as well.
Now, we say we have some news. We mentioned about what drivers do, and we congratulate the drivers for doing, achieving things outside of this paddock in the sport. There is Knight Measures, coming in to the pits, obviously with some damage after the incident. Can we just say congratulations to Colby Patterson's mum,
yes, we can.
Sian, who sang the national anthem at the CIK FIA World Karting Championships 2 weeks ago. And, you know,
Did a brilliant
girl's got a pair of lungs on her. That's a technical term, that is. But no, congratulations. You know, it's not just the drivers that are talented. Some of the mums and dads have got a little bit of talent as well. Oh, speaking of talent, there is the E-plate Finley Lines making a move, passing Will Green for the race lead.
And I tell you what, that is a move that's keeping Finley Lines in the championship battle, but back comes Will Green down the inside. Lines shuts the door. Oh, that was a brave moment from these top two. Finley Lines, who's had this double effort in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships this year, wasn't able to take the title in the Rotax categories, but has still got a chance here in the Iami categories. That, I say, at first doesn't look great for Lines in terms of the championship scores, but this is where the drops are starting to come into play. He was already in a spot in second place where he had enough leverage with a good result tomorrow to wrestle the lead away from Green. That's now even more the case, and even more the case again, because George House, we said, keep an eye on the BMRs. They are really, really quick this weekend. And George House is up to P2. Finley Lines checking over his shoulder to see where the other two drivers are. Will Green's got back down the inside, retakes second place. They've got about 3 seconds over Austin Newstead at the moment. But Austin Newstead, another one of the runners with BMR, is going to be charging onto the back of this group. There is Finley Lines' dad.
Granddad. No, dad. Sorry.
And
sorry.
he's well, Stuart looking quite nervous out there because he knows that this is a key race. It's not going to decide things for the championship, but if there's somehow a turn of the points that it ends up with Finley Lines with the number 1 plate in 24 hours time, a big effort in this race is going to be a key part of that story.
Hey, take the title fight down to the last day. Just keep putting whatever pressure you can on the leader, because sometimes the pressure can get to them. It's all you can do is fight, win, and not manipulate. Yeah, but no, he's not. Finley Lines is not doing that. He is just doing everything he can to keep that title fight alive into the last day of the season, because you know, I guarantee you not one single driver in any form of motorsport has woken up, you know, on the last day of any championship knowing there's a chance they could win it or they could lose it and not had a moment of doubt.
The thing with Finley Lines is, a bit of a squirm there as they came off the edge of the Rogerson Straight. With the dropped scores, Finley Lines has a greater scope for improvement. His worst result so far this season was a 19th at last time out at Chennington, but here comes Will Green. Will Green's going to retake the lead of the race with 6.5 minutes remaining. Still not done in this formation either. Finley Lines with the scope for improvement still in this formation of Green first, Line second, would have a slim opportunity to overhaul Will Green's championship tally if Will Green has problems on Sunday.
Look at that, clear visors all round, eyes focused on the apex into the S's. You could see the drivers moving their body weights around in the car just to, you know, maximise the potential for weight distribution. Green checks over his shoulder. Doesn't look panicked. You can look at his face. His face looks calm. Well, that didn't look too calm, but look at that. Yeah, eyes laser focused. But yeah, they're not like, you know, bulging out of his head. He's not focused. He's just calm. He's letting the car do the work. Oh, at the background there, somebody runs wide coming out of Luna Bend. That is Christian Colby. But yeah, considering that Finley Lines has put on a couple of really good passing manoeuvres on Will Green, and, you know, it's been very, very close. Green looks like, you know, very, very cool, calm and collected. Finley Lines has got that yellowish visor on. But yeah, he's just looking at the rear bumper of the GP plate kart. He'll transfer his vision from the rear bumper of the GP plate kart to the inside curb and where his turning points are. So he's looking for his turning point there, and then he'll come out of this corner and he'll refocus his eyes on the rear bumper of the kart in front of him. Now he'll just make sure he is in, right behind there to maximise the slipstream effect, and he'll get to the turning point. You'll see his eyes, you'll see his face move there, because he'll look over to see where his turning point again. Fantastic work there. So glad that we can literally put you in the seat with the drivers, with the camera work that Alpha Live are bringing us this year.
Really, really good stuff out there on circuit. Just to explain why we're not talking about Jarlath Sayer too much in terms of the championship. Yes, at the moment, Sayer has more points on the board than Finlay Lines, but we mentioned at the top of the show that the consistency of Jarlath Sayer has been... Sometimes it's a blessing, sometimes it's a curse. For Sayer in this scenario, it's a curse, because he's always been in the top 5, the top 10. It means his scope for improvement is actually quite shallow.
So, yes, right. Layman's terms, what is Jarlath Sayer's worst point-scoring finish of the season so far? 8th. So, in order to improve his championship score by even 1 point, he must finish in the top 7.
Yep.
Finlay Lines. What's Finlay Lines' worst point-scoring position of the year so far?
19th.
So to improve his points, all he's going to do is finish 18th, and and so on. So Sayer, Sayer has to maintain the level of consistency and improve upon it. Whereas Finlay Lines, he's gaining a whole heap of points simply by not being 19th. As we watch the number 70 kart of Grayson Wortley add to the growing list of retirements. Baron Altinsoy has also pulled his kart into the pits. We are down to 25 runners.
Oh, indeed. We should also say with Finlay Lines, it goes further than the worst score as well. He had an 18th to kick off his season at PF International, so that's the thing. He's got more scores that he will hope to get rid of with efforts tomorrow that can turn this picture around. This is the fight between Jarlath Sayer and Max Mason. That is lovely stuff from Jarlath Sayer. As I say, he can keep himself in if he can have the best 3 minutes of his season between now and the end of this race. He could mathematically keep himself in, especially if there's more events further up the road as well. 2.5 minutes to go. Will Green leads. He's won rounds at PF International and Wilton Mill and at Shennington. They've all been on a Sunday. He hasn't won a round on a Saturday. It's been a similar story when in his IAME Euro Series campaign as well. At the moment, he cannot add the British Championship to his list of accolades in 2024. That, as I say, include the IAME Euro Series. It includes the British Grand Prix title, of course, as well. But he's doing a magnificent job to put the pressure on the rest of the field. That's a helping hand for the JGR team as well. Mason back down the inside of Sayer, retakes 5th.
So, Will Green is already the IAME Euro Series champion.
Indeed, yep.
Did he win a Saturday final in that championship?
Nope.
Okay. Has he won a Saturday final in this championship?
Nope.
So he's obviously decided, I'm not going to win on Saturday. No, I'm joking. But it's strange, the superstitions that these drivers develop.
Less than 90 seconds to go. I think Grayson Wortley has gone back out on circuits and may well still have an opportunity of gaining some more points. If he can get ahead of Baron Altinsoy in the classification. And Jarlath Sayer's got back ahead of Max Mason. We shouldn't forget as well, all top 10 drivers in the classification for the points are going to get seeded plates at the end of the year. Jarlath Sayer wants to make that number 8 as low a number as possible to show his improvements across the course of the year.
But do you know what? We keep saying about how much the JB Green Racing team have improved. This you're looking at there is an example of how they've improved. There is a driver for the team whose surname isn't Green, now battling up at the front and assisting the team leader by taking points off the rivals. So often with new teams, they got one very good driver and then there's nobody else in the team capable of running at the front. it's easy to get one driver to go quickly. It's hard to get an entire team of drivers to go quickly, but that's what Jamie Green's team are starting to do. We're seeing different drivers, not from the family, you know, gaining speed and being able to assist Will in his battle. Because you look at Finley Lines, where is Finley? He's the only Synergy factory driver in the field. Here is the babyface assassin, Austin Newstead, chasing down his teammate George House for third. Now, it was a little while ago, but Newstead was some way back behind House, and I think that Austin Newstead is going to make short work of the number 77 Kart.
Well, you would imagine so on the pace that we've seen so far today, but George House is another driver who likes a final. Across the course of his career, he's been able to dig deep when it counts the most. Time is up, and yes, we are now on to the final lap. Will Green has just taken us round to complete lap number 14. His lead is a second. Side by side between the two BMRs. Newstead's through. Newstead through, back onto the podium, and just in time, because that entertaining battle between the two BMRs has brought Jarlath Sayer back into the discussion. Jarlath Sayer, who knows he needs positions, he's going to get back up to 4th place. Can he find a way back into the title picture? It's going to look like a bit of a long shot at the moment, but he's trying all the while. Mason's down the inside. We should know that the number 71 has a 5-second penalty to be applied. Oh, poor George House has gone from 3rd place. He's going to be outside the top 5. Will Green, though, we said, could he do it on a Saturday? He's answered the question with domination today here at Three Sisters. He's not quite going to be champion, but he puts himself in a very, very strong position for less than 24 hours' time. Will Green takes his 4th victory of the season in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. And look at this over the line. Lines P2. I think Jarlath Sayer just took a podium by 100th of a second.
1,000th of
oh, yeah,
no, 100th. Wow.
And Austin Newstead was similarly 100th of a second ahead of Max Mason. What a finish.
200ths of a second separating 3rd, 4th and 5th in a blanket finish across the line. Of course, you know, Max Mason will have that 5-second penalty applied, which will drop him. It'll actually only drop him to 8th, behind Austin Gibson, the unlucky George House, and Colby Patterson. Luca Narroway had a great qualifying at Kart Masters, and it went backwards in the races. Had a terrible qualifying here, and he's gone forward, gaining 12 places, finishing in the top 10 for Evolve Motorsport. There is Jamie Green, who seems like quite contented with his afternoon's work. Yeah, he will know just how difficult that result was, but how meaningful it was. But, you know, he should take a poker, because he's not giving away much with the expressions. Yeah, that's his first Saturday win, but yeah, taking everything in his stride.
So, point situation.
Okay.
Will Green overnight will be on 804, but remember, when we go into tomorrow, he'll get a bonus 20 points for attending every single round.
I mean,
for him to lose the title, Lines has got to win both stages of tomorrow, and Will Green has effectively got to non-score, and Lines would have the win of the championship by 1 point. So it's all or nothing for Lines tomorrow. Let's have a look at some of the highlights from that final. This was the very start of things. Composed start for Will Green, all sorts of scraps going on in the top 10. There was drama early on for Night Measures and Sukhmani Kira. Those two drivers effectively out of the race. Night Measures would fully retire on lap number 2, and Kira would recover to 25th place. Finley Lines had to give everything in that race to give himself a chance. It's a narrow chance tomorrow to be British champion, but it's still there. It's still alive. This is a great fight with Will Green for the race lead. This is almost like a 6-pointer in football sometimes. Swinging back and forth between the two of them. As we say, Lines has got to go out and win the heats, be first in the intermediate classification and win the final, and hope There's a little bit of luck of the racing gods on his side tomorrow. This was a great fight as well, Henry Sayer versus Mason.
Yeah, I mean, that move there was just inch perfect. You know, Mason didn't break, and Sayer just scythed across the front. He knew exactly his turning point. That was, you know, a deceptively difficult move to make, made to look very, very seamless. But, yeah, there is young Will Green. That's the only emotion we've had out of him on what was a highly pressurised afternoon, but pressure which he has handled with gusto.
So for Will Green tomorrow, the 16th place from the first, for the heats at PF International, that's gone. That was his worst score up to now. That's written off the board. That is now officially a drop. His next worst score is an 8th. So if Will Green, let's say it, top five in the heats tomorrow, he will take the title. And Finlay Lyons, nothing but first will do. But he would definitely have at least a good scrap with Jarlath Sayer for second in the championship. Jarlath Sayer holds that spot overnight before tomorrow's round, but the improvements that Sayer can make are not going to be enough to overhaul a bad day for Will Green.
Just look at those cloud formations. It reminds you of that film Koyaanisqatsi. If you haven't heard of it, look it up.
Well, I'll look that one up.
Some cumuli nimbus there, but yes, there's nothing quite so far. Now, can we? Did any of those clouds look like anything from the air? They're like, they just look like rain, if you ask me. But anyway, down with our race winner is Nicole Sutherland. Take it away.
So on the grid earlier, I called this a cadet class because I didn't engage my brain. I know it's a mini class, and here is your mini winner, Will. Will, how are you feeling about that? You happy?
Yeah, I'm really happy with that. It was a good race, good close race, and I'm really happy with it. Now we've extended the championship lead, so it's good.
And we had a quick chat on the grid earlier about what the track's like in the wet. Grippy, not grippy? What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I'd say it's quite a grippy track compared to most of the tracks like PF and things like that. So, and it was a drying track throughout the race, so yeah, it's quite a good track. I like it.
And then, you know, first final today, we've got another one coming up tomorrow. How are you feeling in that? You're a pretty chilled out driver anyway, but are you just feeling relaxed?
Yeah, I'm just trying to stay chill and just focus on getting a good, decent result tomorrow. And yeah, that's about it.
Thanks, Will, and congratulations. We'll head up and hear from Wera Tools, and then I'll see you on the grid.
Once again this year, Wera Tools are the proud title sponsor of the top kart championship in the UK. But not only proud title sponsors, they're getting involved in the action. We're here at the scrutineering bay here at PF to see how they're getting involved and how their products are being put to good use. Here we are in the scrutineering bay at PF International. This is where the scrutineers are busy at work throughout the course of a race weekend, making sure everything's being run to the standards required by the championship. We've got the Tool Rebel roller cabinet here. This is here in the scrutineering bay. Key always in a motorsport environment, quality, ease of use. And we can see here, just opening some of the trays, up to 94 pieces can be equipped with one of these Tool Rebel roller cabinets. Beautifully laid out, very high quality tools, and it's the details, it's the little touches that really set this set apart. You can see all of the sockets here, all the different sizes color coded for when it's that quick moment of needing a different size. It's not just reading the numbers, you can see, 10mm spanner. How many times have we all lost our 10mm spanners? Little yellow detail on there makes it really easy to find. The tools as well, that ease of use and ergonomics, the handles on the Allen keys fitting beautifully into the scrutineer's hands. Really is a fantastic set to be using here in the Motorsport UK British Kart Championships presented by Wera Tools, bringing once again high quality into the championship.
On the grid then, ahead of our Junior X30 final, and I'm with the 86 of Rocco Shenton. Rocco, 2 wins today. Have you done much around this track before?
It's about my 6th time here, so done a bit around here. Seems to be quite good.
And would you say, you know, this isn't something that we have seen too much on the British calendar so far since the new era in 2019. Do you think you've got a benefit over some of your competitors that you've done more laps?
Yeah, I think I've got a bit because I've been to all the club rounds here and some of them haven't. But there's only been about 10 there, so some of them haven't been here.
We've seen a range of mixed conditions today as well, wet, dry. You know, it's dried up again. I don't know if the track maybe is going to end up with a dry line out there, but what are you hoping for, ideally?
Hopefully it'll be a dry line, then we'll see how it pans out.
See how it pans out. I also want to talk to Harrison Mackie, who I've had in my ear. Where is he? Here he is, the 21. I've had in my ear, he's only got to finish 4th to grab the championship title. Harrison, feeling chill?
Yeah, I'm going to go have some fun, that's it.
You actually feeling like pressure's maybe off a little bit, relaxed?
Yeah, all the pressure's off now, I've just got to go have some fun.
And as for the track then, you know, I'm quite keen to talk to you drivers this weekend about kind of what the track's like to drive, because we don't see too much of it. What's it like in your opinion?
Yeah, it's definitely a fun track. It's a very fast track, but not many overtakes, so it's just a bit of fun.
Great to hear from Harrison then. I'm clearing the grid because it's time for them to go. We'll see you in a minute.
All right, time to see if Harrison Mackie can add the British title to the Iami Euro Series title in X30 Junior. Here's your grid for the final here today. Rockley and Shenton on pole position. Riley Cranham, the only driver who can stop Mackie being champion alongside on the front row. Mackie there third on the grid, is joined on the second row by Thomas Min-Spearing. Next up, George Edgar and Aaron Richardson. Kenzo Craigie starts the first final of the weekend alongside Monjuni Canini on row 4.
Row number 5 is Archie Owen and Harrison Whitacombe, who was having some issues getting his kart started, but the team seems to have got that going. Mayan Patel and Evan Purcell are next, with Laith Khan, Joey Brown, Theodore Strange and Sky Parker rounding out the front 8 rows of the grid.
Max Ewell and Morgan Moore go from row 9. Cameron Edmonds and Zach Green complete the top 20. Jake Brook and Harry Walsh on row 11 ahead of Zef Nurnberger and Ashley Harzer. That's the top 24. Hamish Forrest and Alexander De Benedictis are next on row 13. Dylan Patel and Katrina E complete the 28 strong field.
Now,
very simple scenario, Henry.
Yes, Mackie must finish 4th or better to seal the deal.
And if Cranham doesn't win.
Yeah, that is with Cranham winning. Now, as I was watching from the balcony area there, I noticed the amount of times that Rocco Leon Shenton's dad and Riley Cranham's mechanic and Lewis Mackie, Harrison Mackie's mechanic, and Thomas Min-Spearing's mechanic were going round the kart adjusting tyre pressures 3 or 4 times whilst on the grid, because the conditions are changing literally minute by minute.
Here we go then, to the line. Are we green and racing for the final here?
No.
No, I don't think we are. Lights have not gone out. We're going to go round again. Chevron flags are out.
Now, if you're a driver on slick tyres with a damp track, would you be necessarily disappointed at having an extra formation lap?
I think you'd quite like the scenario, just to get a little bit more heat into the tyres.
I'm not trying to suggest that the drivers in their own individual minds thought, I quite fancy, we get one pass before race director Nigel Edwards starts waving his clipboard at us. So, yeah, I mean, far be it from me to spread conspiracy theories. However, drivers are devious little critters at the best of times.
So, a bit more heat into the tyres, a bit more heat into the brakes as well. That can sometimes be a bit difficult to get into the materials from these conditions. Rockley and Shenton there wasn't present at Shennington, so he's not part of the championship situation. Riley Cranham second in the points, and on the grid knows nothing but a win will do. Harrison Mackie knows if he can hold himself there in third, even drop behind Thomas Min-Spearing into 4th, he will be champion.
And Rocco Leon Shenton is not picking up speed as quickly as Harrison Mackie wants him to, but it's Rocco Shenton's prerogative, and we go around again. And that is because the back of the field were not really in formation. I have to say that Rocco was bringing them around at a very steady, sedate pace. And if the first one was by design, that one was just one of those things. But there are now 28 Junior X30 drivers on track, all breathing an even bigger sigh of relief that the track will just be that little bit drier. There goes the Purple People Eater, and there at the back of the field, that is Jake Brook. And around goes Jake Brook. He wanted to get a little bit of extra exposure for his privateer run Birrell ART by doing that. No harm, no foul. He retakes the position. Oh, now, why has Rocco Shenton got his hand in the air? I hope he hasn't gone so slowly that the kart has oiled up. That is always the danger.
It's a very, very sedate pace now. Jake Brook is going to try and retake his what should be 21st place on the grid. Rocco Leon Shenton
don't like the way he's looking down at that go-kart. Yes.
Is not great for Rocco at the moment. They're going to continue round Luna Bend for the third attempt at the start here. Remember, your grid looks like this. Shenton and Cranham on row 1. Mackie and Spearing on row 2. George Edgar, another driver, off to the FIA Motorsport Games to represent his country in a few weeks' time on row 3 alongside Aaron Richardson, who had a great day so far. Right, moment of truth. Is everything okay on the number 86? Into the tram lines. Do we go green? Yes, we do. We're racing in the junior final. Rocco Shenton already looks to be a little bit out of control into turn 1. They're all running wide. They're all off.
Dear.
As out goes Cranham. That could be the moment straight away that decides the British Championship for this year. I think Mackie made his way through it, but with Riley Cranham now to the back of the field, that is going to be the end of the story.
There is the Purple People Eater, Zef Nürnberger, out of the race. I couldn't quite see the other kart involved there, but again, that slick tyres on a damp track. That was the number 21. No, that was the number 20 kart, I think, of Mayan Patel. And there are there is Harrison Mackie. When you are on course to win a championship, sometimes you need a bit of luck, but other times you just make your own. We'll have a little look. There goes Kenzo Craigie, Thomas Min Spearing. There's the number 60 car of Morgan Moore. Look at all the dirt and detritus that has been dragged onto the circuit from multiple spins on the opening lap. And you have to say that Rocco Shenton was just trying his very best to get on the anchors, but there were drivers behind who were just braking hard on a damp track, and you fear that was almost bound to happen.
Few notifications from race controls. F. Nürnberg is under investigation. Harrison Whittingham is also under investigation. There's been some remarkable moves up through the field, including this one here for Sky Parker. She's up 13 places from where she started, managed to pick her way through everything that happened there on the first lap. 10 minutes to go, end of lap 2. Mackie leads. Kenzo Craigie has made his way through everything that happened. Has obviously had a big experience last 2 weekends ago in wet conditions at PF International. This is Joey Brown down the inside of Sky Parker for third place. Oh, that's a big chunk of curb for Sky Parker. Morgan Moore does very, very well to avoid any further incident there. It's into 5th place. Mayan Patel's had a good start as well. Up 5 places to 6th. Down the inside. I think that's another one of the fusions coming through. I think it might have been Mondo Junior Canini fighting with Harrison Whittingham. There's some real chances here for some first podiums of the season. Not for this driver, though. Harrison Mackie, he will be enjoying this if he can keep it together. Even if he doesn't keep it together, because the only driver who can beat him in the championship who needs to win this race to keep that hope alive, is down in 16th place. Harrison Mackie, new fastest lap of the race.
Well, and it's good to see that he's, taking it easy there, not abusing the curbs in any way, shape or form, just, to cruise home and collect the championship title, not. But that's what drivers do, It's harder for a driver to drive at 75% than it is at 100%, simply because of the concentration levels. So, Rocco Shenton, P20. Look at the gap. 16.9 seconds behind Harrison Mackie. Further back, George Edgar, 23rd after a spin. Riley Cranham is 15th. He is 15 seconds behind the leader, and of course there's lots of big gaps between some of the runners. There goes Cranham through your picture, and here comes Shenton. That's Thomas Min spearing, and Shenton just behind him. But of course Kenzo Craigie, wow, I'm not trying to say this is anything like, oh, and there's a spin going into turn number 1. I have a feeling that was an Argenti kart. It was Hamish Forrest who almost found the trees.
Almost did, indeed. This is the fight involving Zach Green trying to find a way past Mayan Patel for 9th place. Bit of a squirm there through the S's. Once again, not much grip through that part of the course. Bit further ahead, this is the fight for 3rd place. The last spot on the podium. Joey Brown in the number 11 facing off against Morgan Moore in the 16. Morgan Moore, who was on the podium on the Saturday round at Shennington, has massively impressed me this season in IAME X30 racing. Henry's had a great year for premium karting.
Indeed. You mentioned earlier the FIA driver rankings for Junior X30. Harrison Mackie, he was ranked number 1 in the world. I would assume that having clinched the Euro Series title and being a long way towards clinching the British title as we look at Morgan Moore wheel to wheel with Joey Brown, and that puts Morgan back into P3. Another podium potentially beckons for the young Irishman. But yeah, in terms of the global rankings for X30, I mean, Harrison Mackie will obviously, be devastated at what happened in the actual, World Championship for OK finals. But I'm not saying it's the same type of situation, but a damp track, and he is pulling away from Kenzo Craigie, who is the world champion in juniors, and that will just be a little bit of it won't make up for what happened at PF International, but it certainly will give a big boost saying, do you know what, this is show everyone a clean pair of heels.
Absolutely. It's actually a curious situation with the FIA IKR for X30 Junior because Harrison didn't compete.
Yes.
He didn't race at Genk. He didn't score any points for the event at Genk. So yes, he won the IAME Euro Series title, but because he won it a round early and then didn't run in that final round, he didn't score any ranking points. That's why he's a little bit lower down in that order.
Right, that's fair enough. I see. And of course, the British Championship, it does have a slightly lower coefficient than the European Championship. It's actually, looking at the screen, there's Zach Green, who is officially ranked as the number 1 junior X30 driver in the world. And Zach Green is currently running 9th, 19 seconds behind Harrison Mackie, as we watch the battle for 3rd continue at a fair old lick.
But what we will say about on the IKR, that the top 5 drivers have all at some points raced in British karting.
Well, of course.
Maniac's in 2nd place, Tyke Buckley in 3rd, Harrison Mackie and Riley Cranham 4th and 5th. Here's a battle and a change for 3rd place. Joey Brown back down the inside, retakes that spot from Morgan Moore. Tell you what, I reckon Future Motorsport have got their setup right in this one, because Mongiuni Canini is the fastest driver on circuit. It's Fusion's in 1st, 3rd and 5th at the moment, performing very nicely indeed. Cameron
Edmonds having a solid run for the Garrity racing team in 8th position. Mayan Patel runs 10th. Cranham is up into 11th position, and Shenton is up to 13th place. But I've got to say, Harrison Mackie, well, Nanny June has been watching. Harrison Mackie has just, to quote Stone Cold Steve Austin, Harrison Mackie has opened up a can of whoop-ass on the rest of the field. 6 seconds in front of the world junior champion on lap number 8. Behave.
Behave indeed. A good move there from Harrison Whittaker, who's moving back through the order. This recovery drive for Cranham could be quite key in his battle and quest for the number 2 plate. I think we're resigned to the fact that the number 1 plate is not going to be going Riley Cranham's way.
No.
We would have loved as neutrals to see it go to the final day of the season, but we can't have everything, can we? And Harrison Mackie is a very, very deserving champion. At the moment, this 11th place wouldn't be his worst score of the year. It may end up being a drop still, but right now he is adding points to his tally in his battle with Kenzo Craigie for that number 2 spot. We should mention as well with this final, no Taylor Orridge here this weekend.
No.
I hope it's not the last time that we've seen Taylor Orridge, because we love seeing Taylor race, but if it was, what a career.
Yeah, I noticed he wasn't here. Do we know, is there any sort of
We've got some intel.
We've got some intel.
That Nicole provided us with.
Oh, right, okay.
Which, he's decided not to run it this weekend.
Well, I mean, I hope
his choice.
I mean, I do hope that he's back, because he has established himself as the fastest ginger in the paddock, which is an honour that very few are even remotely capable of achieving, and he should wear that ginger hat with pride. But there we go. However, Chester Fawkes is on his way up as well, and he's anyway, moving swiftly on, go-kart racing. I'm not quite sure what Joey Brown. Well, Joey Brown is the 2nd fastest mullet in the paddock, behind William Antrobus.
That is very true.
That is
At
true,
the moment, which Joey Brown is on for a first podium of the season, if he can hold off the charging Morgan Moore.
You can have all these IKR rankings, but you don't have the Henry rankings for hairstyles, follicles.
HKR.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not quite sure what FIA coefficient my rankings have, but hey, you always want to think yourself, I'm the best at something.
There's Morgan Moore. Can he find a way through it? This is one of those really tricky set of conditions. There's definitely a dry line there, or a dry to damp line, and to overtake at this moment, you've got to go off of it. And unless the driver ahead makes a mistake, the opportunities to move through are limited. Well, Riley Cranham's now up to P9, so again, that's going to be a couple more points on his tally overnight towards the last round tomorrow.
There's Rocco Shenton.
Trying to get through. That's not worked for Theo Lestrange.
No, Lestrange is fuming at that one, I have to say. But he was quite lucky, because in go-kart could be mash-up if he had hit the tyres, but he was okay. But again, Shenton just had what a glorious opportunity that went away through no fault of his own. So you can understand that Rocco has probably got the red mist descending, down on every corner. As you look at, there goes Shenton, who is now up to 12th position. And Mackie still 6 seconds in front of Craigie. Everyone else is 10 seconds and more back. This is an incredibly spread out race, I have to say. Yes, there was that incident at the first corner that saw the field scatter, but really, now there is the Cool Runnings on wheels, the number 33 kart of Ashley Harser. And Ashley is having a really good run. He's battling away with the number 44 kart. He's going to be a lap by Kenzo Craigie. So Craigie is trying to make his way past. And I hate doing this. I can't see any blue flags. There should be some blue flags. Very sorry to say that, because no one loves the Orange Army, the most important people in karting more than me, but there should have been some blue flags there.
It's a battle with Jake Brook over 24th place, immediately ahead of Kenzo Craigie. But Harrison Mackie is going to take victory. This is going to be one of his biggest victory margins of the season. What a job he has done.
Well, I mean, that Kenzo Craigie's lost 5 seconds behind that slower traffic, because there was, there were no blue flags. Not taking anything away from what has been an absolutely stunning season for Harrison Mackie. And I think a radio in Lincolnshire lands, because the disappointment of 2 weekends ago is replaced at last.
And Harrison Mackie comes out of the final corner. He adds the British Kart Championship to already being the winner of the Iami Euro Series. He is a double champion in 2024 in X30 Junior. And it's not done yet, of course, in his season in the category. Harrison Mackie does it in style. He wins again. He takes yet another final victory. That is now 1, 2, 3, 4 final victories in a row for Harrison Mackie, his mechanic Lewis Mackie, and Fusion Motorsport. They have done it. What a job.
Well done to the entire Mackie family, both here at the circuit and there, who watch feverishly from home if they're not able to come to the circuit. Yes, he drives for Fusion Motorsport, but that is a real family effort for the Mackie clan, and did it in fine style by literally just waltzing away from the field after saying, I'm just going to have a bit of fun. And sometimes, when a driver, there's no pressure or weights lifted, having fun is winning by 10 seconds.
Let's list off the circuits that Harrison Mackie has won at this year.
Then.
PF International, Wilton Mill, Wackersdorf. Earlier on in the year, when we were at Franciacorta as well for Iami Euro Series, he took the win. And now 3 Sisters. He has, there's only one word for it in X30 Junior Racing this season, and he's faced off against some tough opposition, including this young man here, Kenzo Craigie, who is on the podium again in the British Kart Championships. He has dominated X30 Junior whenever he's raced in 2024, and as we say, he's not done. He's booked his tickets to the IWF for later in the year in Valencia, and we'll look forward to see how he can do there. Here, let's have a look at some of the highlights of that race. It was all very much done at the start. Unfortunate for both Rocco Leon Shenton, Riley Cranham and others that they weren't able to battle Harrison Mackie for the win here today. Great scrap as well that we should talk about between these two. Morgan Moore did win out in the fight to be on the podium for the second time this season ahead of Joey Brown. Joey Brown, a strong result there in the end was P6, but this one, Henry, went back and forth for all 16 of those laps.
Yeah, and okay, they were slowing each other down, but they still weren't in the same class as Mackie, even if without that battle. Inter Argenti fight, you've got the pair of Welsh drivers, Harrison would go in the 66, Sky Parker in the 25, and on this occasion West Wales beats North Wales as Whitcomb comes home in 5th, and Parker still a very creditable 9th. I think that probably is her best result of the season, but we have a championship winning interview with Nicole Sutherland.
We're with Harrison Mackie then. Harrison, not the first round you've won, but the championship, what an achievement.
Yeah, it's been a great year with the Euro Series, British Champs, Kart Masters as well. It's been an amazing year.
And all that hard work, all the dedication, and to all the work everybody else has put into you, who have you got to thank?
I want to thank all the Fusion Motorsport. As I said, at Kart Masters, their family, and they've put so much work in this year from at the start of the year to now. Obviously, my brother wouldn't have been able to do it without him. Obviously, Aventus Power, he's definitely an important person that's been part of this. And obviously, all the family at home, Nanny June and all them, and my mum and dad here supporting me.
And despite, even getting off on the right foot at the start of the year, you've managed to go from strength to strength. Every weekend I see something new from you, new confidence, a new move. What's actually What have you done to put that into the driver that you've become?
I think the team are a big part of that. They make sure they dig into you, make sure that you're confident with everything, and since the first win, it's not stopped.
Definitely not stopped. You've just got quicker and quicker. And then moving forward then, Harrison, what's your plans? Am I allowed to know?
Obviously we'll do tomorrow, focus on that, but one last race, IWF, and then move to seniors.
Well, congratulations. We'll see you on the podium later on, and we'll head to the Wera Tools advert before our next race.
Back with us here at Three Sisters, Event 9 of the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. Andrew Mather and Henry Beaudette in the commentary box for you this weekend. Getting ready, Henry, for the seniors to head out on circuit.
Yes, 2 races to go, Senior X30, and then to round out the day, KZ2. I notice on the live chat that Alan Dove... karting royalty himself. It takes a lot to impress Mr. Dove, you know, but Mr. Dove certainly gives his flowers when they are due, and he says that the turn 1 shot of the KZs is the best filmed karting shots he's seen in a long time. So, what we need to do is we'll go to the sting for this race very, very shortly.
Time to go for the X30 seniors. Let's take you through the grid for this one. Noah Wolf on pole position is joined by championship leader Gus Lawrence. Lewis Bird and Cian Geraghty go from the second row of the grid. Freddie Lloyd needs a big race here. Starts on row 3 next to Hayden Eldridge. Henry Gregory and Oliver Still go from row number 4.
Fred Green and Alistair Cresswell round out your top 10, and Connor McPollin and Archie Tillett, with Harvey Roth and Ty Stansfield on row number 7, Aaron Brown and Oliver Rands sharing row number 8.
David Coulthard and Sam Lewis go from row number 9 ahead of Dylan Briley and Harry Ewell on an all-crop promotion row 10. David McIntyre and Freddie Housley go from row 11, they're ahead of Casper Piecki and Michael Gray on row 12.
Ryland Eschberg will not be going out after his crash this morning. I do hope that Ryland's dad can get the wagon fixed and back ready for tomorrow. Yes, so we are waiting for a clean sweep in this race.
Yep.
Can Dylan Briley do a clean sweep of 17th places on the road? Jacob Coulm is watching. We're going to get the Alpha Live camera person who is up on the banking. We're going to actually get them to sit on the side of the track for the KZ2 race. We've cleared it with health and safety. It's absolutely fine. The camera person doesn't want any extra pay for danger money. We want to get so close so that we see the KZ2s. You could literally count the freckles on their noses. Now, who is...
Thumbs up. We've got a thumbs up.
Yeah, we got it. Oh, it's Andrew Holmes down there. Well, Andrew Holmes has signed his life insurance away. And Alan Dove, it's just for you. Alan Dove, a Alpha Live cameraman, will literally sacrifice their own life live on air just so we get a really good slow-mo shot of a KZ2 kart coming through over the crest. I think that's fair.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Championship scenario very, very quickly. Gus Lawrence, 785 points. Freddie Lloyd, 766. Cian Geraghty, 761 by our unofficial, stress that word,
unofficial
maths in the box. If Gus Lawrence wins this race, he is champion as long as he signs on for tomorrow morning and gets the 20 bonus points. That is the slight technicality on that one.
It's been a day for the championship leaders here today. Can it be another race in favour of the driver that entered the day heading the point standings? Oh, it's a very, very touchy start there. Drivers clipping and bumping and chipping away at each other. And two drivers didn't even get that far. The number 21 of Sam Lewis, and that wasn't Michael Gray, was it?
It was Michael Gray,
oh,
the
the
77
buzzing Hornet Kart.
Is not going any further in a hurry for this final in X30 Senior. Right, so this mixes it up a little bit. Noah Wolf, Noah was a little bit deep there into the first run out and off the Rogerson straight, and he's a bit wide.
Gone wide.
Through Luna Bend. Lewis Bird's down the inside. Lewis Bird's going to take the lead. Freddie Lloyd's going to step through. Well, we said that Freddie Lloyd needed a big race in his title battle with Gus Lawrence. That'll do. Up to P2.
And of course, you can see, you're wondering, well, why are there suddenly drivers slowing down so much? Because there is little bits of patches of water on the line and off the line. You know, you can see it. The minute a driver hits a little bit of residual moisture, the cart suddenly understeers or the back end steps out and there's no traction, and that is what is causing, well, it could be calamitous for a nose cone or three.
So this result at the moment, still a very long way in this race to go, of course, would take the title battle to tomorrow. It would
good.
Oh, that's wide there. I tell you what, the run out of Luna Bend has got very, very treacherous all of a sudden. Keane Garrett is down the inside of Henry Gregory. Too much speed though. Gregory gets it on the cutback. That's all over fourth place. Lewis Bird leads this race. Hasn't won a round of the Wera Tools British Kart Championship so far in 2024.
Nope.
Could he break that run here today? That's Eldridge down the inside of Garrity. Eldridge up to fifth place. Gus Lawrence knowing this is probably not going to be a victory formation today, but this could still be a very important round. His worst score of the year so far is a P22 across the heats in the second round on his home circuit, PF International. That looks like it's going with this current race, but then again, you then look to the next worst score. It's an 8th place in the same round. So right now, this 6th place for Gus Lawrence would be further improving his score. That's a big piece of news on our screens, though, Henry. Lewis Bird, the number 24, under investigation.
Yes, you know, there obviously there were some, you know, movers and shakers in the first couple of laps. We got a new race leader, Fast Freddie Lloyd for Fusion Motorsport. Passes Bird. Wolf is in third, and all it takes is you to just miss your line, getting into power coming out of Luna Bend, and you're understeering, it costs you speed. Oh, and that was Hayden Eldridge committing and then some on Henry Gregory. Eldridge having Hayden Eldridge has been a breakout star in Senior X30 this year, driving really, you know, the best I've ever seen him. That was a little bit ambitious. Keane Garrity, the fact that he is dropping back, that shows all the signs of a kart that is not got the right tyre pressures on for this point of the race.
No, but you never know. With changeable conditions, it could come back to him in the second half of this one. Wolf down the inside for P2. Lovely move from Noah Wolf. He just set the fastest lap of the race, and he's now got by Lewis Bird. Update on the championship scenario. As things stand, Gus Lawrence would have 802 points overnight. That's virtue of his 5th place, and he can still improve on that. His lead would be 11 points over your race leader, Freddie Lloyd. It would still be on for Freddie Lloyd. If he could clean sweep tomorrow, it would leave Gus Lawrence with work to do to hold the championship for a 3rd year in a row. Technically, Noah Wolf and Keane Garrity would still be in with a shout, but the second Gus Lawrence picks up the 20 bonus points for signing on tomorrow and being an attendee at every single round, they would be out, but still fighting, of course, for 2nd place.
I'm trying to think back now. Danny Curl. I know Danny Curl won Senior X30 in 2019.
Yes.
And in 2020. Did he win it in 2021?
Clayton Ravens.
Yes, he didn't. But, so, even though Danny Kerr, I think, won the British title in 2018, when it wasn't technically the British title, but it was called something else. In the modern era of the British Kart Championship, no driver has ever won 3 championships in a row in the same class. This, so Gus Lawrence, sitting on the threshold of a little piece of championship history, and quite rightly so, erring on the side of caution where possible.
Yeah, because if he loses, his spot here in 5th place, if he has a bit of a rash moment down the inside, which I'm sure is not going to happen, it would be a big loss of points for him. Yes, he's still got his drop scores that can be used, but again, you want to be using those at the last possible moment with this form of scoring. Down the inside, Lawrence goes for 4th place ahead of Eldridge. Eldridge doesn't fight against that one too hard. Hasn't had a top 5 yet this year, has Hayden Eldridge in this championship.
But has been fast enough on a number of occasions to finish in the top 5, but hasn't been able to piece all the bits of the jigsaw together to make it happen when it counts. One thing, I know we talk a lot about the families and we have a lot of fun, but I just want to say that when Alpha Live started their coverage of the British Championship back in 2020 with myself and Anthony Jordan, the live chat was one of the new features of the championship, and one of the very first people to start contributing and to become, as we got, there is Bird battling with Lawrence again, but one of the first members of sort of our little community here at Alpha Live, the British Championship, was Nanny June. And so, and everyone here at Alpha Live, James Fitzhugh is congratulating you, Nanny June, because we know, because she's always on there, that she has watched and lived the highs and the lows of both Lewis and Harrison's karting every step of the way, as have the other Mackie grandparents. And it's really good to see that somebody that, we have spoken to and about numerous times over the last 4.5 years, as you're looking at Lawrence. But yeah, now somebody we've spoken about that they're celebrating as well. So yeah, there we go.
And as we say, it's not done. A treble could be on for Harrison Mackie later on in the autumn. Gus Lawrence, though, that move up to 3rd place gives him another point. That moves him to 804 as Cian Geraghty has a look down the inside of Hayden Eldridge for 6th place.
Now Geraghty's kart looks like it's come alive.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Maybe they took the risk with the tyre pressures, thinking it's going to dry out further and further. There's not really any clouds behind us that look like they're going to threaten with more rain. Has Geraghty taken the decision to be fast with the setup later on in the race? Is it going to pay off, though? Because there's only 4 minutes of this race to go. Freddie Lloyd, his lead is 1.87 seconds. The pace is pretty much the same for Wolf and Lawrence in 2nd and 3rd, so those gaps aren't changing. Cian Geraghty last time, it's trouble for Geraghty at the moment. He's got, well, it would seem like he's got a load of extra speed. He just can't use it at the moment because he's bottled up behind the number 33.
Traffic is the issue. But just look at the way that Gus Lawrence has managed this race. How far did he fall back? He was down in, was it 5th or 6th?
7th place.
7th position at one point. Did he panic? No. He let the race come to him. He's made a couple of moves when he needed to. The rest of the time, he's just minding his own business and, picked things up as they fallen his way, and he finds himself on the podium. That is a fantastic example of how not to panic as a driver, with, British titles on the line. You should look back at this drive from Gus Lawrence. It's a great example of how not to let the occasion fluster you and get to you, and how not to react to certain things that happen on the track. Just, don't react, just respond in time.
I tell you what, he's not done yet, because he's just gone purple through sectors 1 and 2. That's a new fastest lap of the race, a 41.85, as Geraghty down the inside of Eldridge. That was a bold one. That is 6th place for the British Grand Prix winner a few weeks ago at Kart Masters. But let's just keep an eye on that gap between Gus Lawrence and Noah Wolf, because this 2nd place, again, he cannot win the championship today with Freddie Lloyd winning this final. but it's about taking the pressure. We said it with Ralphie Branscombe earlier, didn't we, with the Honda Cadets? It's about taking the pressure off as Archie Tillet's on the scene, all crossed up, going through and in towards Luna Bend. It's another couple of points.
Yes.
If Lawrence can get through into second place, he's got to catch Noah Wolf first, of course. It's another couple of points. It just means he doesn't have to be as high up the order to cover off any Freddie Lloyd heroics for tomorrow's round.
Yes, 90 seconds to go. We were looking there at Archie Tillett. There he is in the number 26 kart, that black and yellow Tillett-sponsored kart, the Tillett Racing Seats firm. That's another very striking kart, I have to say. We had the buzzing hornets of Michael Gray, who sadly has retired from this race, and we got the JPS Special-esque livery kart of Archie Tillett, who is doing his level best to pass Hayden Eldridge for 8th. Job done.
Nice stuff there from Archie Tillett. That's 4 places gained so far in this final. Less than a minute on the clock then. Freddie Lloyd looking untroubled at the front, 42.1 last time around on lap number 15. Wolf is a little bit quicker, but not to the extent that would be giving Freddie Lloyd any concerns. Gus Lawrence, the problem for him at the moment is Wolf has responded with his own speed, his own personal bests. I think Gus Lawrence is going to have to settle for 3rd place today. It's going to leave him with a 13-point lead overnight going into the final round. 20 seconds on the clock. This is the fight for 4th place. Lewis Bird versus Henry Gregory.
Yeah, and so we were talking a little bit about the online personalities that have frequented the Alpha Live chat over the years. And of course, Henry Gregory, the person behind Uncle Tyrone. Of course. Which we've had many a laugh and a joke about. So the question remains, can Henry Gregory take 4th position?
Of course he can. Time is up. Freddie Lloyd is going to come round to see the final lap board. Safe in the knowledge he's got 1.55 seconds as his advantage over Noah Wolf. Gus Lawrence, still the fastest lap holder, and I don't think he's going to be fast enough to challenge Wolf. This is your highest ranked close battle, Bird versus Gregory. That is not Lewis Mackey, that is Freddie Lloyd, because he's had a bit of a growth spurt as well. And, you know, very calm driver, quiet off the circuit, but when he gets on a track, particularly when it's tricky conditions like this, you know, the pre-round ahead of the World Championships, he took a lot of people by surprise with his efforts. There was another driver who deserved a lot more 2 weeks ago.
Yes.
He's going to bounce back with a win. He takes the championship battle to the final day of the season in X30 Senior. Freddie Lloyd wins at Three Sisters. Noah Wolf on the podium again. 2nd place for him today. Gus Lawrence fights back. He's not secured the championship yet, but that could be a title-defining drive back to 3rd.
Lewis Bird holds off Henry Gregory for 4th position. Cian Geraghty finishes in 6th ahead of Fred Green, Archie Tillett. Hayden Eldridge again promised a lot and then slipped away in the closing stages. Alistair Cresswell rounds out the top 10 for Tim Wilson Motorsport ahead of Oliver Stilp, Harvey Roth, Aaron Brown, a quiet race for the Vismo International driver, and then Oliver Rands. But there is, yes, I think if things go Gus Lawrence's way tomorrow, you'll look back at this race and you could see how there were several occasions in this race where it would have been quite easy for Gus to overthink things, overdrive things, make some wrong decisions and make his life harder. But
Fully agree. By our early arithmetic in the box, Gus Lawrence, irrespective of what Freddie Lloyd does tomorrow, needs across the 2-point scoring stages a 3rd and a 4th.
It's one of the 3 R's, isn't it?
Yep.
Reading, writing, arithmetic.
Indeed.
There we are.
Noah Wolf, another great podium for Noah Wolf. He keeps himself in the fight for some of the higher rankings at the end of the season. Let's have a look through some of the highlights for the last IAME race of the day. This was the very start of things. This is where it nearly all went wrong for Gus Lawrence, getting off the racing line on lap 1, falling down the order. Great fight at the front though, Wolf, Bird and Lloyd all going over first place.
Yeah, by this point, Gus Lawrence is 6th. And it took him a while to close back in. In fact, 2, 4, 5. And look how far back he is in 6th position. But Lloyd eventually taking the lead from Bird. And then, I wouldn't say checked out, but yeah, one at a time, slowly but surely, Lawrence allowed the race to come to him. Now, King Garrity, I think he had one of the quickest karts by the end of the race. The problem was that he had lost so much track position in the early going, he just wasn't able to capitalise as much as he should have done. Good drive from Archie Tillett, as, yeah, certainly digging that left front tyre into the tarmac there to just get that kart rotated as he passed Hayden Eldridge.
But Freddie Lloyd came round to take his 2nd win of the season in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. He closes the lead for Gus Lawrence going into the final day of the season. And the other important thing for me, Henry, is that's momentum now for Freddie Lloyd going into, again, what could be changeable conditions for tomorrow's final round. Let's head down to see what he thinks with Nicole Sutherland.
Freddie, a race win there closes the gap towards the championship lead. How do you feel going into tomorrow, and how do you feel about the win?
It feels amazing, really. I mean, I was quite worried about the championship earlier because someone decided to roof another kid into me, but I had to avoid it. But other than that, it feels good. And then just kept the gap in the race and just drove away, really. So not much you can say.
So even though, you had a bit of a Sunday drive there, bit of a drive away, chilled, you have faced a few challenges this weekend. How have you dealt with that mentally going into the rest of the races?
Not sure, really. You just got to keep focused. You can't really say much about that. You just got to keep focused, just do the best you can.
And then on the tools this weekend, I've seen you've got Reggie Dewey, who of course has had a lot of success within this class. What's Reg said to you to keep your head down, keep you pushing forward?
Not sure, really. He was kind of giving me mental signals out there. I was quite, don't know.
Doing the YMCA on the side of the track?
I was just like, what am I meant to do?
And then other than Reg, I know you've got Aventus on the engine tune. Who have you got to say thank you to?
Got to say thank you to Chris Rogers, my dad, just the whole family in general, Reggie, and then obviously Joe. He's done a very good job. So, yeah.
Great to speak to you, Fred. We'll head up then to a Wera Tools advert, and then I'll see you on the grid.
Thank you very much, Nicole. Great to hear from Freddie Lloyd down there. A happy Freddie Lloyd who goes into tomorrow's final round of the season for X30 Senior Start, knowing he's got a chance. We've got another race coming up, though, here. KZ2 are out next. Let's head back down to Nicole Sutherland.
Thank you, Andrew. I'm joined by Charlie Turner, or I'm joining Charlie Turner, the O plate. Charlie, this weekend, I know you had a DNF earlier on. Tell me a little bit about it.
Basically, it was the clutch failure, and we put me on the back foot for the second heat, but we had a better second heat, finishing third, nearly got second last lap, so I hope we can go forward for the final.
And as for championship standings, is that something that's in the back of your head, or are you just trying to push race by race, just taking it as it comes?
Yeah, just keep going as it comes. Also, we've got the final, we've got 12 minutes to try to go forward, and we've also got tomorrow to see what happens tomorrow.
Great to speak to you, Charlie. And any final words before you head off into the final?
Just want to say hello to my mum back home and hope she's watching.
Thanks, Charlie. We've started a little bit more from the mid-pack, so I'm going to make my way up. We have the 24, also in a Maranello, similarly to Charlie.
Hello.
Hello to you too. Final then, first final of this weekend. Thoughts?
Well, obviously we've had a bit of rain, so the track's going to be a bit cold, a bit damp, so just get out there and, you know, see what happens really. But main thing is just keeping on the black stuff.
So as for the rain maybe washing away some of the grip, how do you kind of manage that when you're driving around? Is it something that you're thinking about when you're warming the tyres? How do you deal with it?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, start up is really important for these conditions. It just dictates later on in the race as well how the tyres come in. So yeah, it's very important.
Very important, some great insight. I'm going to cut across the cameraman Johnny to speak to Miles Murphy. Miles, of course, is in our Demon Tweaks branded kart and suit. Demon Tweaks championship sponsor, the first championship sponsor of the new era of the British Kart Championships. Miles, feeling good?
Not too bad. Cold though, isn't it?
It is a bit cold, but...
I think it's 20-6 for a final. I'm bloody freezing. That's nice of that.
Been doing any warm-ups then to keep warm ahead of this race?
You get cold straight away, don't you?
So managing the cold then, we'll say that. How are you going to manage the race, Miles?
Just hope we get a good start and just see what it is from there, really. Can't really plan it, can you? Just go around. Come back in one piece, I think, is a good one.
That's the tactic, come back in one piece.
Yeah.
Okay, and some of the other drivers this weekend have said to me that the tow is quite a lot at this track. Is that the same for KZ?
Yeah, it's probably more than ours, really. You imagine that we're doing base 92 of the straight, so...
And so that you don't break the tow, you know, stay behind those drivers and make sure that passes are potentially possible. How do you manage, you know, not making those mistakes, keeping nice and close?
Yeah, you've answered it really, basically there. Exactly that.
Okay, I answered my own question.
Don't be an idiot, really.
We'll watch you do that, Miles. I'll clear the grid as they're about to head off for the final time today. This is your KZs.
Thank you very much, Nicole. Really looking forward to this one, Henry. Tricky conditions out there. This is one of those races that I think I'm going to say to the folks at home, hold on to your hats, the arms of your sofa, so whatever you can grab,
yes,
get hold of it now, because this is going to be spectacular.
Andrew Holmes out on the banking has made his final phone calls to loved ones, family and friends. You are about to witness an Alpha Live cameraman give their safety and their sanctity just for your viewing pleasure. It's KZ2.
Let's take you through the grid for the fifth final of the season in KZ2. Ella Stevens and Josh Price resume their battle from the heats on the front row of the grid. Miles Murphy and Ashley Lewis go from row number 2. Derek Morgan and Charlie Turner go from row 3. Turner knowing he needs to claw points back in the title fight. Jake Weston and Lee Ward due to start on row 4. Weston does not take the start.
Ryan Green, George Barker, Bryn Kinch, and we're also missing Nat Thomas. So it is 10 to go for 12 minutes. Yes, the technical term for Jake Weston's failure to start is im Go-kart wie Brockup. Here we are.
Hopefully we'll see Jake back in action tomorrow. A very simple scenario in terms of championship,
yes,
ladies and gentlemen. It cannot, disqualifications outside of the round.
Yes.
The championship cannot be decided today.
No.
Even if Josh Price wins this final and Charlie Turner is classified last with the 2 non-starters, that would be points for 10th.
Yes.
That obviously wouldn't be a great scenario for Charlie Turner, but the title would still roll on to tomorrow, as I said at the top of the show. This one will go to the wire. The question is, can Josh Price extend his lead in this title fight? It's 7 points as things stand. It starts the day at 2. Another 5-point turn, as an example, would be a very, very useful lead for the driver who was runner-up in this series, of course, last year to Morgan Porter.
You can see the wet patches all around the track. There is a dry line. Hold your breath, ladies and gentlemen. By the time these KZ2 karts hit turn 2 and go over Coward Summit, they will be doing in excess, well in excess of 80, 85, even 90 miles an hour on slick tyres, trying to thread the needle between those icy, damp patches.
We're ready to go.
This is karting at its best.
Lights coming on. 1 light, 2 lights, 3 lights, 4 lights. KZ2 final is go. Not a great start for both drivers on the front row of the grid. Charlie Turner initially got a good one, was blocked then by Miles Murphy. Ella Stevens leads over the summit for the first time. Miles Murphy is up to P2. Josh Price still there in third, but has now got the attentions of his closest title rival, Charlie Turner, there in fourth place. Bit of a slide for, I think, Derek Morgan in the middle of the pack as Turner's having a look down the inside of Price. No move there into third place. Another good start, though, for Ella Stevens. The second phase was strong, but the tricky conditions are going to make it difficult for anyone to come from the back of the field.
Do you know, Miles Murphy has yet to win a final in the British Karting Championship. He runs P2. You've got the Jade Racing Birrell ART of Ella Stevens leading. Then you've got the Moore Racing kart of Miles Murphy in second. The Moore Racing KR chassis now full speed. The karts bucking and weaving. Oh, Murphy getting sideways, and Josh Price squeezes up the inside, going into the KZ2 version of Joey Dunlop Bend.
Great commitment there from Josh Price, capitalising on a bit of a moment for Miles Murphy just as they came over the rise. Charlie Turner's got to make a move now to say the championship can't be decided today, but it can be defined. The picture going into tomorrow is going to be decided by this race. Charlie Turner has already lost 5 points to Josh Price. He needs to build the momentum back in towards tomorrow's final round. He's lost out a little bit there to Miles Murphy. The battle between Stevens and Price has resumed at the front of the field. Ella Stevens hasn't had a win in KZ2 in the Wera Tours British Kart Championship so far this year. She's going to have to use all of her talent now to keep Josh Price behind, because he knows this could be a key moment in the title fight. Into Paddock Bend once again. Stevens holds on.
Away from the kart, you could not meet a quieter, more introspective character than Ella Stevens. She doesn't like being interviewed. If she knows she has to, she is very, very quiet. You put the crash helmet on her and put it into one of these fearsome KZ2 karts, and she is an absolute tiger.
Coming round to complete lap number 3 then. Ella Stevens' lead is 1/4 of a second over Josh Price. I tell you what, that's some good power there for the E-plated Jade Racing team machine. You saw it pulled away there from Josh Price. Josh Price is very strong over the top of the summit, though. We've already seen him get past Miles Murphy at this part of the course. He's not able to get through. That was a little bit too fast through Joey Dunlop corner. Nearly a chance for Miles Murphy to get down the inside. Charlie Turner just playing the waiting game at the moment. Already has wins so far this season. Was the winner last time out at Kimbolton, of course. This is karting on the edge here at Three Sisters. Down the Rogerson Straight yet again. Still that same order.
I mean, I know that the ums and the oohs and the ahs are probably annoying some of the viewers back home, but you have to understand that they are doing over 90 miles an hour. And if one of these 4 drivers so much as puts one wheel onto a slightly damper piece of track, that could cause a plane crash. At that speed, the way that the karts are light because they're coming over a crest, they're going downhill, it is literally, inches away from disaster as Turner makes the move to P3, and he had to do it. He's got to force the issue. Stevens is, I wouldn't say she's holding up Josh Price, but certainly she is capitalising on the fact that not even a driver of Josh Price's skill and experience wants to risk going offline. All Ella needs to do is to not make a mistake and position her kart correctly, but then Josh Price takes matters into his own hands, and when he gets it slowed down just about, sideways over the crest.
Wow, what bravery there from Josh Price, who knew he had one opportunity to get through.
Now Turner's got to go as well.
Yeah, Turner has got to go. For the championship scenario, Turner has got to go now.
This is where he's good. This is where he's good. He can't make the move going into the reverse, the reverse part of Joey Dunlop corner. But he does have to make a move because look at the way that Price is streaking away. 7 minutes to go. Charlie, it's going to have to be brave. It's going to have to be very, very brave here from Charlie Turner because he's going to have to defend as well from Miles Murphy. So he's got to go now while momentum's on his side. Where will he pluck the courage and the fortitude from? Over the top of the crest they go. And Turner, will he squeeze at the inside? No, not this time.
Good thing for Charlie Turner right now is he's going to go down the inside for second place. This is a good return of points now for Charlie Turner. Again, the drop scores and how they're coming into play. Turner is writing off a 12th place finish earlier on in the season with this result. Josh Price, whilst winning this race, is writing off a 7th. So in fact, even though they're first and second on the road, it's still 7 points. It's still 7 points, the deficit Price to Turner. So now, if Charlie Turner can go on the attack and take another finals win, this could really, really be a turning point in the championship for the O-plate holder. The thing is, though, Josh Price has just put in a 50.05 second lap. They're only a couple of seconds off the ultimate dry pace that we saw earlier on in race conditions earlier in the day. As Miles Murphy has a look for third place, trying to wrestle that last spot on the podium away from Ella Stevens. Still 5.5 minutes of this one to go, Henry, and there's something that tells me in my soul that this one hasn't even begun yet.
Yeah, no, and you've got the number 24 rush performance Maranello Kart of Ashley Lewis in 5th position now, closing in on this battle, and the privateer number 7 right chassis of Derek Morgan not far back in 6th position either. There goes Murphy. And over the top, and he gets sideways, trying to stay. You can see on that camera shot where the wet patch on the track is. And of course, the more you understeer through turn 1, the more likely you are to get on that damp patch and slide into oblivion.
The other thing that we're starting to see at this time of the evening, Henry, you know, the sun low, the shadows lengthening, you can see the sparks off the bottom of the chassis as they dive down through Joey Dunlop corner and towards Paddock Bend. Absolutely fantastic to see here at Three Sisters. Just over 4 minutes of this final to go. What is the pace like between the two front runners, not just in the race but in the championship? 49.8 for Josh Price, 50.12 for Charlie Turner. I have to tip my hat to Charlie Turner here.
Yep.
For those of you who weren't at the circuit yesterday, there was a very scary moment for Charlie Turner, going over the rise, going over the summit. The fact that he is out on circuits this part of today, utter respect to Charlie Turner, because lesser drivers would have gone, do you know what, I'll walk away from this weekend. Lewis down the inside of Ella Stevens, that was for 4th place. He's pushing on, knowing that a British title is on the line here. The gap is actually closed even further in the points. As I say, this is where the drop scores start to come into effect. It's 5 points now. It's one of those strange things with how this sport of a season could work, that even though Turner is still behind Price, he's closing in on him on the championship. And
what you sort of failed to mention about that accident to Charlie Turner yesterday is that it was almost even worse. Because one of the wheels detached itself from Turner's kart as a result of the high-speed impact and flew squarely into the path of a flat-out Lee Ward. And all we'll say is that we're very glad that it hit the NASA panel and was then catapulted deep into the trees. Yes, you know. We talk about, we're not over-egging the pudding, ladies and gentlemen, when we say just how close to the edge these KZ2 karts are at the full international layout of the Three Sisters circuit. I know the drivers would have preferred maybe to stay on the same layout as the direct drive, but I've got to say, you know, this layout really, really shows how skilled and how fast and how brutal these karts are.
Fully agree. 2.25 minutes of this race to go. Price, Turner, Murphy is your 1, 2, 3 at the moment. Miles Murphy has had third place scores in terms of the championship so far this season, but they've always been intermediate classifications and pre-finals. He's not been on the podium in a final so far this year. He's not had that chance to go onto the rostrum and pick up a trophy for his efforts. This man has, Josh Price, has done it many a time so far this season, but hasn't been on the top step, of a podium for a round. He's been second, he's been third, he's had again some top results through qualifying heats and pre-finals. That chance has always gone to the likes of Charlie Turner. This is still very much on the line for the British Championship. Ashley Lewis hasn't given up a chance of wrestling that third place away from Miles Murphy. Going through the S's now. 1 minute and 10 seconds to go. This is still a very tense final out there, Henrik.
Yeah, this has been Ashley Lewis's best season in the Motorsport UK Wera Tours British Kart Championship. He's been very, very solid, impressive and fast all year. Ella Stevens has settled into 5th position as they go up over the rise. And then, you know, we're at the second story here in our commentary box, and we look out the window, and when the karts go the rise, they're above us. They're 3 stories up. You know, as good as the camera angles are here, they don't do the level of, you know, the drop elevation justice, because you know, yeah, this is this part of the track is very flat, but around the back, yeah, the hills and the inclines and the declines are massive.
Not a lot of time in this one to go. They are going to get 2 more laps in here. Josh Price has already crossed the line to complete lap number 14. About 5 seconds remaining on the clock. Miles Murphy, can he hold on to this first podium of the season? Ashley Lewis has just put in the fastest lap of the final so far. He's had a few second places in terms of scores so far this season, but again, in terms of finals, hasn't been up on the rostrum this year. Time is up. Moves up through the order. Lee Ward is up to 7th place. Oh, George Barker's out. What a shame for George Barker. Really testing season. Will continue, of course, tomorrow. I think he's lost gears. I think he's locked in gear there, and it's maybe spat him off the circuit. But another great effort from George Barker, who was running up in 9th place.
I think he was looking down to see how expensive that retirement was, trying to see what bits he's got in the spares department to fix it to go racing tomorrow. But here is the man of the moment, Josh Price. He bided his time, waited for his chance to strike, took the lead with a brave move, and then simply checked out. Charlie Turner has done all he can, considering how he started the day, but have to say that on current form, nobody has got the pace of the package to match Josh Price.
Out of the final corner, Josh Price is going to take victory. The first of the finals here at Three Sisters. Gets another haul of 65 championship points, but for the first time in 2024, it's a round win for Josh Price. Tomorrow we'll see the title decided between him and Charlie Turner. Turner fights back after a difficult 24 hours to beat P2. Miles Murphy is on the podium in a final for the first time this season. That beats his best result of 4th from the very start of the year at Warden Law. Ashley Lewis was 1/10 of a second away from having his first podium of the year. Ella Stevens P5, Derek Morgan, Lee Ward, Ryan Green and Bryn Kinch, the 9 finishers. 1 retirement from that race was George Barker. Jake Weston and Nat Thomas did not start.
Do you know what? The one person in the paddock who will be the most delighted with Miles Murphy's podium is his #1 fan, Luke Moore, who is there watching and has been waiting for his favourite driver to get a podium all year, and it finally happens.
Championship scores, that leaves us with a 5-point gap at the end of this penultimate round of the season. Josh Price on 681 points, Charlie Turner 676, and as I say, it's the peculiar ways that the points can work sometimes, that even though Turner finished behind Price in that race, he did actually narrow the gap.
Yes.
So Turner's 12th place from the very start of the season at Warden Law, gone, out. It's a dropped score, so he improves that to a 2nd place. Josh Price similarly dropped a score, but it was a 7th place from Kim Bolton, so that's why in terms of the delta on the points, that gap has narrowed to 5. Ella Stevens holds 3rd place in the title picture on 242. In terms of, I think her chances are done for this year, because once the 20 points for bonus scores come in tomorrow, that'll write her out. So let's have a look at some of the highlights. Very cagey start. It's a shame for Charlie Turner in the way. He got an absolute flyer, but then was faced with a wall of 3 karts in his way. That kind of arrested his momentum. Ella Stevens had the early lead ahead of Miles Murphy. This was the first of 2 magnificent overtakes from Josh Price down the inside.
And again, that has to be inch perfect. If it's an inch further to the inside, he hits the dirt and understeers off. If it's an inch to the outside, he hits Miles Murphy and goes off. But he aimed it to perfection. And there's the 2nd move. Flat chat uphill through turn #1, damp track, and he puts a bit of a slide on for good effect as well. You can expect a slow motion replay of that appearing on the Alpha Live social media networks very, very shortly, with a nice moody soundtrack to go with it, I should surmise.
Look forward to it. Here are more of the battles out on the circuit. Ashley Lewis had a good run down the inside of Ella Stevens. That was for 4th place. Lewis would set about trying to close down. Miles Murphy just didn't have enough to find a way through. But Josh Price takes his 1st round victory of the season in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. And it's all poised for a magnificent finale tomorrow. They will be the last race on circuit tomorrow as well. For now, though, let's head down to Nicole Sutherland.
With race winner Josh Price then. Josh, congratulations. Thoughts on the track, thoughts on the race?
Yeah, thank you. It was a good race. The track for the KZ's to a slightly different circuit to the other series, which means all the track that you saw probably dry for the other classes. The KZ section was still really wet. It was sort of you're hitting, sort of probably 85, 90 mile an hour, not knowing whether you're gonna, get round on them first few laps. But no, overall I'm happy. The car performed well, team performed well. Sort of in the championship fight, I think it's probably level now between 2 of us. So yeah, eyes on the prize tomorrow.
Eyes on the prize indeed, and you've got a lot of experience both in karting and cars. Does that help you actually manage that pressure going into tomorrow? Yeah, I mean, I'm not really, I'm not looking at it as a, obviously I want to win, and there's nothing more that I want to win than this series, being the one I sort of haven't done. But no, you just got to go with a clear head. What happens, happens, do the best job you can and go from there. And I always see a team of people smiling around you. Who have you got to thank for today? Thanks to Tom Moore from Moore Racing, Sam Moore, my dad on the spot, he's mechanicking this weekend, he's doing a good job, and Glee for Engines. Thanks very much, Josh, and see you tomorrow. Thank you. That's all we've got time for today then, guys. What a fantastic action-packed day of racing. First day of finals, second day is tomorrow at 11:55. Thank you to all championship partners, Demon Tweaks, Wera Tools, My Race Lab, Motorsport UK, the team of Alpha Live, and all the spectators, mechanics and drivers who showed up for a fantastic day of racing. I'm Nicole Sutherland, Henry Beaudette and Andrew Mather have been on the comms. We'll see you tomorrow.